Chapter 1001 You go. Undoubtedly. At this moment, all the lives in the world have only one focus. That is the brave man standing in the void. Standing in the center of all the world's top powers. He was just floating there. But no one dared to look away from him. Or rather, everyone forgot that they should look away and focus on the enemies on the battlefield. Even Donna's eyes never left Xian for even a moment. Of course, this new demon was not attracted by Xian's extraordinary presence. But as if he wanted to see through Xian at this moment. His eyes were full of sharpness. Donna's. The princess was right beside Donna's, whispering a voice full of fear. I know. Donna subconsciously reached out his hand and wiped his forehead, and found that cold sweat had already flowed down his forehead, and said, "This man has undergone amazing changes that we did not expect. This is certain. Xian at this moment is definitely not the same Xian as before, although Xian before also made Donna's and others feel a little cautious. They did not instinctively sweat as they did at this moment. I am afraid that he has successfully taken that step." Donna's wiped off the cold sweat and said helplessly, "I was planning to end everything before he took the step. But it turned out to be a step too late?" The princess's face became a little ugly. Has he really transcended? The princess was not sure at all. And she did not dare to believe it. She was not sure because although she exuded an amazing sense of existence, he did not reveal even a little breath, making it impossible for people to grasp his current realm. The reason why she couldn't believe it was because if the other party really took that step, it would mean that this hero, in just 1 year, went from a novice of level 1 to the end that all the strongmen wanted to reach, or even dared not hope for. The princess didn't want to believe it. After all, she had planned for a whole 1,000 years to get to this point. Even Donna's, a descendant of the demon who had a clear consciousness since birth and had to scheme in an environment oppressed by a sense of crisis, had planned for decades to get to this point. What about Xian? 1 year. Just 1 year. How could the princess be willing to believe this? You know, even the one who was praised as the strongest hero of all generations, whom she had admired since childhood and still remembered until now, took a full 10 years to get to this point. Is Xian 10 times better than him? The princess bit her lip. Instead, Donna smiled bitterly. Regardless of whether he took that step or not, one thing is certain, Donna said, that is, the power he showed was no less than anyone present, including me. That's it. Donna's believed that he did not have the ability to resolve Artemis's self-explosion in an instant and to shout away multiple transcendental warriors. The goddess of fate might be able to do it, but that goddess would have to use the miracle closest to omnipotence. That is, the power of fate she possessed, to perhaps do the same thing. But Xian only shouted. This forced Donna's to prepare for the worst. As expected, this hero with greater potential than Mitra, once transcended, will completely surpass the goddess of fate, Lyda's, and the strongest hero Mitra. Donna's regained his composure. Get ready to retreat, princess. The risk of facing this person has become too great, and it is not worth it. Donna's changed his original plan without hesitation. Originally, Donna's was going to fight with Xian. Let him see the power he had awakened unexpectedly, and also test his current strength. Who would have thought that Xian's changes were more extreme than his? Got it. There was no point for the princess either. There was no way. From the beginning, the princess was afraid of Xian's holy sword, and was concerned about the holy sword's restraint on her, and didn't want to fight Xian at all. Now, Xian has become more powerful than expected, and it seems that he has taken the last step to become an existence above the goddess of fate, Lyda's, and the strongest hero Mitra. The princess doesn't want to fight him even more. No one knows the power of the holy sword better than her. No one knows the power of Mitra better than her. But Xian can even surpass that person. In this case, the princess will naturally not want to provoke Xian. So, Donna's and the princess looked at each other and gave orders to their legions in their hearts. Roar! Who? As if they had received some instructions. The irritable undeads all began to stagger and retreat from the battlefield. The magical creatures also seemed to have received something, secretly commanding the magic refiners and demon larvae to retreat. All this failed to attract the attention of the gods and elves, whose attention was absorbed by Xian. However, are you ready to leave now, young master? Xian clearly noticed this, turned around, looked at Donna's, and showed a half smile on his face. I haven't figured out what happened yet, and no one came to explain it to me, and you just left like this. Isn't it not good? Xian's words finally made everyone present pay attention to the movements of the newborn original demon. Donna's was not panicked, but smiled gently at Xian. As you can see, we just came to challenge, Donna said quietly, challenged my own possibilities, and also challenged the abilities of the two camps that determine this world. Hearing this, Sheen curled his lips. Just say they came to invade. Saying it so elegantly. Do you think that this can cover up the fact of invasion? Do you really think he can't guess what happened? Although Sheen really didn't know why the elf land suddenly turned into a battlefield when he was transcending. And the newborn original demons also invaded in large numbers. He was surprised when he woke up after the transcendence, and lamented that he didn't notice any movement at all. But that didn't mean that Sheen couldn't guess the whole story. If it wasn't so, Sheen wouldn't have appeared so strongly and directly suppressed the entire battle. The war did start. This is an ironclad fact. It's just that. That being said, you don't seem to have any intention to fight. Donnas narrowed his eyes and looked at Sheen, who could not sense any breath from beginning to end, but could only sense an amazing presence, and spoke with half doubt and half surprise. I thought that after knowing the current situation, you would be eager to attack us immediately. Donnas has been secretly preparing for it. Even the princess had 2 dead knights to protect her, and the 4 demon-level beings held their breath. As a result, they could not feel any hostility or fighting intention from Sheen. What does this show? It shows that the other party doesn't seem to want to fight. This is also the fact. How to say it? Sheen raised his hand and looked at himself, as if he was experiencing something and savoring something. After a moment of silence, he spoke faintly. Maybe it's because I'm at a different level now. I was struggling with what to do before, but now I'm not so entangled. As Donna said, with Sheen's original personality, he would never miss such a great opportunity after knowing that the new original demon attacked in Donna's. The culprit finally jumped out. If it were Sheen a few days ago, he would definitely have attacked without hesitation. First crippled, scared, or even killed Donna's completely to eliminate future troubles. But before today, Sheen had already decided on some things, and these things still need Donna's to do. In other words, I almost know what you want to do. Sheen raised his eyes and looked at Donna's, his face unusually calm. It just so happens that your purpose and what I want to do overlap in part. For my purpose, this time, I will let you go. Go away. Sheen said such shocking words. At this moment, not to mention Donna's and the princess, even Nadura and others were shocked. Sheen, what are you talking about? Nadura and Artemis couldn't help but shout out. Mr. Sheen. Why? Yulin, Melika and Sophie were also stunned. No one could have thought that Sheen came out of seclusion and suppressed everything, and finally planned to let the biggest enemy go. Especially Artemis, who was originally going to fight desperately, was a little excited and wanted to break free from Nadura and protest. In response, Sheen said nothing, but just glanced at everyone in the audience. This glance made everyone tremble in their hearts and subconsciously stopped moving. Artemis was also glanced at by Sheen and stopped. In this situation, Sheen said, listen to me. Sheen's inexplicably calm words made everyone look at each other in surprise. Donna's was silent for a long time, and then asked in a deep voice, are you sure? This demon no longer used pretentious honorifics. Obviously, even this new demon, who had calculated everything, began to be unsure of Sheen's thoughts. Logically speaking, as the culprit who started the war and the leader of the new original demon, there was no reason for Sheen to let him go. But now, Sheen did it. And his reason was like that? Does he know what he really wants to do? Donna's eyes became sharper and sharper as he looked at Sheen. Sheen just threw out such a sentence. You don't have to leave. When this sentence fell, Sheen's figure suddenly appeared in front of Donna's. I don't mind really keeping you. Under Donna's gaze, a hand was printed on his chest. Boom! A thunderous sound suddenly appeared. Chapter 1002. The end is about to begin. Boom! When the thunderous roar resounded from the sky of Tagore Forest, and spread to the whole world like an invisible sound wave. Donna's in front of Sheen had already disappeared. Everyone could only see Sheen suddenly disappear. And then the loud roar appeared. Sheen had already appeared in the position where Donna's was originally, and Donna's himself disappeared without a trace. All this happened in a time that could not even be called a blink of an eye. It can be said that the drastic change happened in 1/10,000,000th of a second, so that everyone present did not even have time to react, and was blown away by the sound wave and the sudden shock wave. The belated shock wave disrupted the entire battlefield. Whether it was goddesses, elves, monsters, demons, undead, or magical life, they were all blown to the ground by the amazing shock wave at this moment. Exclamations, roars, and screams were heard one after another. Even Najula and other transcendent beings only had time to change their expressions before they were blown away by the impact. That was such a sudden thing. That was such an amazing thing. Seemingly just a light palm. Sheen blasted Donna's out of Tagore Forest. Yes, Donna's did not disappear. But at the moment of being hit, he was blasted to a distant border that even Tagore Forest could not cover by an unmatched amazing force. If someone was nearby, they would notice a violent earthquake and a piece of land that exploded. And sand was spreading all over the sky. A huge pit with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers, a ring-shaped trap like a meteorite crater, was formed there. Under such circumstances, in Tagore Forest, Sheen took a step silently and disappeared on the spot. The next moment, Sheen reappeared. However, he did not come back alone. He held a person in his hand. Puff! Donna spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body was in tatters and covered with wounds. Sheen threw Donna's out of his hand. Just before Donna's fell and hit the ground, he endured the severe pain all over his body and tried his best to control his body, barely floating there. However, the consequence of such reluctance was that Donna's could not help but spurt out a mouthful of blood again, and the whole person was still shaky. Indistinctly, one could even see some fragments of internal organs mixed in the blood spurted out by this young master. Donna's! At this time, the princess, who had finally recovered from the state of being blown away and stabilized her body, saw this scene and her face changed suddenly. The two Death Knights, one black and one white, seemed to sense the danger and were greatly stimulated, ready to rush towards Sheen. Swish! Amid the sound of breaking through the air, before the two Death Knights, one black and one white, rushed to Sheen, a petite figure appeared in front of the two dead heroes. Lilith stared at the two Death Knights coldly, with evil energy surging all over her body, and she was ready to attack without saying a word. In other words, if Sheen had not obviously had no intention of fighting, Lilith would have taken action long ago without caring about anything. And Nadura, who was supporting Artemis, was struggling to stabilize her body and protect Artemis, looking at the situation in the sky, and lost her mind for a long time. No one could react to what happened. Or, even if they reacted, their brains were refusing them to understand the current situation. Everything that just happened was obviously just a moment that took less than a blink of an eye. But it was so incredible and unbelievable. However, all of this is naturally true. I'll give you one last chance. Sheen returned to his original position, suspended in the air, as if he had not moved at all from beginning to end, and cast his eyes on Donna's. Before I change my mind and feel regret? Get out of here. Sheen's voice lost its calmness and only remained cold. Cough, cough. Donna's coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood, covered his chest, felt the severe pain from all over his body, and looked at Sheen with his eyes changing countless times. Finally, Donna stared at Sheen and squeezed out a voice. Let's go! This sentence was naturally said to the princess and a group of new original demons. Unfortunately, except for the princess, all the demons, undead, magical creatures, and even demon larvae on the ground have not recovered yet. They were toppled in the shockwave just now, scattered all over the place like garbage. None of them could respond to Donna's instructions, and could only lie on the ground and wail. Donna's didn't seem to care about the life and death of these props. He was supported by the princess, who looked at Sheen with a pale face and some fear, and turned around in midair. Swish! Swish! The two black and white dead knights immediately appeared in a flash, and the other appeared in the wind and rain, protecting Donna's and the princess. Just as Donna's was about to leave, Sheen's voice came into his ears. 3 days later, I will find you. I hope you have completed everything by then. Hearing this, Donna's figure suddenly stagnated. Then, Donna's returned to his original state, as if nothing had happened, and together with the princess and the two Death Knights, they rose high into the sky and disappeared into the clouds, wrapped in endless death energy. Rumble. The clouds in the sky immediately rolled and trembled. That was the death energy released by the princess. And now it was naturally controlled by the princess. The dark clouds of death rolled up like a storm, and then swept towards the distance with great momentum. Go! Go! On the ground, a group of magical creatures who had recovered finally reacted, roaring in a low voice one after another, giving instructions to the magic and undead, and hurriedly fled. It's a pity. You don't have to leave. The voice of the god of death reached their ears. As an invader, you have to pay a price after all, don't you? As soon as these words fell, a burst of light fell from the sky. The dazzling golden light came so suddenly, so abruptly, but it really enveloped all the magic. Undead and magical creatures. Bang! A magical life exploded on the spot, with a face full of horror. Bang! 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 One after another, the magical lives exploded, turning into blood and flesh all over the sky. And their deaths were extremely miserable. The same fate as the magical lives was also shared by the horrible-looking demons. They didn't even have time to scream. And one by one, they all exploded into blood and flesh all over the sky. As for the undead, their fate was, to some extent, the best. They just seemed to be purified in the dazzling golden light, and the death energy in their bodies was evaporated. Not long after, the undead disappeared in the golden light, shed their rotten bodies, and turned into white light. Thank you. Thank you, brave man. Thank you for your salvation. In the white light, similar voices kept coming out. Xian also paused suddenly, and then recovered. Not long after, the white light dissipated one by one, and the brilliant golden light that fell from the sky naturally faded slowly, and converged back into Xian's body. Everything returned to calm. There was no enemy left. The leader retreated. The army was destroyed. And this battle was a great victory for the gods and elves. But at this moment, no one cheered, and no one shouted loudly. Everyone just stared at the figure that became the focus of the whole audience. Looking at the figure of the hero, who was high above, seemingly ordinary, but actually dazzling. Unconsciously, everyone was stunned, whether it was the goddess or the elf. At this moment, they were all distracted by the figure of the hero. This is true for Lenadura and Artemis, not to mention Sophie, Nia, Leia, Carol, Genome, and even Yulin and Melika. At this moment, the goddess in the hearts of countless people was fascinated by the figure in the sky and could not recover for a long time. In the sky, Lilith folded her 12 black wings and threw herself into Xian's arms with a brilliant smile. Xian's calmness and contemplation disappeared, and he reached out to catch the happy little girl, gradually revealing the frivolous, casual and lazy smile that everyone was familiar with. Go back. Xian pinched the nose of the petite goddess in his arms. Lilith nodded heavily, smiling like a flower. Outside the Tagore forest, at the other end of the distant sky, here, the dark clouds of death are still moving. Donas was still supported by the princess. His body was covered in blood, and he closed his eyes in a miserable way, and his face was extremely pale. The princess had a heavy face, and her eyes were full of haze. Behind the two death knights, one black and one white, were guarding in complete silence. This situation lasted for an unknown period of time before it was broken by the princess. Donas wanted to say something, but Donas stretched out his hand and stopped him. I know what you want to say, Donas said lightly. I admit that the strength of the hero exceeded my expectations and was even within the acceptable range. Closing his eyes, Donas could still clearly recall the unforgettable sense of noble presence and the light but extremely terrifying palm. He was defeated without any resistance under the opponent's blow. How could it be? The princess murmured in disbelief. How could he become so strong? This is something that no one can figure out. Donas stopped thinking about it. 3 days? Donas whispered in his sleep. In this case, let's end everything within 3 days. Anyway, the conditions have been met. The final curtain will also begin. Chapter 1003 Magical Advisor? A night that was never peaceful just passed, when the newborn original demon retreated. Or in other words, only the leader retreated, and the rest of the small fish and shrimp were all wiped out. The war was declared over. However, the impact of this war was also not small. There was no problem with casualties, because the goddess of the gods and the magicians of the elves were the type of people who supported from the rear. Only the monsters used by Yulin were on the front line, and the casualties were almost all on the monsters. The army of monsters resisted the attack of the monster army of the newborn original demon, so that the goddess and the elves placed in the rear suffered almost no casualties. With the strongest level of defense magic like Clean Light Curtain, and the gods who are good at radiating miracles and can use various kinds of magic, how could the elves, who are born as a magical race, suffer heavy casualties? Besides, with 2 extreme level strongmen, Yulin and Melika, and 3 top legendary magicians, Sophie, Leia and Nia, protecting them. If these goddesses and elves supporting them from behind could have a big accident, It would probably only happen when the super-level strongmen such as Nadira, Lilith and Artemis were defeated, and Donna's and the princess were free to deal with them. But Xian's strong appearance instantly suppressed the entire battlefield, and his actions that made the enemy annihilated instantly completely eliminated such a possibility. As a result, the casualty rate of the gods and elves was 0. For such a large-scale war, the casualty rate was 0, which was simply a miracle, making people wonder whether it was protected by the supreme god. At least, the goddesses of the gods have begun to think so, and expressed endless worship and admiration for Xian. After all, Xian is the blessing of the supreme god. A brave man with the blessing of the supreme god. With him around, isn't it normal for us to be protected by the supreme god? That's what the goddesses of the gods thought and promoted. And in the end, the girls of the elves began to worship and admire him. It can be said that after this battle, Xian has almost become a real hero and idol in the eyes of the goddesses and girls of the gods and elves. Of course, there were no casualties, but the terrain and environment were different. In this battle, not to mention the destruction of the terrain caused by the large-scale war between the gods, elves, and the newly born original demons, the battle between several super-level strongmen was enough to raise everything within tens or hundreds of kilometers to the ground. The Tagore forest is centered on the elf town, and at least half of the forest is gone. This is a very exaggerated number. You should know that Tagore Forest is the largest and oldest forest in the human world. Its area is so large that it can even accommodate super-ancient monsters that have survived from ancient times to the present and have become extinct in the outside world. It is the most famous and largest monster forest in the 3 realms. The territory of the Mitrak Kingdom is enough to rank among the top 3 among the major countries in the human world. But its territory is not as large as the Tagore Forest. Even the Ragnar Empire, which used to have the largest territory and the strongest military power among human countries, has a territory area that is not as large as the Tagore Forest. If the area of the Tagore Forest is developed, at least 2 or 3 kingdoms and empires can be established. Nearly half of the Tagore Forest was razed to the ground and turned into scorched earth, which means that the aftermath of the battle between the transcendent beings is enough to raze a large country to the ground. If these people fought for a little longer, or Artemis really succeeded in self-destructing, the countries closest to the Tagore Forest would basically not be intact. The fierce battle between multiple transcendent beings caused such consequences. Compared with casualties, the problem of environmental damage is very serious. At the same time, this problem cannot be ignored. After all, Tagore Forest is a paradise for monsters, the largest habitat for monsters in the world. If its area shrinks by nearly half, I don't know how many monsters will break out due to homelessness and cause disasters to the human race. In addition, Tagore Forest is rich in natural resources and is also an important resource development site for several nearby countries. Once a big problem occurs here, the economy and operation of several countries around the forest will have big problems, coupled with the influence of other miscellaneous aspects. The problem of large-scale damage in Tagore Forest may be more serious than the problem of casualties alone. In other words, even if more people die, there will be people who think that these people's deaths are better than such a big damage to Tagore Forest. This is such a serious problem. Fortunately, the goddess of nature Nadira is in the human world and in Tagore Forest. Her power is to control nature and create nature. The former Tagore Forest was created by this goddess. Even the earth and the ocean, many of which were created by this goddess. There is no way. The supreme god Omnis once cried for the death of the first generation of heroes, causing endless heavy rains to fall on this world, causing floods on the earth at that time. There appeared a huge flood similar to the Bible and many myths and legends, which was enough to cleanse the world and completely submerge the earth. Therefore, after the birth of the goddess of nature Nadira, she created the earth and the ocean in the world that sank into the water, allowing life races to be created and continued on the earth. Therefore, with this goddess of nature, no matter how great the natural destruction is, it can be compensated by her power in the end. It is better to say that this aspect is the goddess's specialty. But she is a little lame in fighting, because she is not a goddess specialized in fighting, but a goddess who has specialized in material creation. Long ago, the goddess who was responsible for creating matter and the goddess who was responsible for creating life joined forces to successfully create the third largest race, the human race. In summary, as long as Nadira is willing to use her power to restore the Tagore Forest to its original state and repair the forest and terrain, it will be a very simple matter. Of course, the elves also need to rebuild their homes and rebuild the elf land that has been destroyed again. The elf land, which was not completely repaired, was destroyed again in less than a month, causing them to have to start all over again. In some ways, this may be a lamentable fact. Thinking of this, the mood of the beautiful elf girls became unhappy. But the final loss of such a war was only this, which was already very good, or a very lucky thing. So, the elves began to reinvest in the reconstruction of their homes, and let the reconstruction work full of magical scenery like before start again. Queen's Palace, God's Hall. Here, many high-ranking members of the gods and elves gathered together again. Nadira stood on one side with Sophie, Leia, and Nia. Yulin held Lilith's hand and stood with Melika. The rest of the goddesses also gathered together and scattered around. As for Sheen, he was surrounded by a group of goddesses and elves. Opposite him, Artemis sat cross-legged on the ground. "Are you ready?" Sheen looked at the goddess of justice sitting in front of him and asked casually. "Yes." Artemis nodded heavily. Her face looked a little pale and a little gray. On her body, chains were looming. Those were chains of magic. Donna specially prepared a complex magic array combination extreme chain to seal the super-level existence. This time, Artemis was attacked by the necromancer again and was seriously injured. Although the injuries and the dead energy that invaded her body were cured by Sheen with breath of blowing stars, she still could not escape the seal of extreme chain. Like Nadira in the past, part of her power was more or less sealed. No, Artemis's situation was much more serious than Nadira's at that time. At that time, Nadira was only facing Donna's, who was not familiar with her own power. The seal imposed on her was a miracle product of Donna's, a man who had calculated everything. It was used in a hurry, so the impact it could cause was naturally very limited. Therefore, Nadira was only sealed with part of the effect of the power at that time, and everything else was normal. On the other hand, Artemis encountered the extreme chain, which was a large-scale magic seal developed by Donna's after he had fully mastered his own power and conducted sufficient research. Once she was entangled by the extreme chain, she would be sealed like Lilith in the past. Even if she was not exiled to the cracks of the world, she would be sealed tens of thousands of meters underground, or in the bottom of the sea, and would never see the light of day again. Fortunately, Artemis was not completely captured by extreme chain. In order to die together with Donna's, she entangled Donna's before being sealed, causing Donna's to be afraid of the consequences. After all, the young master would not want to be sealed with Artemis in a place where they would never see the sun. In view of this, when Artemis rushed in front of Donna's had already stopped the casting of the spell. But Artemis was still captured by some spells. So many magic spells. So many magic arrays. All combined together to form a dense and countless huge array that can't even see the end. It is normal that some of them successfully captured Artemis first. It is such a large-scale complex magic array combination that can seal the existence of the transcendent level. Right? Afterwards, Sophie, Leia, Nia and even Melika, these great magicians, couldn't help but sigh. I really don't know how such a complex and complicated combination of magic arrays was developed. To have such a skill, he must be a much more powerful magician than us. Right? I heard that the young master is only talented in biological creation magic. In this case, even if he has trained his control, concentration and mental strength beyond the specification and reached the realm of demons, it is almost impossible to develop such a complex and powerful magic. At that time, the magic array, just a rough look, can find at least more than 100 systems of spells. In this world, except for the Demon King and His Highness the Moon Demon, there should be no one who can master so many systems of magic and have that level of development ability. The four great magicians, who have reached the realm of transformation, all made such a sigh. Even Najula couldn't help but say a word. Maybe it was because the demon had a counselor who was extremely proficient in various systems of magic and had trained the power and knowledge of magic to the extreme, giving advice. Nadira believed that the magic book in Donna's hand was also written by that person. Being able to write so many magic spells from various systems into the same magic prop is not something that anyone can do. If it is not someone who has reached the extreme in the field of magic, it is impossible to do this. According to the rumors about Donna's before, this person may have extraordinary perseverance and an overly smart mind, but he lacks talent. Even if he becomes a demon, or even a demon more suitable than Helimus, with such terrible power, his talent cannot make up for it. In this case, it is impossible for Donna's to have such a magic book and develop a sealing array like Extreme Chain without a counselor around him. However, who has the ability to master more than 100 systems of magic and train these magic systems to the extreme. According to everyone, only the Demon King and the Moon Demon have such conditions. And the Demon King has passed away. So it can't be that the Moon Demon is the advisor? Everyone found it very unbelievable. Only when he heard these words, Sheen's eyes flickered unconsciously. Can you use all the magic powers of the system? Sheen muttered, but did not intervene in this topic. In short, Artemis was captured by a part of Limit Chain, causing her own magic power to be sealed. Now, Sheen is ready to help her solve this problem. However, if it were in the past, Sheen would have to take out the holy sword to cut off such a troublesome seal. Now, give and dispel. Sheen just put his hand on Artemis' chest, and the ripples of magic power spread to Artemis' whole body. Bang! The next second, the faint chains on Artemis' body were broken. With just one granting magic, Sheen unlocked the extremely troublesome seal on Artemis. Awesome! Everyone present couldn't help but exclaimed. That's good. Sheen clapped his hands indifferently. Thank you. Artemis thanked Sheen solemnly. The thorny problem on Artemis was solved so easily. Then, it's about time to tell us. Sheen. Nadira looked at Sheen, as if she had been patient for a long time, and asked, why did you let the demon go? Chapter 1004, The Final Battle. Why let the demon go? Nadira's words made everyone present focus their attention on Sheen, especially Artemis, who was determined to die with Donna's, stared at Sheen closely, as if hoping to see through Sheen's mind. There was no way. The reason why Omnipotenson has fallen into such a situation now can be said to be entirely because of Donna's, the new demon. He declared war on the life races of the world, and set off the second war that swept across Omnipotenson. He secretly instigated countless strong and ambitious people to rebel, causing heavy losses to the gods, demons and humans, and suffered countless waves of backstabs. He also planned the isolation of the gods and demons, and blew up the door to the gods and the passage to the demons. Finally, he also laid out the entire human world, allowing countless monsters to roam the land, destroying countless countries and endangering countless people. Although the initial prologue of the disaster in the human world should have been opened by Helimus, Donna's just took it over. However, this cannot deny the fact that Donna's is the initiator of this war. It can be said that Donna's has become the most harmful existence to this world after the Demon King. In addition, although this person is not as terrible as the Demon King, he has also surpassed the specifications of ordinary demons. He actually has the strength close to the goddess of fate, and can compete with the moon demon at night. Such a powerful and dangerous existence. It is not allowed to tolerate him for a minute or a second. This time, the opponent's large-scale attack has caused a great crisis in the land of elves. But it may not be a great opportunity. Before, Donna's had been hiding in the dark, and even Nadira, who could monitor a world, could not find his trace, making people completely unsure of how to stop this war. Now, the initiator of the war, and the biggest boss of the enemy, has appeared in front of everyone. As long as this person is executed, the new original demon will fall apart, and at the very least, the enemy will lose its leader. Not only will there be no leader, but there will also be no such a powerful and calculating think tank. The current situation in the human world is all planned by Donna's. Even the traitors were instigated by Donna's. And the Magic Life Army, one of the important grassroots combat forces of the new original demon, was manipulated by him behind the scenes. Such a character, as long as it can be eliminated, ending the war is definitely not a dream. In this way, it is only a matter of time to restore peace. In this case, Artemis resolutely prepared to sacrifice herself and die with Donna's. And what about Sheen? If the opponent is difficult, it will be fine. But he clearly subdued Donna's easily, and it is just a thought to kill him and end the war. Such a great opportunity. A great opportunity to restore peace to the world. Sheen actually let it go. How can everyone not be suspicious of this? If Sheen was not a brave man, and the blessing of the Supreme God, and had huge connections with the gods, demons, and humans, and had all kinds of relatives and friends of the three major races, and even his unmarried wife behind him, and if everyone present also trusted him enough, and even had unconditional trust in Sheen, then everyone would probably doubt whether Sheen was an enemy. Of course, everyone still hopes to hear Sheen's reasons. It's nothing. It's just too doubtful and too unwilling. A great opportunity to end the war, restore peace, and restore the three realms to their original state was let go by Sheen alive. And everyone would feel regretful, sorry, and unwilling. This is what everyone thinks now. However, Xian did not explain too much about this. Xian just calmly repeated what he said in front of everyone. I said that the purpose of the demon overlapped with something I wanted to do at the moment. So, for my purpose, I let him go. Xian's statement made everyone silent. This is helpless. Do you want to say that you let the demon go because of your own selfishness? Artemis said in a deep voice. Even if the war will not end, the creatures in the world are still suffering. That's the same? These words made the atmosphere at the scene heavy. Everyone frowned tightly, looking like they wanted to say something but stopped, not knowing what to say. It was really that Xian's speech just now was too clear, although Artemis' words sounded a bit harsh. In fact, wasn't that what Xian wanted to express? This made it a little difficult for everyone to accept. Master, Mr. Xian. Yulin and Melika both showed worried expressions. Lilith even broke free from Yulin's hand, came to Xian, held him, and stared at Artemis. Looking at Lilith like this, everyone felt that this strongest evil god would attack Artemis at any time. Actually, it was almost the same. Lilith didn't know what everyone was discussing, or what the current situation was. She might not even understand the content of the topic. But as usual, it had nothing to do with her. She just needed to know whether someone wanted to bully Xian. As long as someone wanted to bully Xian, she would bully him back. For Lilith, the world was such a simple thing, not some great benevolence and justice. And it is easy to imagine what the result would be if the strongest evil god attacked him here. And Artemis, who was like a sister to him, attacked him. Therefore, many people became nervous. On the other hand, Xian was still so calm and natural. He met Artemis's gaze, did not answer her question, but just used one sentence to get to the point as always. What? Do you want to morally blackmail me? Xian's words with a faint smile made everyone's heart tighten. Artemis was also speechless. She didn't expect that Xian would give such an answer. Moral blackmail? Could it be that in his eyes, what he was doing was just moral blackmail? When Artemis thought about this, Xian's voice slowly sounded. I know that you are all considering peace in the world, and I don't deny that you are great. But if possible, I don't want you to think that I am such a person. I may be a brave man, but I am not a hero, because I have never thought of protecting people, protecting the world, and protecting innocent lives. If you have high hopes for me, I can only say sorry. Xian said this bluntly. I will say it directly. Although I am not a bad person, I am not a good person either. Don't treat me as a hero. I also have things I want to do. Xian's words made everyone frown more and more. Najula couldn't help but speak. We are not going to impose the responsibility of a hero on you, but to treat you as a companion. Najula said, don't you want to protect the people around you? Protect your fiancés? And protect your future children from the suffering of war? Yes. Sophie finally spoke up. And from her own standpoint, she tried to speak calmly. No one has to save others unconditionally, and we won't ask you to do so. But I think we all have things that we must protect and guard. So we will struggle and fight together. Isn't it? Nadura and Sophie tried their best to ease the atmosphere. They didn't want to see a conflict between Xian and Artemis. Not to mention that there was a covetous Lilith next to them. Moreover, they were also worried that Xian would really have an irreconcilable conflict with them. It's not because of anything else, but just don't want to have an internal conflict at this time. I know. Xian nodded. He didn't want to conflict with everyone. Most people here have a close relationship with him. And Xian also believes that he has received a lot of care from them. So naturally he doesn't want to conflict with them and tear his face. But this matter is really important, and Xian has to make it clear first. Therefore, I don't deny what you said. I am indeed the same as you. I went to the battlefield and confronted the newborn original demon because I had reasons that I could not give in. Xian looked around at everyone. But it is also true that I need Donnas to be alive for the time being. Xian is quite honest. Why? Artemis frowned and said, what is the reason for you to let the biggest enemy leave? This is the common doubt in everyone's mind. However, Xian shook his head. I will tell you the details. But let's talk about it together, after Litas and Anima are present. This is what Xian planned. Wait until Litas and Anima are present. Everyone was stunned. Xian told everyone his current plan in front of everyone present. 3 days later, I will settle with the newborn original demon. In other words, the real decisive battle will begin 3 days later. If you don't want to miss it, come back to the capital with me. I will explain everything to you there. After leaving these words, Xian took Lilith's hand and turned to leave. Wait! Mr. Xian! Yulin and Melika exclaimed. and then one hurriedly chased after them, while the other stood there, looking at Najula and Sophie cautiously, not knowing what to do. Go. Seeing this, Najula sighed and nodded to Melika. Melika breathed a sigh of relief, bowed to everyone, and ran outside. Everyone looked at this scene and didn't say anything for a long time. Chapter 1005 Preparations before leaving. In the silent temple, many goddesses and elves did not speak for a long time, especially Artemis, who kept her head down and kept silent, and it was unknown what she was thinking. Nadura sighed, came to Artemis's side, and pressed her shoulders. Still can't accept it? Nadura spoke softly, as if comforting and soothing. She knew that with Artemis' sense of justice, Sheen's words should be difficult to accept. Saving the world and restoring peace. The goal is about to be achieved, and it is within reach. But Sheen claims that he gave up for personal reasons. For Artemis, who is willing to risk her life and die with the enemy, it is difficult to accept it easily. Not to mention, Artemis originally has the defect of excessive sense of justice, which is a spiritual concept left when she was born as a transcendental existence. Just like Lilith would lose control because of the chaos. If the goddess of justice does not have an excessive sense of justice, she cannot be called the supreme being who controls this field. In addition, Nadura has been with Artemis for a long time, and she knows the nature of this goddess of justice. So Nadura naturally has to comfort her. However, this time Nadura was a little too worried. Don't worry, Goddess Nadura, Artemis said lightly. I am not such an ungrateful person. Indeed, Artemis would not do such a thing of repaying kindness with enmity. After all, Sheen saved her life and helped her expel the dead air that invaded her body twice, which was a great favor to her. As the goddess of justice, it is absolutely impossible for Artemis to blame Sheen and complain about Sheen for her own reasons, and repay kindness with enmity. Moreover, what he said makes sense. Artemis said calmly, my justice should be mine, and the things I want to protect should also be protected by me. There is no reason to force others to follow my principles and will. This is also one of Artemis's advantages. Although her sense of justice is excessive, she knows very well that her sense of justice should not be imposed on others. Forcing others to follow one's justice is not a necessary means for order, but a kind of evil. Therefore, Artemis will not blame Sheen. Of course, if you say that I cannot accept it, it is also a fact. Artemis lowered her eyes. After all, I have always believed that all heroes will be my companions and my understanders. The heroes in the past were like this. After understanding Artemis' justice, they not only did not deny it, but shared the same ideals with her. Therefore, Artemis has such a close relationship with the heroes of all generations. In this world, what people lack most is often not friends, but people who understand. Like-minded people who understand work together for the same goal. Even a powerful and noble person like Artemis would feel very comfortable and even very happy. For this reason, Artemis became the goddess sword in people's eyes. Another holy sword that often accompanies the brave. She herself has never denied this title, and even takes pride in it, being able to assist the brave, help them defeat powerful enemies, defeat evil, and maintain world peace together. That is absolutely what Artemis wants. The holy sword is also the crystallization of divine power. It is said that the strongest weapon that can defeat all evil, all demons, and even the demon king can be named as another holy sword. Artemis will only regard this as an honor. However, this time, Artemis is destined to be disappointed. This generation of brave men does not need me. Leaving such words, Artemis turned and left. The back figure faintly revealed loneliness. Nadura could only watch Artemis leave. Goddess Nadura. Sophie spoke in a low voice with a worried look on her face. Let her calm down. Nadura sighed and said, don't worry. She is a very strong child. Much stronger than me. And she will definitely be able to cheer up soon. Nadura never doubted this. Then what should we do? Sophie looked at Nadura and asked for guidance from Nadura. Sheen's words also had a great impact on him. Will everything be solved in 3 days? Can it really be done? Leia and Nia also whispered beside them with a full heart of anxiety. The goddesses in the temple whispered to each other. Obviously, the bold words left by Sheen made them feel a little uneasy. You know, before, the gods and humans tried their best, but they couldn't find Donna's. Even if Sheen has the ability to solve everything, whether he can find Donna's is another unknown. Everyone is worried about this. 3 days later, can Lord Xian really solve everything? Stupid. With the power that Lord Xian showed today, Isn't that a matter of course? But if you can't find the person, you can't solve it even if you want to. Does Lord Xian have any other way? The goddesses are discussing this. Najula pondered for a while, and then said so. I know him. He is not the kind of person who will boast. Although Najula and Xian had not known each other for a long time, as a goddess who had once observed Xian from the closest distance, Najula believed that she still had some understanding of Xian's character. Since he said so, there must be some way to achieve the goal. Right? Nadira thought so. Then should we use the time limit he set as a countermeasure? Sophie frowned and asked Nadira for her opinion. Nadira thought about it, and finally nodded heavily. Let's just assume that there will be a decisive battle in 3 days. Nadira decided. He said he would tell us everything in the capital. Then, what we have to do next is clear. Let's not rebuild the Elfland for the time being. Let's go back to the capital with him. Let's face the decisive battle 3 days later together. Nadira made such a declaration. Yes. Everyone present immediately responded. So, under Sophie's instructions, all the elves in the Elfland began to stop the reconstruction work. They began to prepare for the expedition, making the atmosphere intense and lively. Whether it was the elves or the goddesses, they were all preparing for the decisive battle as Nadira ordered. Next, the elves will go to the capital. Although the atmosphere of the decisive battle is limited to this place, it is indeed spreading. At the same time, Xian was caught up by Yulin and Melika and was questioned by the two. What are you going to do? Stupid master. Can't you tell us? Mr. Xian? It's not easy to achieve transcendence and become so strong. Why did you? A stupid master. Let such a hateful enemy go. Can everything really be solved in 3 days? Isn't it too reluctant? Speak up. Stupid master. We can listen to Mr. Xian's troubles. The two little girls chattered beside Xian and asked questions non-stop. It's fine if Yulin is like this. But even Melika, who is easily nervous and unconfident, is like this. It is conceivable that Xian's actions also make them very puzzled. Xian was a little helpless after being scolded by these two girls. Didn't I tell you all? Xian picked up Lilith. And after Lilith's little hand hugged his neck, he said to Yulin and Melika, after returning to the capital, I will explain my thoughts to everyone. Now, let's let these people prepare mentally. Otherwise, Xian is afraid that if he reveals his purpose, it will not only cause them panic, but also may cause them fear. This matter is serious. Xian can only choose to keep it a secret for now. Of course, even if I say it, whether there is anyone to support me is still an unknown. Xian said this lightly, and this naturally made Yulin and Melika uneasy. Really? What are you going to do? I'm already having a stomachache. I always feel that Mr. Xian will do something incredible. Woo-woo. Yulin and Melika fell into a state of excessive tension. That's enough, Xian said with a smile. Don't scare yourself. Okay. Melika didn't say anything about Xian's words. Yulin asked with a suspicious face. Are you sure that what you want to do won't really scare us? But we scare ourselves? Yulin's soul-searching questioning made Xian speechless. And Xian's silence naturally made Yulin feel bad. This silence is really the most annoying silence I have ever seen in my life so far. At least make a sound. But we won't get into trouble. Okay? What a hateful perverted master. Okay. Okay. Don't worry so much. I'll take care of everything. Seeing that Yulin was about to collapse and Melika was about to cry, Xian could only smile bitterly and comfort the two girls who had lived for hundreds of years. Lilith tilted her head, puzzled for a long time, and finally decided to give up understanding and buried her little face in Xian's arms. Well, this smell is still good. Comfortable. After that, Xian finally comforted Yulin and Melika with a lot of persuasion, and let them go down to prepare to leave. Tomorrow, Xian wants to return to the capital and tell everyone his ideas. I wonder how many people will oppose it. Xian muttered such words, handed Lilith to Yulin and Melika, and returned to his room. There was nothing there. Is he not there? Xian stared at the room for a long time. Laxa. In the room, the low whispers echoed. For a long time. It did not stop. Chapter 1006 I Like You Like This. Night. Today, all the elves will sleep outdoors. The buildings have not been rebuilt. Not even a wooden house. Even if the elf girls don't want to sleep outdoors, they have no way. Fortunately, the elves are a race close to nature, and they are not as averse to sleeping outdoors as ordinary people. Moreover, Najula also used her power to create mini trees, so that the roots, branches and even vines of the trees intertwine with each other. forming hammocks and tree beds, so that the elf girls can use these hammocks and tree beds to rest. In addition, several elves at the level of great magicians built a barrier on the original site of the elf town to prevent monsters from breaking in. To some extent, this level of resting place is already quite good. None of the elves are delicate. They look like goddesses, but they don't complain about this or that. Instead, they are very happy to choose their own hammocks and tree beds. They climb up and lie down, without any rejection. If Xian were here and saw this scene, he would be moved again. Right? If it were the so-called goddesses and beautiful girls in the previous life, they would probably dislike this and that. From this point of view, the girls of the elves are undoubtedly the real goddesses and beautiful girls. Not only are they beautiful, but they are also more willing to endure hardships than anyone else. It really makes people feel loved instantly. Of course, for the elves, living in the wild is actually not hard work at all. Tonight, the elves are destined to spend a night of laughter and play. As for the goddesses of the gods, they naturally live in the queen's palace. As soon as the sun rises tomorrow, everyone will set off immediately, riding the queen's palace and flying and beast-type monsters directly to the capital of the Mitra kingdom. Tonight may be the last leisure time for everyone. That's not certain. Not long after, it was late at night, when everyone fell asleep. Xian also lay on the bed in his room. Quiet. Very quiet. There was no sound around. Only a few insects like cicadas appeared from time to time, bringing summer-like tranquility. But Xian not only did not feel at peace for this, but stared at the ceiling in a daze. And after a long time, he sighed faintly. That girl is gone. Xian's mood fluctuated. Today, Laxia did not appear again. Normally, whenever Sean needed her, this maid would suddenly appear, bringing Sean meals or serving him, providing him with the highest level of enjoyment. She had never disappeared for a whole day without a word. Like today, thanks to this, today, Sean's 3 meals were prepared by the elf servants in the queen's palace. He also went to Lilith to wash her and coax her to sleep. It took him a long time to let him go back to his room. Lien Yulin and Melika were self-reliant. Unlike before when they were taken care of by Laxia, this situation made Sean stunned for a long time in the room. However, Sean was not panicked. To some extent, he had expected Laxia to disappear and was mentally prepared. Even at noon today, Sophie and others hurriedly sent someone to tell Sean that the stone slab brought back from the ruins last time was missing. Sean had expected it to some extent and was mentally prepared. In view of this, Xian was very calm throughout the whole day. He was not panicked, and did not look for Laxia and the missing stone slab. He just stayed in the queen's palace and quietly did all the things he should do. Until this moment, when it was late at night, Xian suddenly realized that he could not sleep peacefully. Compared with the elves, I am more hypocritical. Right? Xian laughed at himself. Even if the elves lost their homes and hometowns, they still maintained their vitality and efforts. Before falling asleep, they kept hearing all kinds of laughter and fighting. They did not fall into panic because of today's losses and what happened. For them, perhaps, as long as the queen's palace is still there, as long as the queen's palace is still located on the towering giant tree, all other losses are nothing. Xian admires their perseverance and spirit. Looking back at himself, a maid was away for only 1 day. On the surface, he was calm, but he missed her more than anyone else. Let's go to sleep. Xian sighed again, raised his hand, and sent out a magic power, letting the magic power blow away the floating light ball in the room. The light ball was blown out of the window by the magic wind, and then drifted out along the wind, joining the many light balls in the elf town, illuminating the outside brightly and beautifully. Xian sent out another magic power, and closed the window. At this level, the room was immediately completely shrouded in darkness. Xian closed his eyes, and let himself fall asleep. As a result, it seemed that Xian had to toss and turn for almost an hour before he felt a little sleepy. At this point, Xian slowly fell asleep. However, around midnight, Xian suddenly felt a little strange around him in his sleep. Who? Xian opened his eyes almost reflexively. When he opened his eyes, Xian was stunned. I saw a figure standing beside my bed. It was me. Laxia, wearing her usual maid uniform, stood there quietly, staring at Xian with her ruby-like eyes, exuding a different beauty than usual. Yes, Laxia. This maid who disappeared for a whole day actually appeared again. Am I dreaming? Xian murmured. Laxia did not deny this, but she did not confirm it either, and she was still looking at Xian. Seeing this, Xian, who had reacted, was about to get up, but was held down by Laxia. You can continue to lie down. It's okay. Laxia said so. Her tone was no longer full of honorifics like before, but there was an indescribable sense of calmness. That sense of calmness was different from Laxia's usual calm feeling. Anyway, she had sensed some changes from this tone, and signs that something inevitable had indeed happened. Realizing this, she had no longer insisted on getting up, and just lay there, quietly looking at Laxia. Laxia also looked at Xian quietly, and spoke in a tone different from usual, quietly and beautifully. You didn't order me to come back. Laxia said something that would make others feel confused. Only Xian knew what Laxia meant. You clearly have the ownership and command power of me. As long as you give me an order, I have to come back to you no matter how far away we are. But after you found out that I was gone, you didn't even give me a similar order. Laxia spoke in a quiet tone of a brave man, without any doubt or puzzlement, just simply repeating the facts. Why? Laxia asked such a question. Xian didn't answer immediately. He just looked at the maid whose atmosphere had changed a lot compared to usual, and spoke after a long time. Maybe I have had this feeling for a long time? Xian whispered. One day, you will leave here and go to where you should go. I have always felt this way. That's what happened. Since coming to the land of elves, seeing those stone tablets, and seeing the ruins of the Demon King's residence, not only himself, but also Laxia's performance has many things wrong. Xian had some predictions about Laxia's abnormality and could guess the reasons, but he did not say it clearly, because he knew that Laxia must be like him. And after knowing the truth of some things, her mood was very complicated. Those truths not only affect Xian, but also Laxia. After all, Laxia is also one of the people involved in these things, and cannot be separated from them. Xian is a descendant of the first generation of heroes. Laxia is the body of the Demon King. Both of them are closely related to the two people recorded on the stone tablets and the ruins. And no one can treat these things as other people's business. And Xian has glimpsed the truth of the past from the ruins and stone slabs. So it is possible that Lasha also knows something like Xian. Xian could understand all this, and understand what it would feel like to know this. It was also at that time that Xian felt it vaguely. He felt that, like himself, Laxia also had things to do. For the distant sad past. For the heartbreaking regret that has passed away. Therefore, if you want to do what you want to do most, then I have no reason to stop you. Xian gave his own answer. We are all the same. That's right. All the same. In this case, Xian is the one who can best understand Laxia's feelings and what to do at this time. In summary, when Laxia left, Xian did not want to give an order to recall Laxia, a magical life, by virtue of ownership. Otherwise, even if Laxia was on the other side of the world, when the ownership had been handed over to Xian, she, as a magical life, would receive Xian's order and rush back. Magical life cannot disobey the master's order. This is the instinct of their life, which was added to the magic of biological creation from the beginning. If you want to remove this system, it can only be done by the inventor, who created the magic of biological creation and added this function to the magic formula, or the goddess of life, Anima, who uses power to operate life itself. The nearly omnipotent goddess of fate, Lidas, may also have a way to do this. But apart from these three people, there may be no existence in this world that can remove the instinctive obedience mechanism of this magical life. Once Xian gives the order, Laxia will definitely come back. It's just a matter of time. But Xian didn't want to do this at all, and let Laxia go. The reason is this. You can do whatever you want. Xian whispered. It's better to say that if our goals are the same. I will be very troubled if you don't do this. At this point, Sean laughed at himself again. In this way, there is no difference between me and Donna's. Right? Like Donna's, Sean now also needs Laxia to achieve his goal. The starting points of the two may be different, but what they do is the same. If it were not so, Sean would not let Laxia leave. I was not sure whether you would be safe if I did this, but I still chose this. Do you think I followed the wrong person? Sean teased Laxia like this. But, the next second, Sean was speechless. Woo! When his lips were blocked by the owner of the delicate face that appeared in front of him, Sean slightly widened his eyes. Laxia suddenly leaned over and gave Xian a long kiss. You? When Laxia raised her head again, Xian finally reacted and looked at her in surprise. Laxia did not avoid Xian's sight. I like you like this. Laxia made a very abrupt confession. Her face was calm and indifferent, with a mysterious atmosphere, and she expressed her feelings to Xian. I heard that the heroes of all generations are almost all symbols of fairness and selflessness, and righteous people who are like-minded with the goddess Artemis. They are great. But that's all. To others, they may be heroes. But to me who has this body, they are just strange executioners. Judging from Laxia's background, it is indeed unlikely that she will have a good impression of the heroes. Even the demons regard the heroes as their biggest enemies. So how can Laxia, the Demon King, feel friendly towards the heroes? The time when I really cared about you was probably when the jade appeared in your body. At that time, I kept wondering why the jade appeared in your body, and why it chose to stay in your body obediently, and even wanted to protect you, take care of you, and let you get peace. Others may not notice these, but I can vaguely feel it. From that time on, Laxia couldn't help but care about Xian. I began to pay attention to you, observe you in every bit of life, and finally gradually attracted by your existence. You are not like the heroes I heard about, who are heroes and great men. You are just a person with ordinary feelings, ordinary desires, and ordinary personalities. It is precisely because of you that I feel that the heroes are not such terrible things. It can be said that it is inevitable that such Laxia will be completely at ease and assured of Xian. Others may feel that Xian is different from the heroes of the past, and feel uneasy and headache about it. Only Laxia will feel at ease and trusted. Today, I have been waiting for you to order me to come back. But you didn't. To be honest, this is the first time that I feel happy about such a thing in my heart. At least, this means that in your heart, I am not an insignificant magical life. Laxia reached out her hand and gently stroked Xian's cheek. For you who care about my thoughts and understand my feelings, I can only give you everything to thank you. I will give you all of me. Chapter 1007, Do What We Should Do. Huh? Laxia's declaration had an unimaginable impact on Xian's heart. Not because of the content, but because of the meaning behind the content. I said, Miss Laxia. Xian looked at Laxia with a subtle expression and said weakly, You said to give me everything. But wasn't that something you had done a long time ago? That's right. That should have happened a long time ago. Before, Laxia had hinted several times that she seemed to have done all kinds of things to her while she was confused. For this reason, Laxia fought with Xian in anger and almost scattered Xian's ashes on the spot. Now, the maid lady suddenly said such words, which made Xian a little confused for a while. But what really confused Xian was behind. That was fake. Laxia said this calmly. What did you say? Xian stared at Laxia blankly. That's fake. Laxia repeated it expressionlessly and said, at that time, I deliberately guided her in that way in order to lock the young lady here. Why? Xian widened his eyes, and then thought of something, and said, Is it because of the Demon King's gem? Yes. Laxia nodded and admitted, saying, at that time, only I found the gem on you. And the young lady lost the power of being the Demon King's body and failed to detect the existence of the gem. I have to say that this is a blessing in some ways. According to Laxia, she prefers to let herself and Laixia stay with Xian. Since the Demon King's gem has been freed from the control of the Supreme God, it is not surprising that the Demon King will be resurrected at any time. Once the Demon King needs to be resurrected, they, as the Demon King's body, will inevitably have to deal with the cause and effect, and may even bring about some crisis and be coveted by the old demon clan. In order to prevent things from developing in the worst direction, Laxia felt that it was the most appropriate for her and Lexia, as magic bodies, to stay with Xian. After all, Xian is a brave man with a holy sword that can restrain the Demon King. If something really happens, he should be able to use the holy sword immediately to deal with it. Moreover, since Xian can get the Demon King's gem, it is very likely to happen that he is connected to the Supreme God, with the brave man and the Supreme Goddess watching over them. It is absolutely foolproof. That was what Laxia thought at the time, and she wanted to keep Lexia by Xian's side. If the eldest lady knew about this, with her personality, she should leave me by your side and leave alone like this time. Laxia lowered her eyes and said, in her opinion, if the two bodies and values stayed together, it would definitely be more likely to lead to the direct resurrection of the Demon King, causing unpredictable consequences. But Laxia's idea was not wrong. In the situation where it is uncertain whether something will really happen, staying by the side of the hero and being watched and monitored by the Supreme God is also a kind of insurance. So, considering the end, Lexia will definitely take both methods. That is, one of them stays by Xian's side and is supervised, and the other leaves directly, not putting all the eggs in one basket, which leads to the end. This is not what Laxia wants to see. Fortunately, Lexia lost the power of being a body, which made it impossible for her to detect the existence of the gem on Sheen. So, after thinking again and again, Laxia decided to use this method to tie Lexia down. Unfortunately, this plan did not work very well. In the end, the eldest lady still acted on her own, either staying in the flower pavilion or leaving me and leaving alone. Laxia's plan did not work. Sheen was completely speechless. That's what I mean. Right? I actually didn't touch you at all? Sheen showed a grave look as if he was set up by a honey trap. Laxia said lightly. It was true that I touched you. The dishonesty every morning was something that really happened. Sometimes it was too much, forcing me to use my hands and mouth to solve the problem. Otherwise, I should have lost my virginity. Laxia's remarks made Sheen's mouth twitch. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Laugh? He didn't really eat this maid sister with skin and bones, but was cheated. It was so bad that he couldn't laugh. Cry? It didn't seem like he didn't do anything. At least she even said such a lewd word as using hands and mouth, which made Sheen feel a little bit profitable. As a result, he lost and gained. So Sheen really didn't know how to describe his mood at this moment. In the end, Sheen could only sum it up in one sentence. That is to laugh or cry. At this time, Laxia moved. She climbed onto the bed, got into Sheen's bed, and stuck to Sheen completely. The girl's fragrance and the softness of her body made Sheen feel his heartbeat speed up. Come on. Laxia buried her head in Sheen's arms and said a sentence that made Sheen lose control. Tonight, I'm yours. This is a sentence that can make any man lose control. Of course, except for the moralist, Liu Xiaohui, and the male protagonist of the light novel. Unfortunately, Sheen is not any of the above three. As a normal man, he successfully lost control. Just like that, Sheen directly lifted the quilt and covered himself and Laxia. In the quilt, a rustling sound and bursts of strange sounds began to rise and fall. That night, Sheen slept soundly, even though he had some signs of insomnia before. After Laxia came back and made a bold declaration, Sheen, who had tasted the maid lady as he wished, naturally had a very comfortable night. However, for some reason, in the middle of the night, Sheen felt that Laxia's body temperature was fading away and left the room for a while. And not long after, the warm body temperature came back again. Sheen was still in a hazy dream, and the owner of the body temperature hugged her again. And, I don't know if it was Sheen's illusion, he always felt that the girl in his arms suddenly became very nervous, and the hand holding him was also trembling slightly. This performance was not like Laxia at all, but Sheen didn't think too much. In the hazy sleep, he felt the girl's body temperature, and naturally turned over again without hesitation and covered her body. The last night in the elf country passed like this. When the day was about to dawn, the door of Sheen's room was gently opened. Inside, a girl walked out slowly. Her steps were still a little unsteady. Damn. It hurt so much. That stupid guy who doesn't know how to be gentle with women. The girl couldn't help but curse. A closer look showed that the girl's clothes were not the clothes of a maid at all, but the unique clothes of the women of the demon clan. The maid, who was wearing a maid's uniform and looked exactly like the demon girl, was standing in front of the window in the corridor with her back to the girl who walked out of the door. You've worked hard, miss, Laxia whispered. Laxia took a deep breath, glared at Laxia, and said, Are you satisfied now? Yes, Laxia said lightly. I have no worries anymore. You? Although Laxia was angry, she could not do anything to Laxia, so she could only say, Okay, I have done what you wished, and I have helped that kid with you. Now, even if something really happens to us because of returning to the original state, the one who recovered our magic power and bodies will not be able to ignore that stupid hero. Right? I hope so. Laxia closed her eyes and said, I hope that after returning, when that person faces the hero, he will be concerned about the life and death of this generation of heroes because of what we did. It's just that the sacrifice is a bit big. Laxia said with some regret, Why did I agree to accompany you to do such a ridiculous thing? Obviously you are the body, aren't you? Then it's enough for you to do this? Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be afraid of one. What if there is really only one and it's not enough? Laxia lowered her eyes and said, I just want to do my best and do the only thing I can to help. After all, Laxia has always been unable to decide anything, let alone do anything. For Laxia, who was born without the ability to fight, there were many things that she could only watch from the sidelines, and could not intervene at all, let alone take the initiative to solve them. Especially this time. It will involve the most top-notch events in the whole world. And with Laxia's power, she still can't decide anything. Therefore, Laxia has contributed her only value. Even this loyal mate even dragged her master into it. It's not that Laxia can't understand Laxia's thoughts. It's just that. Really? Why should I accompany you to go crazy and do such absurd things with you? Laxia looked a little doubtful about life. With such a big sacrifice, she really didn't know what went wrong with her before. So she agreed to it. Laxia looked at Laxia. Doesn't the young lady think so? She may not be able to come back. So she has to leave her own traces in the only opposite sex she cares about at the last moment. Doesn't the young lady think so? Laxia's words made Laxia silent. After a long while, she finally sighed. Maybe you got it right. Laxia smiled bitterly and said, who asked us to bet everything on him? Then let's give everything away in the true sense. This is probably what Laxia thought. Besides, value appeared in him, proving that he and we are not completely unrelated. Laxia murmured. I have a hunch that he must have something that we and that person are longing for. This is what Laxia thought. And if that thing, if it can redeem that person, then it is not in vain for us to make such a choice. Laxia revealed her thoughts like this. Really? Laxia also fell into silence. The master and servant looked at each other, and finally relaxed their faces. Let's go and do what we should do. Yes. The demon girls, like twins, gradually went away. It's like heading to the end of the abyss. Chapter 1008 Valley of Gods. The next day, early morning, when the sun shone into the room and dispelled the darkness in the room, Xian slowly woke up. He subconsciously reached out his hand, wanting to hug something, but found that he was hugging nothing. This moment made Xian completely sober. Looking at the empty quilt here, feeling the body temperature that had long disappeared, Xian was stunned for a long time, and finally exhaled. Gone? Xian was the only one left in the room. The beauty of last night had already left. And of course, today, no one would help Xian finish washing in his sleep, so that he could go out immediately in a perfect state. This made Xian feel a little lonely. But this loneliness came quickly and went quickly. Anyway, it was something that had been expected. As he said, Xian patted his cheek. It's time to get up. The dream is gone. The next thing is the reality that Xian will have to deal with. How will the future develop? Let me see. Xian got up, washed up, and then walked out of the room, heading for the unknown end. At the same time, in a corner of the world, a group of people appeared here. The princess still brought 2 black and white death knights, looked around, and muttered softly, Is this the Canyon of God? At this time, the place where the princess was a desolate ruin. Wherever she looked, everything was a wasteland, without any vitality, and no life existed. Donna's was next to the princess, looking very calm, according to the records in the collected ancient documents and ruins around the world. After comparison and speculation, the location obtained is here. Donna said this. Is it? The princess nodded, but said, It is hard to imagine that such a ruin is actually the place that was first opened up by the supreme god when he created the world. And it is also the residence of the almighty goddess and the brave man who was first summoned by him. God's Valley. This is a place that only people who have a little knowledge of the distant history that happened in that super ancient period have heard of. It is said that it was the center of the once complete world. And it was a forbidden place in the world thousands of years ago, when the human world, the divine world, and the demon world had not yet been separated. It is said that it was the original residence of the supreme god and the first generation of brave men. According to the information, this place should have been a sea of flowers. But the demon king and the supreme god completely destroyed it in a fierce battle. In addition, the supreme god cried for nearly a century in the center of the world because of the death of the first generation of brave men. The flood that swept the world washed away everything here, and this place became like this. Donna's explained calmly. According to the records brought down by the evil gods from the divine world, the holy land of the supreme god was opened up in imitation of what it once looked like. In other words, this is the prototype of the holy land where the supreme god slept for 1,000 years. And it is the place where the vast sea of flowers that Xian once saw first appeared. If I am not mistaken, the demon king and the supreme god had fought here, and the first generation of heroes was also here at that time. The three supreme concepts of the world clashed with this place as the battlefield. And many things happened at that time, resulting in the space here being in an ambiguous state. Donnas explained one by one. Here, the existence of various forces is different from that outside. Here, even the boundary between life and death is very ambiguous. People who have studied this place all said that something big must have happened here at the beginning. Perhaps because the first generation of heroes died. Or perhaps because her death was interfered with by some force. So this strange state appeared here. Hearing Donna's words, the princess was thoughtful. You are looking at this kind of property that can blur the boundary between life and death. Right? The princess asserted. That's right. Donnas nodded and said, as long as we set up a ritual here, or use some powerful medium to stimulate it, then with the abnormal nature of this place, things that usually don't happen outside will definitely happen. For example, it can break through the limitations of space and even dimensions and reach places that ordinary people can't reach. Another example is to integrate the concept of life and complete the miracle of resurrecting the dead. Donnas is looking at the latter. Although there are reasons for collecting various records including the Canyon of Gods to start a war and create unrest in the human world, the demon world and the divine world. The main purpose is to collect ancient objects from the era when the Canyon of Gods had not yet fallen into ruins, and use them as the medium of the ritual. The stone slab left by the Demon King in the ruins is a signpost. The remaining Demon King's power, and the Demon King's own breath on it will definitely lead the ritual to the Demon King himself. Under such circumstances, if the elements that can make up the Demon King himself are returned to their positions, then now that the Demon King's gem has been released from the hands of the Supreme God, it will definitely promote the Demon King's resurrection. Donnas gathered all the conditions. As for the ritual for resurrection, Donnas has naturally prepared it. So that's why you need me. And my magical knowledge of the Demon King's element? The princess finally understood the beginning of everything. As a necromancer, the princess's power is to be able to manipulate the concept of death. Such magical knowledge is absolutely indispensable for those who want to resurrect the dead. Of course, knowledge of necromancy alone is not enough. Necromancy can only create dead spirits with corpses as the medium, but not really resurrect people. Therefore, Donnas also needs a magic master who is good at using magic of various systems, has a lot of magical knowledge, can combine necromancy, and create a real ritual for resurrecting the dead. Finally, with the help of that person, the basic ritual was completed. Now, all the conditions have been met. Donnas' voice echoed around as if it came from a distant place. It's time to start the ritual to revive the Demon King. Hearing this, the princess began to feel a little depressed. Resurrect the Demon King. This goal, no matter when and whoever hears it, will be terrified. The princess is the same. She was originally a person from 1,000 years ago. She once lived in an era when the Demon King still threatened the world and ravaged the earth. The reputation and fear of the Demon King have always been deeply rooted in her soul. Even though she has fallen now, she still has a deep-rooted fear and fear of the Demon King. And such an existence is about to be resurrected in front of her eyes through her hands. It is impossible for the princess not to feel pressure. But she can no longer turn back. From the moment she rushed out of the palace 1,000 years ago and fell in the wild, holding endless pain and despair and about to die, her goal has only been one. That is, to prove her existence. So the princess put away her mood. Then shall we start now? The princess asked Donnas. Don't worry about anything anymore? Almost. Donna's eyes flashed, and said, although there are still several mysteries that have not been solved, such as why the Demon King's gem was released by the Supreme God and where it is now. This is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Those mysteries will naturally be solved after the Demon King is resurrected. And what will happen next is something that even Donnas can't predict. The final curtain is about to unfold. All the truth will gradually emerge in this world. What will happen next? No one knows. Including Donnas. Including Sheen. And the Supreme God. But this is what Donnas is pursuing. A predetermined fate. A predetermined world. A predetermined future. These things are really boring. At this moment, Donnas thinks of his own life. He was devoured by his father to complete the demon dragon major and provide the sacrifice needed for the demon factor. If he had not had a clear consciousness and clear memory since the moment he was born, he might have been just a tool used by his father as a sacrifice to achieve his own success until the very end. The mission and purpose of the half-demon descendant is to be sacrificed and to create the future that Helamis wants. For this reason, Donnas rose up to resist. If that is his fate, why should he accept it? If his future is to be sacrificed, and to make the despicable father successful, how could he not want to resist? If fate, the world, and the future are bound to bind him, then he will break everything. The meaning of my existence is to resist. Resist everything in this world. Resist the predetermined future. That's all. For this, I need the strongest power to revive. Donna's made such a declaration. Everything will start here, and the final curtain will fall. As he said that, Donna's turned to the side. There, a pair of girls like twins, wearing ceremonial robes, stood there. Are you ready? Donna's asked softly. Unfortunately, the twins' master and servant did not respond to his thoughts at all. The two just looked at each other and smiled. Then, the identical girls took each other's hands and slowly walked forward. Seeing this, the princess lowered her eyes and flew up lightly. Donna's also took out the magic book, opened it, and let countless balls of light fly out of it. Let's start. Call the demon king we are waiting for back to this world. In the canyon of gods, waves of mysterious power began to work. Not long after, a pillar of light that penetrated the sky and the earth rose. At this moment, all the strong men in the three realms felt a palpitation, which made them turn their heads and look in one direction. The final war is coming. Chapter 1009. Are you sure you've made a profit? Demon Realm. Moon Demon Territory. Supreme Castle. On the top floor of this castle, which is located in the center of the Demon Realm, and is considered the highest in the minds of many demons, a figure stands here. The figure stands against the wind, and a luxurious robe whistles in the wind, clinging to the wearer, outlining the other's beautiful figure vividly. If someone is here and sees this scene, they will definitely engrave this picture directly into their minds, and remember it forever in the deepest part of their hearts. This figure will appear in their dreams every day. Right? This is a demon woman who is beautiful, sexy, and powerful. She can make people sleepless at night, and make the enemy feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. The woman stood here for a long time, looking at the other side of the sky, not knowing what she was thinking, until a very pleasant voice sounded behind the other party. What are you looking at here again? Big sister? The person who said this and appeared here was Xia Fun, one of the 6 top demons, the second daughter of the 6 demon sisters, known as the most beautiful existence in the 3 realms, and the enchantress named Succubus. Xia Fun fell silently from the air, looking at her sister standing in the wind, with a smile that was enough to charm everyone. It has been more than a month, and you still come here every day to look at the sky. Even if you look forward to it, the passage to the human world will not open just like this. Right? Xia Fun teased. In response, Sarah, who stood in the wind, did not turn her head, but laughed. There is no way. You said I look forward to it. Can you be any better? Sarah said helplessly. Obviously the passage was destroyed, and when we knew that we could not return to the human world, you were the most anxious person among us. Right? Sarah still vaguely remembered how anxious her most beautiful sister in the 3 realms was when she knew she couldn't return to the human world, and the human world was being ravaged by the newly born original demons, and the war started again. That was the second time in her life that Sarah saw her sister, who didn't care about anything and anyone, and whose charm was unparalleled in the world, lose her composure. The first time she lost her composure was when the Demon King died 1,000 years ago. This shows how rare this is. How could it be possible? Xia Fun retorted, although her face looked a little unnatural. But she still said unhappily, how can I compare to that dragon girl? She was so anxious that she could collapse several mountains that stretched for more than 1,000 miles just by releasing her magic power. Right? There was nothing she could do about it. Sarah restrained her smile, sighed, and said, after all, it was the first time in her life that she had a person of the opposite sex she cared about, and she was engaged to the other party. How could she not be anxious? Yes. Xia Fun also restrained the smile on her face. I don't know what she thought of. She muttered in a low voice, for the first time in my life, I have a person of the opposite sex who I care about. How can I not be anxious? This meaningful whisper was exchanged for Sarah's meaningful eyes. What are you doing? Xia Fun's heart was slightly raised, and her face became unnatural again. Nothing. Sarah looked at her sister with some amusement and said, I just feel that things in the world are really impermanent. I didn't expect that even my sister, who never looked at any heroes in the eyes, and was regarded as an object of admiration by almost everyone in the world, would have such a day. What are you talking about? Xia Fun pretended to be cold and said, I don't understand. It's better. Sarah rolled her eyes and said, I hope that when Xiao Yi comes to you to question you, you can still respond so coldly? How is it possible? Xiao Funi said almost reflexively, with that girl's nerves. It is impossible for her to find out about this. Xiao Funi regretted it as soon as she said this. Isn't this telling this shrewd sister the secret that she has been hiding all along? This is over. Xiao Funi was a little scared. Sarah naturally saw Xiao Funi's uneasy and apprehensive expression, and she felt funny while feeling emotional. To be honest, even Sarah, the eldest of the 6 demon sisters, had never seen Xiao Funi like this before, with such frequent and easy-to-understand emotional changes. If it were the old Xiao Funi, how could she lose her sense of proportion so easily? If she hadn't really fallen in love, how could she make her self-esteemed sister become so much like a girl in love? I really don't know what charm the hero has that can seduce my most lovely sister and my most beautiful sister. However, that hero is indeed different from other heroes. Very special. I have seen so many heroes, even Mitra who defeated the devil, and I have never had any thoughts other than hostility. Only that hero aroused her curiosity when she first met him, and she couldn't help but investigate him. It is because of this that Sarah was able to investigate so many things that surprised her in the end. Sarah thought so, but she said this on the surface. I don't care about your affairs, but you must not be too playful and let Xiao Yi think that you are trying to steal her corner. Otherwise, that girl will definitely fight with you. Sarah warned for the time being. Who wants to steal her corner? Xiao Funi pouted and murmured, I am not as stupid as that girl. If I get married directly, wouldn't that tie me to that man completely? How could Xiao Funi do such a losing deal? If I really marry that pervert, I am afraid that I will be controlled by him for the rest of my life. Therefore, it is impossible to get married. She can only be an underground lover in this life. She will flirt with him when she is in the mood, and play some exciting things in secret to have fun. Only in this way can she live like this. As for normal times, she is still the succubus who can play freely in the world and entertain everything as she pleases. Such a small life is comfortable, isn't it? Thinking about it, Xiao Funi was very happy. Seeing this, Sarah's eyes jumped. Based on her understanding of her sister, she can guess what this girl is thinking now. This made her want to say something. Are you sure you are making a profit? Not a loss? Be an underground lover for someone, and then go after playing exciting things? This is completely cheap for that dog man. My silly sister? Sarah rubbed her temples as if she had a headache. Forget it. I don't care about your private life. Just be sensible. Sarah waved her hand, and after revealing this topic, she said, Have Lid, Camilla, Milu and I not come back yet? Not yet. Shaft shook her head, and a trace of annoyance began to appear on her beautiful face, saying, Those traitors are more stubborn than we thought. They are really brainwashed by the old demon clan, and they have resisted until now. After the passage between the demon world and the human world was destroyed, a war broke out in the human world, and the demon world was also not spared. Those who were dissatisfied with the current demon system and were also incited by Donnas to have ambitions and delusions that they should not have. Except for some who went to the human world and joined the new original demons. Most of the others actually stayed in the demon world. They used the huge army of monsters such as the refined demons, undead spirits, magic lifeforms, and demon young provided by the newborn original demons, plus their original power, and a group of demons they had secretly recruited to launch a rebellion against the territories of the 6 demons. Therefore, during the more than 1 month when the passage was destroyed, and they could not get in touch with the human world, not only did the human world suffer from the war, but the demon world was also caught in civil strife among the 6 demon territories, except for the succubus territory where the people in the territory basically bowed down to the unparalleled charm of Xiao Funi, and the dragon demon territory where almost all the people in the territory were subject to AI, the mother of dragons, and the dragon demon territory where the blood was almost all subservient to AI, the mother of dragons. The other 4 demon territories had a large number of rebels appearing, doing evil in the territory, trying to overthrow the rule of the demons. As a result, the demon world also started a war. In this month, the 6 demons not only had to find a way to get in touch with the human world or the god world and rebuild the passage, but also had to deal with the attacks of the rebels. This naturally made all the demons furious, especially for Camilla, who had a particularly bad temper, and AI, who was in a very bad mood at the time. What these people did was like adding fuel to the fire, and it was like an old man lighting a lamp in the toilet to seek death. In view of this, Except for Sarah, who had to stay in the central city. The demons were basically dispatched. In the past month, the rebels were defeated step by step. And I don't know how many people's ashes were scattered. Xiao Funi took the lead in dealing with the problems in the territory, and returned to the central city of the Moon Demon territory to reunite with Sarah. As for the other four, they are still eradicating the rebels. If the demons were not good at magic and abilities such as detection and exploration. And it took time to find people. And it took time to recover and appease various problems in the territory. Those rebels would not have been able to persist for so long. I really don't know what these guys' heads are like. They don't even have a transcendent level. But they dare to rebel. Do they really think that they can deal with us with some miscellaneous soldiers given by others? Xiao Funi started to complain in her heart. There is no way, Sarah said lightly. Who let the 6 of us sisters rule the demons for too long? The demons are not like the gods, with strict status and class. Compared with status and various great deeds, they only respect power. This naturally causes many demons, who are confident in their own power, to want to challenge the 6 demon sisters, who are at the top. Even though most demons are intimidated by the power of the 6 demon sisters, and dare not mess with the transcendent demons. There are always some idiots in this world, who think they are special, and have a smooth life. Even if they challenge across levels, they can succeed. And such idiots are increasing after the death of the Demon King. The demons voluntarily surrendered, and were willing to peace. In addition to the reason that the demons are regarded as an evil race, there is another reason. That is, there are indeed many problems in this race. Because of the characteristics of the race. Some races are naturally warlike. Some races are evil by nature. Some races are extremely bloodthirsty. And some races are also cruel. This is an inevitable problem. Even, there are many races that are strong in power, but have a large degree of IQ defects. Such groups are not few in the demon clan, but many. In this case, it is conceivable what they would do in normal times. It is reasonable that they would be regarded as evil. Again, the Demon King is not the supreme god after all. He is not as omnipotent as the supreme god, nor as good at performing miracles as the goddess of the gods. In this case, the demon clan born from the Demon King will naturally have various problems. These problems may not be willing to settle down at ordinary times, let alone when there is such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as the people who are newly born original demons give them some confidence and some fighting power to support them. It would be strange if they don't rush out screaming. And as Sarah said, the 6 demon sisters have ruled the demon clan for too long. Helimus, a half-demon, wants to fight for power and drive the 6 demon sisters out of power so that he can rule the demon clan himself. Of course, there will be other ambitious people in the demon clan who are eyeing the status of the demons. In the past, the power of the demons was suppressed there, and most people did not dare to act rashly. But this time, it was like the fuse was lit, and those people could not sit still. In fact, those guys from the new original demons did send them a lot of strange things and methods, which caused us a lot of trouble. Sarah had to admit this. If it weren't for this, those people would not dare to jump out and challenge the status of the demons. It's just a little trouble. It's impossible to threaten us at all. It's a pity that they can be confident like this. Xiao Funi had a look of disdain on her face. They should be used as cannon fodder by the new original demons to delay us. Right, Sarah said calmly. If they don't create some obstacles for us, we will repair the channel with the power of the whole clan and return to the human world to deal with them as soon as possible. They must not sit idly by. As a result, all those restless fools were naturally targeted by the newly born original demon and used as cannon fodder. With only a little price, they could delay the pace of the demons and make the repair work of the channel far away. It must be said that it was really worthwhile. Unlike Elimus, the guy who only dreams, this Donas is not simple and has a very smart head. Cyrus sighed. It's just because he hides in the dark and takes advantage of the eldest sister's unpreparedness that he can do these things unexpectedly. If you noticed him, how could he carry out his plan and layout so smoothly? Xiao Funi refuted like this. But he just wanted me not to notice him. Cyrus sighed faintly and said, I don't know what the human world is like now. Xiao Funi was silent immediately. Just as the two of them were silent, a palpitation suddenly rose from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 10:10 Let me go to the human world. The sudden palpitation made Sarah and Shaft both hold their breath. What? What happened? This feeling. Shaft covered her chest with a look of shock. This feeling. Sarah's expression kept changing. And then she suddenly raised her head and looked up at the sky. Big sister? Shaf noticed this, and cast her eyes on Sarah. But Sarah ignored Shaf, and her delicate face was full of seriousness. That was a seriousness that Shaf had never seen before. That seriousness was even stronger than when Sarah knew that the passage was destroyed, and he and others could not go to the human world. And the demon world was also in turmoil. Sarah just looked at the sky silently. But the focus in her eyes was not focused at all. Rather than looking at the sky, it was better to say that she was looking through space and dimensions to another world. Xiaofuni didn't know what happened, but she subconsciously felt anxious and uneasy. The blood in her body seemed to be flowing faster. Her heartbeat was also getting more intense. It was as if something connected to her blood was gradually awakening. Xiaofuni had this feeling. Of course, Xiaofuni was not the only one who felt this way. But all the demons in the various territories of the demon world were like this. What's going on? Lid's voice was full of unspeakable anxiety. Heartbeat is speeding up? Milla let Lid lie on her head as usual, and she was holding a tall demon in her hand. There were many cadres and demons following her, and she was even fighting with others, turning the surroundings into a battlefield. But this did not attract Milla's attention at all. So Milla just tilted her head and looked puzzled. What happened this time? Camilla was soaking in a swamp at this time, washing the blood off her body. Because of the sudden inexplicable palpitations, her whole body was emitting a poisonous breath, which made the cadres waiting to serve on the shore tremble. At the same time, the petite girl, who was leading a group of flying dragons in the sky back to the dragon demon territory, also stopped in midair. Master? What's wrong with you? Are you worried about that hero again? Beside, one by one, the cadres looked at Aie like this, and all comforted her. A closer look showed that Grady and Bellotti, the two dragon cadres who were the elders, who established the dragon clan and once had the idea of Xian, were all there. Even Jacinta, who had not appeared for a long time, was beside him, and brought his two servants, the twin demon siblings. A group of cadres looked at Aie with worry on their faces. There was no way. During this period, Aie's temper was extremely irritable, as if she had returned to the time when the Demon King was still alive, and the war between gods and demons was still going on. It gave people the feeling that if they displeased her, they would be burned to ashes on the spot by a breath of dragon. The cadres knew very well that this was because their master was worried about the brave man who was her fiancé. Donna's declaration of war was heard not only by the human world, but also by everyone in the demon world. Therefore, even though the demon world has lost contact with the human world and does not know the current situation of the human world, it can be imagined that the human world is also in a state of war like the demon world. In such a situation, it is normal for their master to worry about their fiancé and feel anxious because they cannot go back to the human world to protect him. Although the cadres felt sour more than once for this, thinking that their master was being bullied by a pig, they would still feel worried once Aie was in a low mood. This time, they thought that Aie was missing her fiancé again. Unfortunately, this time, they guessed wrong. Aie closed her eyes, as if listening to something, and her cute face gradually became gloomy. TSK. After a while, Aie uttered a sound of astonishment, and her eyes were full of annoyance when she opened them. Is there something terrible happening in the human world again? That's what Aie guessed. This made Aie, who was already anxious and worried, even more emotionally unstable. Master. All the cadres immediately trembled. Aie, who was in anxiety and worry, unconsciously exuded amazing dragon power, causing the dragons flying in the sky to whine one after another, lowering their heads and bending down in the air, praying that the angry king could calm down. Aie discovered all this, took a deep breath, and retracted the dragon power in his body. Let's go! Aie gave a cold order, saying, go to the moon demon territory. The unquestionable tone made all the dragons lower their heads even lower. Yes! The dragons did not dare to disobey Aie at this moment, and they did not even dare to ask, so they could only bite the bullet and agree. But in fact, it was not only Aie who issued such an order. Let's go to the eldest sister first. Milu. Okay. Lid and Milla set out on the road to the moon demon territory. The eldest sister must know what this situation is. Let's go back first. Camilla also stood up from the swamp pool, letting the poisonous pool water flow down her body, put on a coat, and rolled up the poisonous gas, and swept towards the horizon. All the demons began to take action for this. On the top floor of the Supreme Castle, in the central city of Moon Demon Territory, Sarah also withdrew her gaze from the sky. Xiaofun. Sarah spoke to Xiaofun on the side and said, Go and get the rainbow demon diamond. Xia Fun could no longer remain calm after hearing this. Do you want to use the rainbow demon diamond? Big sister? Xia Fun frowned tightly. This is the only way to ignore the distance and isolation between the worlds and go directly to the human world. Sarah said in a deep voice. The three treasures made by the Demon King himself have completely different abilities and types. The magic pool is a treasure used to enhance the combat power of the demons and is classified as a support item. The Demon War Chain is a treasure used to protect and enhance individuals and is classified as a defense item. The Rainbow Demon Diamond is the most powerful offensive treasure among the three treasures. If the power is increased to the limit, it can even break through space and even the barriers of the world. In view of this, the Rainbow Demon Diamond is the real trump card of the demons, and will only be used when the demons are facing a life-and-death crisis. Once, Sarah used the power of the Rainbow Demon Diamond and the special properties of the Canyon of Gods to break the barrier leading to the sealed land of the God Realm. Arrived at the temple that would not have been visited, and had a conversation with the goddess in the temple. Now, Sarah must use the power of this treasure. In fact, as early as when the passage to the demon realm was destroyed, Sarah had thought of using the Rainbow Demon Diamond to break the barrier of the world and go to the human world. However, the magic diamond can only break the barrier, but cannot locate. If you drill directly into the hole opened by the magic diamond, it is possible to reach the human world, but it is also possible to reach the God Realm, and even to the edge of the world where no one can reach, the chaotic area of space, and encounter unimaginable dangers there. Isn't it? Xia Funi pointed out the huge disadvantages of using this method. It is precisely because of this that the plan to use the Rainbow Demon Diamond was rejected by the demons. Even though AIE strongly requested to try it herself at that time, the demons still rejected this method. Now, Sarah is planning to restart it. This is the only solution. Sarah took a deep breath and said, something big may happen in the human world soon. If we don't hurry over, it may be too late. Sarah didn't know what it was too late for, but with her years of experience and intuition, she could vaguely understand that this time, she had to go. Even though it was very dangerous, and there was a lot of uncertainty, Sarah still made such a decision. The reason was nothing else. Just because of this inexplicable throbbing in her heart. You stay in the demon world, and I will take the magic diamond to find a way to the human world. Sarah decided so. No, Xia Fun said without hesitation. I don't agree. Xia Fun. Sarah glared at Xia Fun. Xia Fun responded with her eyes without showing any weakness. Whether it is the demon clan or the demon world, it is inseparable from your wisdom, big sister, and needs you to integrate and organize. Xia Fun said in a serious tone, if we lose you, the loss will be too great for us. So I don't agree. This idea is probably not only shared by Xia Funi, but also by other demons, and even other demons. Right? Sarah is indispensable to the demons. Once she is lost, the demons will suffer a huge blow. It is not because of the loss of the strongest demon-level combat power, but because of the value of the existence of Sarah itself. Her mind, her means, her scheming and her heart are the necessary factors to lead the demons to continue to survive in this world without the Demon King. At least, Xia Funi believes that if she were to change, she would definitely not be able to govern the entire demon clan like Sarah, and handle the relationship between the demon clan and the gods and humans, so that the demon clan can survive in this world. I am afraid that the rest of the people are the same. Right? Therefore, Sarah must not be in trouble. If I must go to the human world, I will go. Xia Funi looked directly at Sarah and said, my Ripple Heart demon can connect me with others. If I take the initiative to contact them, it should not be difficult to sense the direction of the human world. It is better to say that Xia Funi can now connect with admirers in the human world and find the direction to the human world. In this way, it is more appropriate for Xia Funi to go to the human world. But, Sarah wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Xia Funi. I know that on the way to the human world, there is also the possibility of encountering chaotic areas or turbulence in space. But at least I can have a direction. Even if I am caught in the turbulence on the way, I will not be in trouble. I can just adjust the direction again. The probability of me reaching the human world should be much higher than anyone else. Xia Funi pleaded with Sarah in a serious tone for the first time. Let me go to the human world. Chapter 1011 I'll tell you everything. At this time, not only the demon world, but also some people in the God realm felt palpitations from the bottom of their hearts. Many goddesses had difficulty breathing on the spot. Their faces turned pale, and they entered a panic scene, making the god realm a mess. Is this the demon king who is about to be resurrected? Even the sign of resurrection can make the world tremble? Can it also make us, the goddesses who created the world, so palpitate? In the temple, Nian covered her chest. Her face turned slightly pale, and she entered a state of difficulty breathing. Only the goddess who looked exactly like Nian, but had a sense of presence and transcendent temperament that Nian did not have, could still look normal. Is the resurrection finally starting? The goddess murmured while casting her eyes on the light curtain in front of her that was not closed. On it, the current appearance of the human world is being presented. It can be seen that earthquakes and abnormal disasters have occurred in many places. In some places, dark clouds covered the sky and thunderstorms fell. In some places, strong winds blew up, causing tornadoes to rage. In some places, sudden floods submerged countless ground. In some places, earthquakes were so severe that they collapsed, and phenomena such as mudslides, mountain torrents, and avalanches appeared. Volcanoes erupted one after another. The sea was stirring up waves and raising high tsunami waves. People fled in panic in a scene that seemed like the end of the world, and were so small and pitiful in front of nature. If this world was not a world with strong people and magic, where people could exert a certain degree of power and could escape natural disasters and resist sudden natural disasters by various means, then the human world would have turned into purgatory by now, with countless deaths and injuries. Fortunately, because the original demon and the newly born original demon had caused trouble on the earth and the human world, the people in ordinary places and cities had either left or died, so they were not crushed together. Otherwise, a large number of casualties would definitely occur. In this doomsday scene, the ones who suffered the most were the demons, undead spirits, magical life forms, and demon larvae that filled various places in the human world. It must be said that this is really an irony. This is the movement in the human world at this moment due to the resurrection of one person. I am afraid that in a short time, the same phenomenon should happen in the demon world and the god world. Right? You are really worthy of it, Claudius, the goddess whispered. It is just a resurrection, but it can make the world tremble and turbulent. I am afraid that only this person in the world can cause such a scene. But this scene is also a sign that the world is rejecting that person and the appearance of that life. The reason is simple. It is because it is an evil existence that can truly hurt the world, cause trauma to the world itself, and even completely destroy and damage the world itself. Under such circumstances, it is only natural that the world will react violently. Of course, the goddess is also an inevitable factor in this. After all, the demon king is my natural enemy, and the world I created will naturally fear her. It is precisely because of this that the former goddess would be hostile to the invincible demon king in order to protect her own shelter and herself. This hostility caused the goddess to ignore the essence of the other party and failed to understand the true side of the other party. She just blindly regarded it as an enemy and an object that must be eradicated. But what can be done about it? When a rabbit sees a wolf, will it still think about whether the other party is a good person? When a chicken sees an eagle, will it still want to talk to the other party? That is the nemesis of life, the natural enemy that cannot be resisted. Even animals have the instinct of fear and escape, let alone the goddess. The omniscient and omnipotent self was helpless against that person, and the world she had created with great effort were destroyed one after another. She could neither fight nor escape. How could the goddess not think of ways to protect herself, or even eliminate such a terrible enemy? So, the goddess was not wrong. Of course, the demon king was not wrong either. She just didn't want to be alone. Didn't want to endure the unbearable loneliness. Wanted someone to accompany her, talk to her, and chat with her. It would cause damage to the world created by the goddess. But it was just that the power could not be fully controlled. In view of this, the two oldest beings were actually not wrong. What was wrong was perhaps the established future and destiny. In the face of this future and destiny that had already disappeared, what should you do? The goddess stared at the light curtain in front of her. The scene inside had already changed. In the uninterrupted natural disasters, a queen's palace flew at an astonishing speed. At the end of the road ahead, a bustling city gradually appeared. Mitrop Kingdom, the capital. At this moment, the capital was also in chaos. The end of the world is coming. The end of the world is coming. People kept shouting in the streets. Their faces were full of panic and fear, and they were just about to riot. Calm down. Everyone calm down. Don't make a fuss. Everyone calm down. Groups of people dressed as knights and soldiers have been trying to appease the people and suppress the riot-like scene. But the effect is not great. There is no way. During this period of time, the capital experienced at least 10 earthquakes. The sky was also dark. Heavy rain was pouring down. And there were even howling winds and thunder, which brought an amazing sense of depression. This is not the main reason for the riot. The real reason for the riot was the palpitations that had been constantly emerging in everyone's hearts since the beginning. That palpitation was not only unbearable, but also became more and more intense, gradually turning into fear, and finally crushing everyone's heart. Why is this happening? Luoshi stood on the top of the highest building in the palace, looking at everything in the capital, ignoring her already wet body, and uttered a bitter murmur. This murmur was exchanged for Lita's and Anima standing on the left and right of her, supporting the barrier of rain and wind for Luoshi. Is this a warning from World Principle? Lita's pretty face was extremely ugly. All lives restricted by World Principle have received warnings from Principle in an almost instinctive way, or reminders from the world. Right? Anima's face was also full of heavy colors. They easily saw through the cause of the current situation, but they had no idea why it became like this. However, instinctively, they also understood one thing. That is, there is a being that threatens the world. There is only one such being in the history of omnipotence. Thinking of that one, both Lita's and Anima had a faint fear in their eyes. Reason told them that their guess was correct, but they were unwilling to believe it. And it was even more impossible to believe it easily. How could it be possible? Yes, how could it be possible? Both of them were unwilling to believe that one. How could he return to this world? Resurrected? Or did some unknown changes occur? Is there a problem with the Demon King's body? Or is there a problem with the great apostle with the power of the Demon King who appeared in the battle of the capital last time? Or, this time, what did the newborn original devil do? Lita's and Anima racked their brains. But it was in vain. Especially Lita's. She wanted to use her power to manipulate fate and get some enlightenment. But she found that her power was completely ineffective. What does this prove? It proves that the object she wants to enlighten has the power, or nature, to completely ignore her power. What happened? Lita shouted in annoyance. Anima did not speak again, but her mood was unusually heavy. Roxy kept looking at the capital, looking at the people who were riding in the storm, and faintly revealed a sad look. The scene in front of her seemed to tell her that all her efforts would be in vain. The capital will be destroyed by natural disasters. Life will come to an end at this time. Everything. In front of this power that can end everything, the existence that can end everything, is powerless. All the efforts and struggles they have made during this period will become meaningless. Is it over? Roxy couldn't help but feel discouraged. At this moment, Roxy, look over there. The exclamations of Lita's and Anima suddenly rang out. Roxy also suddenly felt a pulse. It was the pulse from the true seal. Feeling this pulse, the princess suddenly raised her head and looked at the horizon. There, a palace seemed to be riding the wind in waves, breaking through the dense dark clouds, breaking through the strong wind and heavy rain, accompanied by lightning and thunder, and slowly entered the eyes of everyone in the capital. That is, Rox's dead eyes finally bloomed with brilliance. The people in the capital also noticed this scene, and they all looked up at the sky with astonishment on their faces. Under such circumstances, the palace of the queen of the elf tribe fell from the sky. The next second, a stream of light flew out of the palace. Rumble, thunder and lightning immediately rioted. The heavy rain became even heavier, making the oppression between heaven and earth even stronger. The stream of light broke through everything and stayed above the capital. A figure quietly emerged from it. Boom! Astonishing magic power burned up from the opponent's body. The magic power turned into a column of air, dispersing the torrential rain, dispersing the lightning and thunder, and soaring into the sky. In an instant, the dense dark clouds were dispersed. In a flash, all the strange sounds in the sky disappeared. The sky became clear again. The earth also welcomed peace again. People stared at this scene blankly. But the man ignored all this and fell from the air, as if he was leading the queen's palace forward. Not long after, the man and the queen's palace came to the sky above the palace. In the palace, countless people ran out and watched this scene with excitement. And in the queen's palace, many beautiful goddesses and elves all flew out, following the lead of the man leading the queen's palace, and fell from the air with him. After a while, the many figures fell one by one on the top of the tallest building in the palace. That is, they fell in front of Roxy, Lita's and Anima, Nadura, Artemis, Litas and Anima called out first. As for Roxy, from beginning to end, her eyes only stayed on one person. It was like the person who changed the world and wiped out all the strange fragrance in an instant. I'm back. Xian brought Lilith, Yulin, Melika and others to Luo Xi and smiled suddenly. Seeing that smile, Luo Xi intuitively discovered that the most important person in her life seemed to have changed greatly. That change was so great that Luo Xi felt a little confused. If it weren't for the familiar intimacy and the throbbing feeling from the true seal that had long been placed on the other person, Luo Xi felt that she would definitely think that the person in front of her was just another person with a face exactly like her beloved. But the person in front of her was naturally genuine. I know you have a lot of questions, and you also want to know what the situation is now. Xian restrained his smile and looked at the whole audience. Immediately, Xian declared, "Let's go and call all the people who can take charge. I'll tell you everything." This declaration told everyone present. Next, what he will hear will be the biggest and oldest secret in the world. Royal Palace, God's Hall. When Xian brought Lilith, Yulin and Melika here again, all the important people in the capital were already gathered here. Anchi, the current king of Mitrak Kingdom, is here. Leah, the next queen of Mitrak Kingdom, is also here. Iris appeared with Oz and Mafi. Sophie, Leia and Nia also slowly came in. Of course, the pinnacles of the gods such as Litas, Anima, Nadura, and Artemis are all here. Everyone who can appear here at this moment is an important figure in various races and forces. They are either the king of a country and the head of a clan, or they are comparable to them. Ordinary nobles, no matter how high their titles are not qualified to appear here. Even the goddesses who used to be high above, except for the four top ones, could not come here. Gathered here are the people who can truly decide the direction of the world in the future. They all looked at Xian who came in. Their eyes and expressions were very serious. "Are you all here?" Xian said lightly. Wherever his figure passed, people subconsciously parted the road and let Xian pass. At this moment, Xian undoubtedly became the focus of the whole audience and the most important speaker, and the most important conversation that will determine the future world, and the future was announced here. Chapter 10:12 I don't agree with it. After that, Xian didn't beat around the bush. He told everyone present everything as he had declared. Everything here refers not only to the fact that the Demon King is about to be resurrected, but also to all the causes and consequences. For example, in the ancient times when the life race had not yet appeared, there were relationships and disputes between the Demon King, the Supreme God, and the first generation of heroes. Another example is that the Demon King wanted to die, but in the end, the first generation of heroes died miserably, and his power was out of control. In addition, the first generation of heroes received half of the power of the Demon King and the Supreme God and were resurrected, and were eventually sent back to the original world. Even that he was the son of the first generation of heroes, a natural hero, who completely inherited the holy sword and potential of the first generation of heroes, and was finally summoned in this era. She revealed more than 90% of all the truths he knew. As he said, he really explained everything clearly. The people who were listening to all this were surprised, stunned, shocked, and then incredulous and even dazed. They couldn't believe what they heard. There was no way. The fact that the Demon King was not a vicious person, but just a being who wanted to die, had a huge impact on the people in this world. It was a shock to everyone's ideas. The Demon King has always been the most evil and vicious existence in the world. The absolute evil that harms the world and countless lives is a synonym for terror in people's hearts. As a result, such an existence is such a pitiful and lamentable person. How can everyone not be shocked by their ideas? What is even more unexpected is that the Demon King has such a love-hate relationship with the Supreme God and the first generation of heroes. This is really unexpected. Originally, in the eyes of the world, the Supreme God and the heroes cooperated and assisted each other in order to defeat the Demon King. Who would have thought that there would be such an emotional entanglement between these three people? Under such circumstances, Xian is actually the son of the first generation of heroes, a natural hero who inherited the holy sword and power of the first generation of heroes. This is another bombshell news. In addition, the devil is about to be resurrected. The truth of all this has made everyone present feel dizzy and almost lost consciousness on the spot. Of course, although consciousness has not been lost, inner confusion is inevitable. Not to mention others. Even the three goddesses standing at the top of the gods, Litas, Anima, and Nadura, have difficulty concealing their own confusion. Under such a bombardment of truth, everyone fell into a dead silence, and no one dared to speak. This filled the scene with an extremely dead atmosphere that could not be dissipated for a long time. Only Sheen was calm from beginning to end, and he conveyed everything he knew calmly, objectively, and accurately. After Sheen finished explaining all this, he concluded with one sentence. That's what happened. Sheen looked around at everyone present and said, I know you must want to believe it, and it's even harder to accept. But this is a fact and an unchangeable truth. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into silence. They were just like Sheen and Laxia at the beginning, and they couldn't sort out their feelings smoothly. Their hearts were all in a mess, and it was not so hard to believe or accept, but it was hard to imagine that such a thing existed. It felt so unreal, like being in a dream. But no one suspected that Sheen was talking nonsense. The reason was that Sheen had no need to tell such a lie. If such a big lie was really told, even the Supreme God would not be able to sit idly by. In addition, Sean's position in everyone's heart has always been so special. At this time, every word he said, even if it was so hard to believe, no one doubted its authenticity, especially Luoshi. As the person closest to Sean, she knew very well that although this little man in her family loved to joke, he would never make such a joke. All of this was true. There was only one doubt. If it was really as you said, why did the devil start a war? Luoshi said in disbelief. Isn't she seeking death? This is also the question that Artemis and others raised in the land of elves before. At that time, Sean did not answer this question. Because, at that time, Sean also had a half understanding of the reasons for all this. But now, Sean can say it with certainty. It is precisely because of the desire to die that he did such a thing. Right? Xian said very calmly. After all, only when war occurs, heroes will appear. And the gods will also spare no effort to train heroes and assist heroes in killing the Devil King in order to resist the Devil Clan and deal with the war. This may be the purpose of the Devil King. Suicide is useless. Others can't kill the Devil King. Only the hero, as the natural enemy of the Devil King, can use the Holy Sword to kill the Devil King. And the example of the first generation of heroes has told the Devil King that if he doesn't achieve transcendence, then even if he holds the Holy Sword, the hero can't kill himself. And it may even cause himself to run away and lose control, and do things that hurt the world. In this case, if the Devil King really wants to die, then she must create an environment suitable for the growth of heroes. So, what environment is most suitable for people to grow? Isn't it fighting and war? Once a war breaks out, the gods will certainly help the heroes grow and cultivate them. Once a war breaks out, the heroes can constantly fight and kill enemies to upgrade themselves little by little. Of course, once the Demon King takes the initiative to start a war, she will become evil in the eyes of the world, attracting the hostility and even hatred of the heroes, so that the heroes will definitely target her and vow to kill her. The example of the first generation of heroes told the Demon King that only hostility will not cause any accidents. If the Demon King does nothing but cultivates the heroes blindly, then even if the heroes become stronger, whether they want to kill her is another matter. The first generation of heroes had to take action under the coercion of the Demon King, and the result was a very miserable death. In this way, the Demon King certainly does not want to see this situation again. Then, it becomes a must to create oneself as evil and let the heroes willingly come to attack oneself. The final result is the emergence of war. Although this is just my guess. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the reason for the emergence of war. As soon as this was said, Artemis was the first to stand up before others made any comments. Do you mean that the Demon King took the initiative to start a war just to seek death, and used all living beings as props for his own death, causing tens of thousands of years of suffering? Artemis spoke in anger. What a joke. There should be many people present who have the same feelings as Artemis. Right? Especially the goddesses who have experienced the war between gods and demons. Their eyes are so complicated. In order to save the world and to quell the war, they have made efforts and struggles for tens of thousands of years, and have seen countless sorrows and witnessed countless tragedies. Now, Sheen told them that all this is because the Demon King wants to create an environment for cultivating heroes. And the purpose is to let the heroes kill themselves? How can people accept this? How can people accept this? Unfortunately, this is the truth. In this world, the most painful suffering is not death, but living a life worse than death. Xian's calm voice sounded again. Want to die but can't. Can only continue to suffer in endless self-blame and despair. That feeling. Can you understand it? This sentence made everyone silent again. Knowing the past of the Demon King, everyone present can more or less understand how painful it is for the end of the god of destruction to continue living. The world is rejecting itself and afraid of itself. The goddess, who was born with itself, is rejecting itself and afraid of itself. The first generation of heroes accepted her and gave her hope. But in the end, he still rejected her together with the supreme god. Although the latter was just a misunderstanding. It was so cruel for a girl who couldn't stand loneliness and just wanted someone to accompany her and talk to her, but couldn't achieve all this because she had a power that others didn't have and was too powerful. Then, under such circumstances, her willful desire to die not only failed, but she cruelly killed her only friend, the only person who had ever accepted her. How cruel was this for the Demon King? In the end, even if she successfully resurrected her only friend, the other party's mental breakdown still deeply pierced the Demon King's heart and became the most painful scene in the Demon King's life. It is conceivable how the Demon King's heart became, as he was seeking death with all his heart and suffered such a desperate development. She couldn't forgive herself anymore. She couldn't even accept her own existence. In this case, it is also conceivable what crazy things she would do. I remember you also said that when the gods and demons fought, the Demon King never made a move, and only appeared on the battlefield when the heroes challenged him. Right? Sheen looked at leaders, Anima and Nadura, and said so. I think this is enough to show that the Demon King did not want to kill all the life on the earth, and let the demons rule the world before starting the war. The Demon King's purpose was very clear from the beginning. That is the hero. To be more precise, it is the hero who has achieved transcendence and can kill himself. The Demon King only appeared in front of the hero. And other than that, he never intervened in anything on the battlefield. Even if Artemis broke into the Demon King's castle and saw the Demon King with her own eyes, the Demon King did not make a move on her, but let her go. This is enough to explain the problem. Of course, there is another question. That is, why those heroes eventually failed in the challenge and died in front of the Demon King. Logically speaking, the holy sword of a brave warrior who has achieved transcendence can kill the Demon King as long as it penetrates the vital points. However, among the 108 brave warriors in history, 7 have achieved transcendence. Among the first 6, even if 2 died in accidents, the other 4 have challenged the Demon King. What was the result? All of these 4 brave warriors failed in the challenge and died directly in the battle. Only the 7th brave warrior who achieved transcendence, Mitra, successfully defeated the Demon King with the help of the Supreme God and truly subjugated him. This situation is somewhat inconsistent with the facts. At least, according to Sheen, the Demon King who is determined to die should not attack the brave warrior who intends to kill him in order to protect himself. She will definitely stand there, waiting for the brave warrior to pierce her heart with the holy sword, chop off her head, and let herself die for sure. But what was the result? The Demon King is still alive. But the super-level heroes who came to challenge him fell one after another. Why is this? Sheen can already feel that there are still some secrets that have not been solved. But now is not the time to pursue those. In any case, the Demon King has a history with my mother and another entanglement with the Supreme God. Sheen said this very calmly. The regret caused between the 3 of them is the reason for all this now. Hearing this, part of it is clear what Sheen is going to do. So, did you let the demon Donis go? Litas whispered. You knew that the demon was resurrecting the Demon King? Anima also had a bitter face. You let him go just to let him resurrect the Demon King. Right? Najula also said this with a complicated expression. Everyone present looked at Sheen, staring at everyone's eyes. Xian nodded calmly. She shouldn't die, Xian said lightly, so, I want her to come back alive. That's it. Boom! At this moment, an amazing magic power erupted. It was the explosion from Artemis. The goddess of justice seemed to be unable to bear it. Her eyes burned with anger, and her whole body burned with power. You say, she shouldn't die, Artemis said angrily. Should those countless lives who died because of her die? Obviously, Artemis couldn't accept this statement at all. I don't care what she has hidden, and why she did all this. Artemis shouted loudly. I only know that what she did cause the death of many people and cause countless tragic endings. This is also a fact that cannot be erased. Now, you actually want to think that she shouldn't die and claim that she is innocent just because she is pitiful and has her own reasons? Artemis declared bluntly. I absolutely don't agree with this statement. Chapter 1013 I will not interfere. I absolutely do not agree. Artemis's declaration made the atmosphere in the entire temple become sinister. Many people looked at each other and stood up, wanting to say something, but they could not say anything. They could only stand there without even daring to breathe. Even leaders, Anima and Nadura, frowned tightly, looking distressed and struggling. Obviously, it was also difficult for them to agree with this. Sheen did not deny all this, because, to some extent, the feelings of Artemis and others were right. The Demon King was indeed pitiful and worthy of sympathy. However, everything she did was also real. That was an unforgivable sin. That was an indelible karma. To the world and to the people of the world. This poor Demon King was evil. This point cannot be denied in any way. And Sheen is not from this world, and has not experienced the suffering of tens of thousands of years of war. Seeing the countless tragedies and the lives that were destroyed, he has no right to persuade others to forget this past. In the previous life, similar problems have always existed. Because of the war, the two countries across the sea have hated and hostile each other for many years. Even if they have entered a peaceful era and announced the end of the war, the pain and shame brought by the war still remain on the land that has been devastated. Many people think that since the war is over and past, and peace has come, it is too inappropriate to pursue the past. However, this statement is actually wrong. Even if peace comes, the war is over, and the two countries can reconcile. It does not mean that the pain in the past can be lifted. If you are not the party involved, and you are not the person who has experienced that era, how can you understand their pain and understand their despair? Since you are not the party involved, what qualifications do you have to forgive on behalf of others? If you had experienced those things yourself, would you still be able to be so generous? Therefore, Artemis and others' feelings are correct, and Sheen has no right to deny all of this. They are indeed qualified not to agree with the Demon King and not to sympathize with the Demon King. However, the same, I will not ask you to sympathize with that person or forgive that person. But I also have things I want to do, and even should do from my position. Sheen turned his head and looked at Artemis, and said something very calmly. As a descendant of one of the three people who started it here, there are some things and some words that I must convey to that person in person. Therefore, based on his own position, Sheen chose to let Donas go. This is a choice. A choice between one's own position and the position of this world. Sheen had struggled and been confused, but he finally made this choice. I don't know whether it is right or wrong to do this. I will leave it to future generations to judge. Having said this, Sheen looked around at everyone present again. There is only one thing I want to tell you. That is, I will end it all. About 2 days? In 2 days, I will go to face the Demon Donas and the Demon King. This is what Sheen wanted to express. After hearing this, everyone finally couldn't keep silent any longer. Are you sure you can solve this matter in 2 days? Roxy said this with some worry, like Najula and others before. After hearing what Sheen said, everyone just wondered whether they could really solve all this in 2 days. Apart from anything else. If Donas is still hiding in the dark like before, and even the goddess of nature Nadura can't find him, how is Sheen going to pull him out? Even if things really consider the direction of the decisive battle in 2 days, do they really have a hope of winning this decisive battle? If the devil is really resurrected. Litas, Anima and Nadura all trembled slightly, and they couldn't even say the rest. But everyone can understand what the three goddesses mean. If the devil is really resurrected, is there still a possibility of us winning? Artemis laughed bitterly, bringing a painful sense of depression. You know, in order to defeat the devil, the gods and humans spent tens of thousands of years, invested endless energy, resources and even sacrifices, and finally cultivated a brave Mitra 1,000 years ago, and let him cooperate with the supreme god Omnis to successfully do this. Before this, a total of 107 heroes came to this world, but none of them could accomplish this feat. Now, although the hero Sheen has shown far superior qualifications than all the heroes of previous generations, no one has any hope that he can defeat the devil. After all, no matter how strong Sheen is, can he be stronger than the supreme god and the hero Mitra combined? Even those two needed to work together to complete the feat, which eventually led to the world being cut into 3 parts. And the hero Mitra was left with a hidden disease that could not be cured for the rest of his life. Do you really want to be able to do it alone? No one has ever thought of this possibility. Just now, in what Sheen explained, there was no mention of the awakening of his hidden power. It is natural that people would be so desperate that, in the corner, Iris raised her hand weakly. At this point, should we ask the Supreme God to help? Iris' words made everyone's eyes light up slightly. Yes, goddesses. Sophie couldn't help but say, since the devil is about to be resurrected. Even the great supreme god can't sit idly by. Right? Everyone knows that the devil is the natural enemy of the supreme god, and the natural enemy of the gods. The supreme and almighty goddess can turn a blind eye to everything in this world and treat life and grass as things of the same value in the true sense. But she can't ignore the threat brought by the devil, and only face the devil. This is a well-known thing. Now that the devil is about to be resurrected, the almighty goddess should also wake up from her long sleep. Right? If so, it is not impossible for that person to join hands with Sheen to recreate the glory of 1,000 years ago. Everyone thought so. Unfortunately, it is very likely that that person will not intervene in all this. Sheen poured a basin of cold water down directly, extinguishing the fluke in everyone's heart. I didn't mean to provoke you. I just wanted to remind you. Sheen sighed and said directly, the Devil King can be resurrected again because Baoyu was liberated by the Supreme God. In addition to the love-hate entanglement of the three people at the beginning. Now, the Devil King Baoyu, who should have been suppressed and sealed, has been liberated for no reason. Isn't this enough to explain the attitude of that person? Everyone was speechless. This is indeed a situation that can be seen. Since the Devil King Baoyu, who should have been sealed and suppressed, was liberated from the Supreme God, it is not difficult to guess what the Supreme God is thinking. Even if you don't know the real thoughts of that person, you can know that he supports the resurrection of the Devil King. Or, the Devil King can be resurrected. And it will happen only after getting the permission of that person from the beginning. If that person had not let go of the Demon King's gem, how could the Demon King be resurrected? In other words, did the Mother Goddess already know that this would happen? Or even promote it? Lidas's whisper made everyone look bitter. Even Artemis was speechless. There was no way. Since this was what the great Mother Goddess had promised. No matter who was the goddess of the gods, who was the follower of the Supreme God, could resist this. The Supreme God was undoubtedly the greatest and most supreme in the hearts of the goddesses, and his will could never be resisted or questioned. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Sheen. Everyone thought of a lot. They thought of the blessing of the Supreme God on Sheen. They thought of Sheen's identity and his ultimate goal. Perhaps, this person is the representative of the will of the Supreme God? Sheen made the final statement in front of everyone's complicated eyes and expressions. 2 days later, I will go to the Demon King. This is my personal choice and my personal decision. And what you want to do is up to you. I will not interfere. Having said that, Sheen will not make any other explanations or persuasions. From this moment on, everyone present will decide how to face the decisive battle 2 days later based on their own standpoints. Some people may support Sheen, and some may not agree with what Sheen did from beginning to end and part ways with him. Sheen has taken all of this into consideration. Of course, I will do my best to make the situation perfect, which is also an explanation to everyone who has taken care of me for a long time. Having said that, Sheen bowed to everyone present. Thank you all for your attention and care for me over the past year. After leaving these words, Sheen was ready to turn around and leave. However, at this time, the door of the shrine was suddenly opened. It seems that we came at the right time. This is a very pleasant voice with a charming feeling that can stir everyone's heart. Let us also intervene in this matter. This is a slightly immature voice, but the tone is forced to bring a sense of maturity like an adult. Hearing these two voices, Sheen, who had always been calm, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Not only Sheen, but everyone present was shocked. Sister Ayi, Yulin exclaimed. Her Highness Ya Fun. Anqi and Leah also called out in surprise. Sheen turned around suddenly and looked in the direction of the door. There, two familiar figures, one big and one small, did appear. The former is a succubus with an angelic face, a devilish figure, and an unparalleled charm that can overwhelm the world. The latter is a petite and tender dragon demon who looks like a beauty, but has a faint sense of strength, holding a pillow in her arms. Yes, the two demons that made Sheen's soul appear. At this most important moment, Sheen finally couldn't hide his calm expression. The two figures, one big and one small, also cast their eyes on Sheen in the first world, and their eyes faintly flashed with excitement, surprise and relief. Especially Ayi, who came to Sheen almost instantly, took a look, and then relaxed his tense face. It's okay. Nothing happened. Ayi made such a reunion speech. Not only is it okay, it seems that there has been a lot of changes. Little man. Xiaofun covered her mouth and smiled. It can be seen that after seeing Xian, both of them let go of the tension in their hearts, to a certain extent. This made Xian react quickly, including the other people present. They also reacted. Succubus? Dragon demon? Anima couldn't hide her surprise. Why are you here? Najula was also surprised. Could it be? Litas became even more excited. The others saw AI and Xiaofian, and they couldn't hide their excitement. Lilith even rushed towards AI, and was caught in AI's arms. I hope you are okay. AI hugged Lilith, who was only a circle younger than herself and full of joy. And her young face also bloomed with a smile. AI and Lilith's relationship is not weak at all. At least, besides Xian and AI, Lilith probably relies on AI the most. AI also took good care of Lilith at the beginning. Therefore, the relationship between the two, even if it cannot be said to be as close as sisters, is definitely not much different. Xiaofuni shook her head with a smile and looked at the people present who were surprised. I know what you are thinking. Xiaofuni chuckled and said, unfortunately, the passage from the demon world to the human world has not been repaired yet. AI and I came here through a special method. That's right. When Sarah proposed to use the rainbow demon diamond to break through the barrier of the world and return to the human world, Xiaofuni took the initiative to ask for the task. But, just when Xiaofuni took the rainbow demon diamond and was about to set off, AI rushed back to the central city of the moon demon territory in time and stopped Xiaofuni, who was about to set off in the supreme castle. I'll go too. At that time, AI only threw out this sentence. That sentence was full of unquestionable and uncompromising. So, Xiaofuni took AIE with her. And together, they used the rainbow magic diamond to break through the world barrier and come to the human world. In the end, Xiaofuni relied on the ability of Rippleheart Demon to find the direction to the human world, and successfully returned to the human world with AIE. After that, Xiaofuni and AIE naturally rushed to the capital. As a result, we happened to encounter this incident at the right time and heard the whole process of it. Xiaofuni's eyes flickered slightly. AIE also held Lilith and raised her head. We already understand the situation. AIE looked at Xian and spoke with some complexity and determination. Let us accompany you to see your mother. Chapter 1014. All bets are on you. About 5 minutes later, the people gathered in the God Hall dispersed. The result of the conversation was a bit unhappy, involving the resurrection of the Demon King, the safety of the world, and the love-hate entanglement from so far away. No matter who it is impossible to accept all of this so quickly and smoothly, and make a decision on the spot. Especially the goddesses of the gods, who are in a complicated mood at this time. It is estimated that they need to calm down for a while, and sort out their mood before they can make a decision. Even the goddesses of the gods are like this. Not to mention Anshi, Leah, Iris and others. Even if these people are important figures at the top of various forces in the human race, they already feel a little bit unable to make decisions in the face of the current situation, facing the great battle that is very likely to come, and the resurrected Demon King. The human race, which has no transcendent powerhouses, and even very few extreme powerhouses, has no big clues. Under such circumstances, the top leaders and strong men of the human race can only wait for the goddesses of the gods to make a decision before they can have any ideas. This matter is serious. We can only take it one step at a time. I really didn't expect that at this point. We would have to face the legendary Demon King. Woo! What a nightmare. Anshi, Leah, Iris and others all sighed or cried and said so, and left the God Hall, ready to make some preparations and arrangements in advance. Luoshi also left with Anshi and others, saying that she would find time to talk to Xian later, and then left the God Hall. As for the three goddesses and the goddess of justice, they naturally stayed in the God Hall and discussed the big things on the spot. Sophie, Leia and Nia all participated in it, and even Melika was temporarily left by Najula, and could only cast a pitiful look at Xian. In exchange for Xian's laughter, Xian did not say anything more and left the God Hall directly. The people who were with him included Yulin, Lilith, and of course Ai and Shap. The group returned to Boztut's house and exchanged information. Xian wanted to know what the current situation in the demon world was. Ai and Shap naturally wanted to know what had happened in the human world during this period. After the two sides exchanged information, they learned the current detailed situation. Then, Ai and Shap both showed extremely complicated expressions. What happened? Xian looked at these two sisters, who had a close relationship with him, one bright and one dark, but they were all his wives, and asked with a sigh. The two were not as full of personality as usual, but like ordinary girls who encounter troubles. Smiling bitterly. Then, I said so. In fact, we already knew that Mother's jade was in your body. After these words came out, Xian was stunned for a moment, and then fell silent. Xian could still hear what this sentence meant. That's right. Xia Funi took over AI's words and sighed, as early as when we knew that the jade had reappeared in the world, and was no longer suppressed by the power of the Supreme God. We thought about whether Mother could be resurrected again. This is the first thought that people who know that the Demon King's jade has reappeared in the world, and are clear about the meaning of the jade will have. As long as the jade still exists in this world, the Demon King will be resurrected sooner or later. In this case, knowing that the jade has been liberated by the Supreme God, everyone will think whether the Demon King will be resurrected. But we have touched the jade in your body, and found that the will of Mother remaining in the jade seems to refuse to be resurrected. Xia Funi said with some mixed emotions. So, we thought that even if the jade reappeared in the world, Mother should not come back again. Who would have thought that in the end, the Demon King would still go on the road of resurrection? The Demon Donnas? Yi whispered. He was able to sort out complete information from the ancient books preserved by various tribes, find out how to resurrect his mother, and learn that Baoyu was liberated by the Supreme God, and then started to prepare all this. He was quite generous, and he was more like a character than his stupid father. Yi admitted Donna's ability for the time being, but this does not mean that Yi will appreciate him. Disregarding his mother's will, he prepared to resurrect his mother without authorization. Just for this reason, that guy deserves to die. Yi's eyes flashed coldly. I don't know what my mother will think after she is resurrected, Xia Funi said faintly, and her beautiful face was full of troubles that she had never had in the past. Yi was also silent for this. Xian saw it. The mood of these two girls is very contradictory now. On the one hand, they really hope to see their mother again and see her come back. On the other hand, they know very well that their mother does not want them to be resurrected at all, and do not want to go against her wishes and her will. The contradiction formed by these two ideas makes the sisters entangled and troubled again. No, it is not just these sisters. I guess all the demons are like this. Right? I am afraid that the 6 demon sisters have been struggling very much after knowing that the Demon King's gem appeared on their bodies, and the remaining Demon Kings will inside refuse to be resurrected. They are the daughters of the Demon King, and it is impossible for them not to know how to resurrect the Demon King. If they want to resurrect the Demon King, after knowing that the Demon King's gem has been released, the 6 demon sisters can already start their own preparations and complete this matter. But in the end, they chose to respect the Demon King's will, and just guarded Xian, who held the Demon King's gem, so that Xian would not have any accidents. But now, someone has violated the will of the Demon King, and is preparing to resurrect the Demon King without authorization. If all the demons knew about this situation, they would be troubled and conflicted. However, the two did not think too much, because, at this point, we can only bet everything on you. Xia Funi turned to Xian and said so. Yes. Ai also nodded, with a serious face. Bet on me. This time, it was Xian's turn to smile bitterly. Ai and Xia Funi stared at him closely. You are the son of the first generation of heroes, the only offspring of the best friend that your mother recognizes and has always been obsessed with. Xia Funi said very seriously, if it were you, perhaps your mother would listen to you. We can't do that, Ai said unwillingly, although our mother would listen to our words. It would definitely not solve her inner pain. This is actually something that both Ai and Shafn felt unwilling to accept. Before this, Ai and Shafn actually didn't know about their mother's past. They knew that there was the existence of the first generation of heroes, but they didn't know that the first generation of heroes had such a relationship with their mother. They knew that their mother seemed to have a deep secret and problem hidden in her heart, but they never knew what it was, including Lid, Camilla and Milu. Most of the demons knew nothing about the past of the Demon King. Only Sarah was an exception. She had learned some things from Ai and Shafn. Sister Sarah was the first demon to be born, and the first demon to accompany her mother. She has always been the person closest to her mother. You shouldn't know? In fact, the earliest magic was not thought up by the mother, but the eldest sister provided the concept. And then, the mother perfected and created a power system that was successfully born. Sister Sarah often discussed various theories and issues with her mother. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is an advocate and proposer of the magic system. Such an elder sister not only understands all magic outside the divine magic system, such as the sacred system, the recovery system, and the auxiliary system, but also knows many secrets from her mother because of frequent discussions with her mother. AI and Shaft mention such things. In other words, unlike the other sisters, Sarah is not only deeply trusted by the Demon King, but also because she is closest to the Demon King and has been with her for the longest time. She has obtained many past secrets from the Demon King, although not all, since even Donnas can collect ancient books through various means and sort out some of the information and clues of the three people at the beginning. Sarah, as a person who has survived for tens of thousands of years and whose brain is no less than Donna's, will know some secrets that others don't know even if she is slow. At least, AI and Shaft said so. We also recently learned that Sister Sarah has always known the relationship between her mother and the first-generation hero. The elder sister seems to know that the first-generation hero was accidentally killed by her mother, and was eventually successfully resurrected and sent back to the original world. AI Shaft told Xian these things. In summary, Sarah may be the one in this world who knows the past of the three original people best. Except for the Supreme God. She obviously knows much more than Donnas. Donna certainly sorted out some clues to persuade Lisha and Lasha to cooperate with his plan. But he obviously didn't know that the first-generation hero had been resurrected in the super-ancient period and sent back to the original world because the Demon King and the Supreme God each contributed half of their power. He is even less likely to know that Xian is the son of the first-generation hero and a natural hero who inherited the power of the three original people. On the other hand, Sarah already has some understanding. Did the Moon Demon know my identity a long time ago? Xian was stunned by this incident. AI and Xiaofun nodded at the same time. Sister Sarah told us that when she first saw you in the human world, she had already doubted your identity. AI told such an old story. At that time, my elder sister just suspected that you were not an ordinary hero and became curious about you. Xiaofun curled her lips and smiled, saying, "You are the only hero who can get along so well with us demons. Except for the first generation of heroes. In addition, little AI protected you so much at that time. So my elder sister could not help but investigate you carefully. Not to mention, why Xian was summoned to this world at that time is still a mystery. After 1,000 years, why was hero summoning restarted? Is there any conspiracy behind it?" As a thoughtful demon supreme, Sarah naturally couldn't help but consider these things. So, Sarah began to investigate behind the scenes. The demon supreme even investigated the people around Xian, including Lixia and Laxia. Thanks to this, Sarah followed the clues and discovered the existence of Nian. After all, Lixia had seen Nian and discovered the truth of the hero summoning ceremony. Sarah followed this clue and investigated Nian, and also involved the old stories of the three people at the beginning. Finally, this demon supreme, who was too smart and knew more secrets than others, boldly guessed Xian's identity after comparing all the clues, mysteries and truths. That woman. After learning these things, even Xian, who had already completed his transformation, had to have some respect for Sarah. Unexpectedly, the demon could actually investigate to this extent, which was really a bit scary. Of course, at the beginning, Sarah must have only guessed and was not completely sure. When Sarah was truly sure of Xian's identity, it should be after she knew the existence of the Demon King's Jade and met with Nian and talked to each other. Right? Then, the demon sisters also learned about the three people from Sarah, and that Xian was probably not a summoned hero, but a descendant of a hero who had awakened the power of a hero. From that time on, the 6 demon sisters began to treat Xian specially. So that's it. Xian smiled bitterly and said, "Could it be that your attitude at that time sometimes suddenly became strange? Like when he was in the demon world. The demons almost kept guarding Xian. And even Camilla, who had a conflict with Xian at the beginning and had a bad temper, would wander in front of Xian from time to time and follow him around. That was all because they had already initially grasped Xian's special identity and special status. You didn't even tell me." Xian began to feel serious dissatisfaction with AI and Xiaofun. In response, the two had only one sentence. "If we tell you, will you believe it? Even if you believe it, can you accept it?" Yi and Xiaofun's words made Xian speechless. Given his condition at that time, he might not believe it. And even if he believed it, he would not accept it. Suddenly told him that he had an old mother who was the first generation of heroes. And he was a descendant of heroes, not an orthodox hero who was summoned. How could Xian accept it? Now it seems that everything is destined. Yi sighed. You want to meet your mother, talk to your mother, and solve the entanglement of the past. Right? Saiphun said, "We will help you. And hope that you can also help us and save your mother's heart. This is the common expectation and even hope of all demons." Xian did not reply, but just lowered his head, closed his eyes, and fell into thought, and did not reply for a long time. Chapter 1015 Incarnation. Time flies by. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. When the day of the decisive battle is approaching, the disaster that swept the world has gradually subsided. The volcano no longer erupts. Only the continuous flow of magma. The earthquake no longer occurs. Only the terrain is slowly changing. Even the heavy rain slowly stops. Only the sky is still dark, with dark clouds. And it is so dark that there is no sunlight. In this situation, an unprecedented palpitation appeared in every life. People panic. People cry. It seems that the order of the world has collapsed, turning the world on the ground into H.L. Only those who have been mentally prepared for this. Under this palpitation, all raised their heads and looked in one direction. There, the incarnation of the end has already arrived. The human world. The Valley of God. When the disasters on the ground gradually subsided, the earth-shaking visions that appeared here also subsided. This is a heavy silence. This is a silent death. This is a diffuse depression. This is a strong magic. At this moment when all the visions subsided, an indescribable sense of vicissitudes, silence, existence and ancient mystery appeared in the canyon that had turned into ruins. That feeling made the two black and white death knights tremble, and the death energy on their bodies kept fluctuating. The princess also held her breath. Donna stared at the front, and an excited expression gradually appeared on his face. In this situation, in front of Donna's and the princess and others, the ground seemed to have turned into a swamp, and a diffuse black fog appeared. That was the fog of magic. It turned out that the remnants of the magic that was unconsciously emitted could be materialized to this extent just by appearing. The princess shuddered. Undoubtedly, this was an extremely incredible thing. So far, the only thing that could materialize magic power into a visible form was the magic power source scattered all over the world. That was the place where the magic power of the world flowed through, which was equivalent to the magic power source and magic point of the world itself. And now, there was a being who, just because of his own manifestation, made a small part of the magic power that leaked unconsciously materialize. This was simply unimaginable. If he fully released his own magic power, what a terrible power and phenomenon it would be. Being able to do this was enough to prove that the other party was a person who could even rival the world itself. Being able to do this was enough to prove that the other party could even surpass the concept of the world. The incarnation of the end that can destroy everything. The strongest power in the world. Ah! Donnas opened his hands and shouted loudly with a voice full of emotion. Finally, I let you return to this world. My noble demon king. The one who responded to Donna's voice was the existence in the magic mist. Her figure was looming in the mist. Her figure looked so white in the deep darkness. She sat in the mist, sitting on the ground, like a girl who woke up slowly, raised her head and raised her hands with extremely slow movements, and just looked at herself. Demon King. The voice that was clear, pleasant to the ears, but somehow full of sadness, slowly sounded in the mist. The girl called the Demon King gradually confirmed herself. Yes, I am the Demon King. It is the supreme existence born from nothingness and condensed by pure power. The enemy of the goddess, who is not accepted by the world, not expected by life, and has only destructive nature. This is me. With the gradual confirmation of self and the recovery of memory, the Demon King's girl is completely resurrected. However, her voice is also becoming more and more sad, more and more painful, and even more and more full of hatred. That is hatred for herself. That is the sadness caused by not being able to forgive herself and not being able to believe that she still exists in this world. So, the Demon King made a wailing whisper. Didn't I die again? How desperate is it to say this? How sad is it to sigh? Unfortunately, there is no one who can understand her feelings at this moment. The only people who exist here are those who desire her existence, desire her resurrection, and even desire her power. Have you woken up from your long sleep? We are waiting for the noble Demon King. Donnas knelt on one knee in front of the fog, lowered his head, and introduced himself to the existence he longed for with a raised mouth. I am Donnas, the son of Helimus. As a new demon, I offer my sincere greetings to our common king, common faith, and common mother. Hearing this, the demon girl in the fog finally had a little reaction. Son of Helimus. Apparently, the Demon King still remembered Helimus, who he had failed to fully conceive and almost became his seventh child. Donna's self-introduction, it must be said, did attract the attention of the Supreme Being. A new demon? The Demon King did not seem to understand the meaning of this sentence. The arc of Donna's mouth corners became larger and larger, and his head lowered even lower. And he spoke to the Demon King. Yes, I am the son of Helimus, a demon who achieved transcendence through improper means. If you don't want to acknowledge my identity, it doesn't matter. But King, please listen to me. This world cannot lose you now. Donna spoke to the girl in the mist in a very passionate tone. 1,000 years have passed since you passed away. The supreme goddess, who was once your enemy, has fallen asleep. And the brave man who pierced your heart and conquered you has also fallen asleep. Although the war between gods and demons has ended, the contradictions between the three major races have not been completely resolved. And there are still sufferings in the world. So, I awakened you and resurrected you, hoping that you can return to this world and bring reforms to this world. Donna's, who said this, was like a very enthusiastic orator, dreamer and ambitious person, revealing emotions that he had never had in the past, although Donna seemed so enthusiastic and excited on the surface. In fact, his heartbeat had already sounded like a fierce bell. Donna's naturally knew that his speech at this moment was just a cover-up and a perfunctory one. There was no way. He was a man who could plot his father to death, become a complete demon, and mess up the three realms. After collecting various ancient objects and learning part of the truth of the past, he naturally knew that the Supreme Being in front of him did not want to be resurrected, and even wanted to die. Although he didn't know why this happened, this was also what Donna's had always wanted to know. And he was willing to resurrect this Supreme Being. But before that, he still had to face this most fundamental problem. Under the condition that this Supreme Being did not want to be resurrected, he resurrected it without authorization. And this was the current situation. In other words, Donna's might be regarded as a bug that hindered him by the Supreme Invincible being in front of him at any time. And he would be crushed to death on the spot to vent his anger. Donna's is now in an extremely dangerous situation. At least, he thinks so. Therefore, his intense speech was all to cover up his inner tension and fear. Yes, Donna's was nervous and afraid. Who wouldn't be nervous and afraid when there was a high possibility of death in the next second? Donna's was no exception. However, the girl called the Demon King did not seem to be hostile to Donna's. Donna's could clearly feel that the other party's eyes were on him. An unprecedented pressure fell on Donna's, making Donna's almost unable to breathe. Can the sight alone cause such pressure to me as a demon? Donna's was respectful on the surface. But in fact, he was sweating profusely, thinking that this was the pressure caused by the other party not taking back the gem and not fully recovering his strength. Donna's was sweating profusely while forcing a smile in his heart. Is this the Demon King? At this time, Donna's truly realized how terrifying the existence called the Demon King was. But, at this moment, the Demon King in the fog spoke. You are lying. The Demon King said this in a sad tone. You resurrected me. Not for such a purpose at all. The Demon King easily saw through Donna's bluffing. Donna's was silent. The princess on the side was even more nervous. She didn't say a word throughout the whole process. And she didn't even dare to breathe. The unbearable silence fell for a while. Then, Donna's relaxed his expression and replied with a helpless voice. As expected. I can't hide it from you. Donna said with a forced smile. Indeed. That was just an excuse to perfunctorily deal with others. Whether it was declaring war on the three major races, or secretly trying to win over and persuade the ambitious people of the three major races. Donna's always used this excuse. But this is certainly not Donna's real purpose. He has no interest in peace, the way the three major races get along, or the current world situation. To some extent, Donna's and Sheen are very similar. They are both people who want to stay out of all things in this world. The princess on the side also remembered Donna's declaration when he became a demon. I want to know what the real truth of this world is. This is the answer Donna's gave when the princess asked Donna's what he planned to do, and what his dream was after becoming a demon. This answer is what Donna's wanted to do most. That's right. This world is just something created by the Almighty Goddess. Why should I be interested in it? What I am interested in is the real truth, which is the only two existences in this world that are born from nothingness and transcend this world, the Goddess and the Demon King. As the beginning of everything. As the origin of everything. Why were the two born? And why do they exist? This is the truth of this world. In other words, what I want to know is the realm that transcends this world. the knowledge that transcends this world. Not just transcending life, like this, and becoming a demon. This is what Donas thinks in his heart. Becoming a demon is just the first step he took. Transcending life, and becoming a demon that breaks through the limits of life is just what he does to fulfill this dream. Even starting a war, and trying every means to revive the Demon King are just things he does to fulfill this dream. What Donas really desires is to use everything in this world as a stepping stone. Contact the two people of origin, and then trace the truth of the world through them. Donas took a series of actions for this purpose. But, no. This is also a lie. The voice of the Demon King in the fog became even sadder. What? Donas couldn't help but be stunned. Not only Donas, but even the princess was slightly stunned. Because, as far as she knew, this was indeed Donas's idea. The dream that Donas had told. But the Demon King's girl denied all this. Didn't you find it yourself? The Demon King whispered sadly. If this is really your dream, your purpose, you don't actually need to revive me. As soon as these words came out, Donas was stunned as if struck by lightning. The Demon King's sad voice continued to sound. If you want to know the truth of the world, just go and explore. Even if you try every means to contact the goddess who created this world and ask the omniscient and omnipotent existence, it is more practical than you resurrecting me in such a roundabout way and then contacting me. In the final analysis, you don't need me at all, because I am just a concentration of power, and I only have power. Unlike that goddess, who is so omnipotent and so good at radiating miracles. Even if she is resurrected and contacted, what can she reveal? If there is really something pointing to the truth in her power, then we can directly study her remaining power in this world. Resurrecting her is not only unnecessary, but also adds unnecessary risks and many troublesome processes. These, with Donas's mind, it is impossible not to think of them. But Donas chose this unnecessary path without hesitation. Why? It's very simple. This is a lie you use to deceive yourself. A contradiction that you don't even realize. Everything you do is actually to resurrect me, which is your most fundamental purpose. Why do you do this? Because this is a command engraved in your instinct. You are instinctively, subconsciously, and unintentionally pursuing me. Pursuing the existence called the Demon King. This is something that even Donas himself has not discovered or noticed. The reason for this is also very simple. Once, Omnis cried in grief because of the loss of her relationship. And then her despair. Pain and sadness were combined with the great mystery of summoning the hero to give birth to an incarnation. And my despair at that time was no less than hers. In this case, her despair can be condensed into an incarnation. So can my despair. The voice of the Demon King was heard sadly by Donas. You are my incarnation. Chapter 10:16, The Moment of Intersection. Incarnation. Donas knew the meaning of this word. But at this moment, Donas found that he could not understand the words of the Supreme being in front of him. Incarnation? What incarnation? Am I an incarnation? Whose? The devil? How is it possible? Questions appeared in Donas' mind one after another. However, with the emergence of these questions, Donas found that his heartbeat became more and more intense. It was no longer tension and fear, but an intense reaction when the resonance appeared as if blood was connected. So, Donas understood it almost at once. Everything the devil in the fog said was true. I have long discovered that I have an incarnation. Unfortunately, I am not as omnipotent as that goddess. Her avatar can combine with the great mystery of summoning the hero to become a complete avatar. But my avatar is different. Even if it is born, it is only an incomplete concept. It can only wander around me, and does not have complete consciousness. No one except me can find its existence. I thought that as long as there is an opportunity, he should be able to be born completely after combining with something like the avatar of the goddess. Who would have thought that until I died, he would always wander around me, and never be born in the true sense. The voice of the Demon King in the fog became more and more sad and gloomy, as if it could evoke the negative energy between heaven and earth. And it was transmitted to Donas' ears bit by bit. Unexpectedly, after 1,000 years, he found the opportunity he deserved after losing me, and combined with an unborn offspring of Helimus, and finally was born completely. In this way, the Demon King's avatar named Donas appeared in this world. No one knew about this. No one noticed this. Even Donas himself didn't know about this at all, and didn't realize his true identity at all. But if this is true, some miracles that happened to Donas can be explained. For example, why he was born with consciousness. Because his consciousness has existed in the world for countless years, but it has never been formed. For example, why he was born with defects and did not have all the potential and talents of others. Because the power of the Demon King, who is the source of his birth, is not as omnipotent as the Supreme God, and the incarnation born from his despair will still have some limitations even if it is born in the world intact. For example, why after he devoured his father and became a complete demon, he could master the power that was absolutely unimaginable in the past at such a fast speed, becoming a more suitable and ideal demon than his father. Because compared to his father, who was an incomplete demon and half of an ordinary demon, Danas was born completely from the power of the Demon King, and his nature was very close to the 6 demons. In view of this, Danas could become a demon far superior to his father, and even to most other demons like he is now. Although Danas didn't know his true origin. As the Demon King said, he instinctively longed for her existence. Therefore, Danas would unintentionally pursue the existence of the Demon King and spend a lot of effort to revive him. For this purpose, he even unconsciously found an unfounded ideal and an unfounded dream for himself. Now, this ideal and dream were exposed by the Demon King. I think there should be some strange things about you that are beyond the norm, and not restricted by the reason set by the goddess? The Demon King in the fog said this sentence, not knowing whether it was a sigh or sympathy. For example, after you became a demon, you awakened 2 unique skills. As soon as these words came out, the smile on Danas' face finally disappeared completely. Obviously, he was right. This is the proof that you are my incarnation. My power is something that even the Almighty Goddess is helpless against. In this case, as my incarnation, even if you are not like me, completely uncontrolled by the law of the world, you will have some similar properties that can get rid of the rules of the law of the world. The Demon King said this as if he was sobbing. In this case, I can't even vent my anger on you. After all, strictly speaking, it was not Danas' original intention to revive her. It was this cursed power that prevented me from dying. That's right. It's like this again. The Demon King murmured so much and slowly stood up from the fog. Buzz! The magic mist immediately trembled, and suddenly turned into a vortex, and was sucked onto the Demon King. As the magic mist entangled, a black dress gradually took shape on the Demon King girl. Danas and others could see the appearance of the Demon King. It was the same exquisite beauty as Lexia and Laxia, without a single difference. However, the girl in front of them was not like Lexia, who was full of nobleness like a rich lady, nor like Laxia, who was full of mystery like a perfect maid. Instead, she exuded an ancient, vicissitudes, deep, and oppressive atmosphere. Of course, her exquisite beauty was not accompanied by Lexia's sometimes playful and sometimes funny expression. Nor was it like Lexia, who was full of calmness, but was full of sadness and sorrow, especially a pair of red eyes like gems. The sadness and sorrow in them almost turned into substance. This is a girl who can only bring endless sadness to people at first glance. I ask you, the Demon King asked Danas, are there any heroes in this era? Yes. This is the only question that the resurrected Demon King cares about. The reason is simple. Only a hero can bring her death again. Danas looked at this beautiful Demon King, and the complex emotions in his heart were gradually suppressed by him. Yes. Danas answered concisely. Really? The Demon King's eyes showed some spirit, and then asked again, is he strong? Danas almost didn't think about this question and answered directly. Strong, Danas said, and then seemed to feel that it was not enough, and emphasized again, saying, very strong. Very strong? The Demon King's eyes showed a little more spirit, and then continued to ask, how strong? Danas was asked, recalling the 2 days before, when he was in the land of Els. The other party had injured him severely with a single move, and he almost died. He was able to survive thanks to the other party's mercy. Danas smiled bitterly. Personally, I think he is the strongest hero in history. Danas said, Mitra and the goddess of fate may not be able to be compared with him at all. Hearing this, the eyes of the Demon King lit up completely. She didn't know where the hero came from. She also didn't know why there would be heroes in this world after she had passed away for 1,000 years. It was obvious that after her death, there should be no more heroes in this world. As a result, such a strong hero appeared, which was enough to surprise people. But the Demon King didn't care about these, let alone the reasons behind it. He only cared about how strong the hero was, and whether he could kill him. Thinking of this, the Demon King turned his eyes, and looked into the distance. Her sight instantly penetrated space, even time, and looked at the other side of the extremely distant sky. Soon, She saw a prosperous city. In the city, in a luxurious mansion, a young man who looked like an aristocrat sat in the courtyard, wondering what he was thinking. Seeing this young noble, the Demon King was startled at first, and then his eyes burst into unprecedented brilliance. There is no way. It seems. This is the Demon King's first feeling. He, and that child, look like. Although the atmosphere is completely different, and the feeling given is completely different. In terms of pure appearance, this brave man, and the close friend, who has long been engraved in the deepest part of his heart really have many similarities. However, the power of this brave man is much stronger than that child. That child had no intention of becoming stronger, and was extremely afraid of fighting. Even though he had an absurdly high talent, he had spent several years, but still could not reach the limit of life, let alone transcendence. The brave man in front of him was different. Even though the Demon King could not feel the opponent's breath, the bottomless magic power fluctuations and sacred fluctuations on the opponent could not be hidden. The magic power fluctuations and sacred fluctuations were indeed many times stronger than the brave man who arrived in front of him 1,000 years ago. The Demon King found that in a hurry, he could not see the opponent's true strength at all. What was even more surprising was that the opponent actually brought him a piercing sense of crisis, which gave him a warning in his heart. What does this mean? It means that the opponent's power can really threaten her. This is something that even the brave Mitra 1,000 years ago could not do. At least, that brave man had to unite the power of the Supreme God to pose a threat to himself. This brave man is different. He, by himself, brought a sense of crisis to her as a Demon King. This made the Demon King not surprised but happy. However, not long after, the look in the Demon King's eyes suddenly trembled. The reason was very simple. She saw it. She saw that the hero not only had an unprecedentedly powerful holy sword in his body, but also 2 gems, one blue and one red. The Demon King was very familiar with the gems. Among them, one of them was even hers. My gems? And the goddess's gems? Are all in his body? The Demon King murmured in a trance. Moreover, it felt like he had the power of me, the goddess, and the hero at the same time? Why is this? Why is this? The Demon King asked himself this question in his heart. And the more he asked, the faster his heartbeat became, because the answer had already quietly appeared in her heart. 3 supreme powers. An appearance so similar to that child. And the characteristics that made me and the goddess's jade willing to live in her body. These 3 characteristics ultimately lead to only one answer. Is it her? Is it her child? So, she already has a child? The Demon King was absent-minded, and he showed an expression that he didn't know whether to be happy or sad, whether to cry or laugh. She almost subconsciously took a step and planned to go to the child. This step, as long as she took it, even if the jade had not returned, she could instantly reach the child's location. But when this step was about to be taken, the Demon King stopped his steps. She suddenly became timid. Can I see him? Am I qualified to see him? How can I have the face to see him? 3 questions in a row made the strongest Demon King feel timid and forcibly retracted his steps. But at this moment, the young man in the Demon King's sight seemed to have sensed something, turned his head, and looked over. That's right. The brave man looked over. It was as if he had discovered the demon girl's gaze and met her gaze. Looking straight, directly, and frankly. That scene shocked the Demon King's heart. So, subconsciously, the Demon King retracted his gaze in an instant. The timidity in his heart made this strongest man, who was called the Demon King and regarded as the incarnation of the end, dare not meet the brave man's eyes head-on. At this moment, she no longer looked like a Demon King, but more like an ordinary girl who was afraid of being blamed and scolded. Your Majesty the Demon King? Donna's, who was also in a state of confusion, naturally noticed the Demon King's abnormality and called out in confusion. The Demon King reacted. It's okay. She turned away her eyes slightly, and even turned around, with her back to Donna's, so that Donna's could not see her expression at all. However, after hesitating for a while, the Demon King spoke. What's his name? Upon hearing this, Donna's eyes flickered. Xian. After a while, Donna's answered. Xian. The Demon King girl whispered, repeating the name several times, as if she wanted to remember it completely. Seeing this, Donna's took a deep breath and said another sentence. Tomorrow, the hero will come and fight with us. Donna's reported the final status quo. The Demon King girl was silent. After a long time, she spoke faintly. This is fine. The girl's voice was once again filled with deep sorrow. To die at the hands of that child, for me, might be the most ideal ending. The greatest redemption. In the beginning, I took his mother's life and made her see hell in nightmares. Now, it seems natural for me to give him this life. Is this the end I should have? This is fine. This is fine. The faint sobs of the girl echoed in the ruins of the canyon. For a long time, they could not stop. Chapter 1017 I Will Not Lose. In the beautiful courtyard, Xian, sitting in the pavilion, fell into silence for some reason, looking at the distant horizon, and did not speak for a long time, recalling the feeling just now and the vague sight. Xian murmured in a low voice. Is it her? He has already guessed who the sight just now belongs to. That kind of strange and familiar feeling. Except for that person, there is probably no one else. Right? Is it finally resurrected? Xian shifted his sight and looked up at the sky. There, the dark clouds covered the sky, and the sense of oppression was getting stronger and stronger. Xian almost unconsciously stretched out his hand and pressed it on his chest. The next second, a burst of crimson light shone on Xian's chest. Xian immediately came back to his senses and looked at the crimson light. In the brilliance, a red gem pierced through the body and drilled out of Xian's body. It trembled and rotated around Xian. Xian's sight followed the other party's trajectory and understood the situation in the dark. Are you going back to your real master? This is farewell. Just like the holy sword. Even if it is not deliberately summoned. If it is lost for a certain period of time, it will automatically return to the side of the hero. Now that the Demon King has resurrected, its gem will also return to that person on its own. This also means that even if the other party is unwilling, they will return to their heyday. In this way, at this time tomorrow, Xian will probably have to face a Demon King in a complete state. Even the Supreme God cannot defeat it. And no one in the world can defeat the real strongest. Such an existence is about to return. It is useless to stop it. Struggling is also useless. Whether it is the holy sword or the gem, they all have their exclusive owners. And no one can stop them from returning. Even the owners themselves are like this. Because this is their essence, their root. No matter how much they refuse, they will not succeed. If Xian did not have half of the power of the Demon King and the Supreme God in his body, and also had the corresponding Supreme Concept, then the Supreme God would not be able to send his gem to Xian and let it stay in Xian's body. This is because the Supreme God is good at creating miracles. So he can do such a thing. On the other hand, the Demon King does not have such a miracle power. Therefore, her resurrection will definitely not be able to stop the return of the gem and let it continue to stay with Xian. In this case, you can go back, Xian said without any nostalgia. The red gem immediately trembled slightly, as if responding, and as if feeling reluctant, it once again circled around Xian. After a long time, the jade disappeared in front of Xian with a burst of crimson light. Xian watched it leave, and then spoke to the void. You call it back? Too. It's my turn next. This voice, after falling from Xian's body for a while, was immediately responded to. Following the crimson light before, a deep blue light also shone on Xian's body. This time, it was the blue jade that came out of Xian's body. The goddess's jade also turned around Xian's body, and then disappeared directly, leaving very cleanly. Xian smiled slightly. In this way, I only represent myself. Xian sank his consciousness deep into his body, looking at the holy sword floating there. A gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Tomorrow, Xian murmured. Tomorrow. Let everything end. This is both a declaration and a determination. It's time to end the long-standing love-hate relationship. In the following period of time, various new information gradually gathered in the capital. At this moment when the decisive battle is approaching, both natural disasters and man-made disasters have stopped at this moment, ushering in the calm before the storm. Vivian, Ter, Aridia, and others who went to recapture the dwarves have successfully returned. At this last moment, they returned with the surrendered dwarves. Nats, the king of the dwarves, was also captured alive and brought to Nadura, and handed over to the goddess of nature, who is responsible for guiding and managing the dwarves for questioning. The same is true for the rest of the dwarves. Those who helped the tyrants were captured alive or punished, and the dwarves who were forced to be helpless were given a lighter sentence. Like the orcs, they have been reincorporated and added to the kingdom's defense force. In this way, all the traitors in the human race have been eliminated, leaving only the traitors from the gods and demons, as well as a handful of human national forces. still on the side of the new original demon. It is worth mentioning that the survivors of the Ragnar Empire also successfully reunited with Vivian and others and returned to the capital. Havis, Capelin, Rocket, Tilly and others all survived the previous national disaster by chance. After returning to the capital, they met with Sheen inside. The forces of the human world were not fully assembled until this moment. The rest of the people are all enemies. And the good news ends here. While gathering all the combat power here, the new original demon also began to act. I don't know if it was Donna's own order. The monster legions originally scattered around the world are no longer just wandering, but began to gather in one direction. Whether they were refined demons, undead spirits, or young demons, they all gathered in the Valley of God under the command of the magical creatures. In other words, the enemy is also gathering all their forces. This situation has already shown that the decisive battle is really coming. When Sheen learned this information, he was finally called over by Litas and others at night on the last day. The three goddesses and the goddesses of justice gathered together and informed Sheen of their decision. In this battle, we decided to join you and invest all our forces to end the newborn original devil. Litas, as a representative, conveyed this to Sheen. Have you decided? Sheen was not surprised, but just looked at the four highest level goddesses and made the final confirmation. The goddesses seemed to have thought it through and sorted out their thoughts, showing helpless or determined expressions. Since things have developed to this point, we can't stay out of it. Litas sighed. To some extent, this may be a good thing. Anima said so. There is no need to deal with the enemy and let the war continue. Instead, it is better to decide the winner in one go and decide the future of the world. It is better to have such a decisive battle than to drag it on. Nadura said so, and it is obvious that she has really thought it through. As for Artemis, although the goddess of justice frowned, she did not stubbornly insist on her own opinion. Although I still cannot agree with your approach. The Demon King has indeed been resurrected, and the situation is irreversible. In this case, it is meaningless to entangle with everything before. Artemis made such a statement. Just as she said, things have already happened, and there is no point in pursuing them. The top priority is to deal with all this and solve all this, rather than continue to entangle with what has happened meaninglessly. The goddess of justice is still very clear about this. Therefore, Artemis has now focused all her energy on the next decisive battle. Since this battle is a decisive battle that determines the future of the world, the winners and losers of the war, and the outcome of everything, Artemis will naturally not be absent. Whether the opponent is the Demon King or the terrorist force of original demon, Artemis will never watch the world fall into their hands. Moreover, as goddesses of the gods, including Artemis, all goddesses respect the supreme god Omnis as the supreme being, since the supreme god also tacitly agreed to the resurrection of the Demon King. Then as goddesses of the gods, they cannot go against the will of the mother goddess and investigate the matter. Therefore, the gods can no longer avoid this battle. Not only the gods, but also the demons and humans cannot avoid this battle. The human race has gathered all its forces and is fully prepared. The gods have also gathered all the goddesses who remain in the human world and are ready for battle. Even the demons have the support of succubi and dragon demons. They gather here because of them. I don't know whether it is fortunate or unfortunate that there are also many demons who remain in the human world. The three major races have all been prepared for the battle and are waiting for the decisive battle tomorrow. The four goddesses, Litas, Anima, Nadura and Artemis, said this in succession. So there is only one question left. Do you really intend to face the Demon King alone? The goddesses looked at Sheen one after another, some with serious faces, and some with worried faces. This is the most critical question. At this point, whether the opponent is a new demon, a mysterious necromancer, or even two demon-level heroes, it is no longer a problem. Everyone is no longer afraid of such opponents, and they are confident that they can fight them and not lose. Especially now that AI and Xia Funi have arrived. Even if Xian is excluded, there are 7 transcendental beings here, including Lilith, in a decisive battle with the opponent. This side is completely worth it. Only that one person is completely unsolvable. No matter how many transcendental beings come, they can only be a piece of cake when facing the Demon King. Thousands of years ago, the brave Mitra joined the Supreme God and finally found an opportunity. He risked his life and gave the Demon King a fatal blow with the Holy Sword. Now, the Supreme God has hidden himself and obviously does not intend to intervene in this situation. How can Xian deal with the Demon King alone? This is what everyone is most worried about. But Xian looked calm. Don't worry, Xian said so. I will not lose. The shocking power fluctuation flashed across Xian's body. The power made the goddesses hold their breath and look horrified. Xian had already turned around and left the temple, as if walking towards a distant unknown area, gradually moving away. Chapter 1018 The bustling night in the capital. At night, the sky is still dark. The dark clouds still cover the sky, so that people on the ground can neither see the stars nor the full moon. Under such circumstances, the atmosphere in the capital is becoming more and more heavy. Everyone has received the order from above. At dawn tomorrow, except for a few garrison forces, the elite of the 3 tribes will all attack and fight the final decisive battle with the newly born original demon. This is the last night before the decisive battle. This is the last time that everyone can spend safely. At dawn tomorrow, in the capital, except for the general public, logistics personnel, and some garrison forces, everyone will step onto the battlefield. Whether it is the human race, the demon race, or the god race, they will fight the demon king like the final battle 1,000 years ago. The news that the demon king has been resurrected has already been conveyed. The panic caused by this is naturally unimaginable. Kelidas, Anima, Nadura, and even Ai and Shaft all came forward in person to make declarations and appease everyone from the 3 major races, and finally successfully suppressed everyone's panic. Although the enemy is the most terrifying demon king, the incarnation of the end that has plunged the world into war for tens of thousands of years, this time, even the demons will stand on the side of the human race and the gods, and will not hesitate to fight the demon king, which still boosts morale to a certain extent. In addition, the heroes of this era have already appeared, and people are not completely hopeless. Therefore, all the warriors of the 3 major races still summoned up the last bit of courage in their hearts, and prepared to welcome this decisive battle. Thanks to this, in this last night, the capital is still noisy. Xian left Boztut's house and went to the street. He did not expose his existence, as if he was integrated with the surrounding scenery, so that no one could see him. This is not the concealment effect brought by unawareness of destiny, but the concealment skill that Xian naturally uses, which reduces his presence and breath of life to the minimum, so that no one can find him or detect his existence. After achieving transcendence, the 7 destiny skills have completely transformed into a variety of instinctive special physiques or special abilities, which are integrated into Xian himself. Therefore, Xian no longer has any skills, but can use his own skills, techniques, and skills to achieve the effects comparable to or even beyond those skills. It is natural and incomparable, just like he was born to learn these abilities, which is very magical. If Xian hides seriously, it is probably difficult for even the transcendent level to find him, but Xian did not deliberately hide. He just restrained his presence and breath of life and strolled among the crowd. He did not have any purpose. He just wanted to walk around and look around on a whim. The people around him didn't notice his presence and kept passing him. Some people were helping to carry weapons and food. Some people were helping to prepare magic medicines and magic props. Some people were cooking. Some people were constantly running around, reorganizing the team under the command of commanders, as if preparing for the formation and arrangement for tomorrow's battle. Shouting, noise, roaring, and shouting followed one after another, mixed in the air. People's faces showed both bravery and anxiety, as well as fear and anxiety before the war. But they still endured these pressures, kept running around, and let themselves temporarily forget all negative emotions and focus on the preparations before tomorrow's decisive battle. This is how everyone in the capital performed on the last night before the decisive battle. Noisy, heavy breathing and oppressive atmosphere. This is what the capital looked like on the last night before the decisive battle. Walking on the street, Xian looked at all this, and was confused from time to time. Did I make the wrong choice? If I hadn't decided to let Donnas revive the Demon King, all this wouldn't have happened. Right? If I hadn't been so stubborn as to do what I was going to do, people wouldn't have the fear, anxiety, and worry they have now. Right? If I had gotten rid of Donnas directly when I was in the land of elves, then this war could have been avoided. Right? Xian couldn't help thinking about these things, and felt heavy in his heart. So that's it. This is the turning point of fate that the goddess said. Whether or not to sit back and watch the Demon King revive, and let the war end early. This is the choice Xian must make. If he chooses to sit back and watch, the war will enter the most intense stage, and he will have to face the most terrible enemy in history. If he chooses not to sit back and kill Donnas, the war will end early, and people will usher in peace. Can Xin ignore the safety of life in this world and choose to do what he wants and should do? This is the turning point. If you choose what you want to do, you must bear the guilt brought by the uncertainty of the safety of countless lives. If you choose to consider the future of this world, you must ignore the wishes and regrets of the three people at the beginning, and once again make mistakes that can never be made up. Such a dilemma can definitely crush anyone's spirit. Xin is no exception. After all, if all this was not caused by him, he could still watch with peace of mind. He is not a saint, nor a savior. If all this was not caused by him, he might sympathize or feel emotional, but he would never be angry and become a kind person who cares about the happiness of the world. But if all this was caused by him, even Xin would feel heavy pressure. Although, I had thought about it before. Xian smiled bitterly. But now it seems that I am still too naive. If you don't see it with your own eyes, you won't feel involved. Now, Xian has really seen it all. So the sense of involvement comes naturally. Do you regret it? Xian asked himself. As a result, Xian found that he had no regrets at all. Sure enough, I am still a selfish person, compared with a group of strangers who he didn't know at all. Xian still leaned towards the other side. The Demon King, the Supreme God, and the first generation of heroes. These three people at the beginning have a deep relationship with Xian. Xian still leaned towards their side. I am really an unqualified hero, and I am really not the material to be the protagonist. Xian whispered so. However, at this moment, a hand held him. Xian came back to his senses immediately, turned his head, and looked around. There, an unexpected person appeared. It's really not your style to be here alone and complain. The person who said such a sentence was the beautiful princess, who was out of tune with the noisy surroundings. It was Luo Shi. Why are you here? Xian couldn't help but be startled, looking at the princess, who suddenly appeared in great surprise. But Luo Shi shook her head, and looked at Xian with a pair of wine-red eyes. Unconsciously, I wanted to go to the street to take a look. Luo Shi's eyes seemed to be smiling, and while looking at Xian, she said, it seems that you are the same. Right? Yes. Xian relaxed his expression, shrugged his shoulders, and said, it seems that we look like a couple. Is the couple look used at this time? Luo Shi was at a loss. Then she rolled her eyes at Xian and said unhappily, let me tell you first. I have been to Boztut's house before going out. In other words, Luo Shi wanted to see Xian when she left the palace. Because she couldn't see Xian, the princess went out. In the end, although she said she was just going for a stroll, the princess must have followed the induction of the true seal to find Xian, who was hiding herself and wandering here. Right? It's quite roundabout. Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Aren't you the same? Luo Shi still stared at Xian, and her hand holding Xian became tighter and tighter. Feeling Luo Shi's power, Xian fell silent. I can probably guess what you are thinking. Luo Shi then retracted her gaze, and walked hand in hand with Xian on the street, looking ahead and saying such words. The appearance of the hero and the princess was not noticed by anyone around. Xian relied on his own abilities to hide himself. But Roxy probably used her power to manipulate her fate, making others unable to see her at this moment. So, while strolling, Roxy spoke softly. Do you know who the necromancer who has been staying with the demon Donnas is? Roxy suddenly said this. Xian did not answer. It was not that he could not answer, but he did not know how to answer, because he could more or less guess the other party's identity. Last time, during the battle of the capital, that person called me a descendant. Roxy lowered her eyes and spoke faintly. According to past intelligence, that person should be a descendant of Alay, a person related to the Alay kingdom that was destroyed due to the fault of the ancestor Mitra. Such a person actually called Roxy a descendant, and the direction of his identity was so clear that it could not be clearer. In the past, after the destruction of Alay, the end of the final battle, and the defeat of the Demon King, the ancestor Mitra brought the princess and her maid who survived from Alay back to the kingdom. Luo Shi spoke as if she was talking to herself. After being rejected by the Elf Queen and failing in his courtship, the ancestor Mithras was disheartened and married the princess to the family, making her the first queen of the Mitra kingdom and a legitimate member of the royal family of the kingdom. This person is the ancestor of the royal family of the Mitra kingdom and the common grandmother of all Mitra royal families. This person is the wife of the brave Mitra, one of Luo Shi's ancestors. After that, I checked many ancient records in the library of the palace and found the records of that ancestor thousands of years ago. Luo Shi spoke like this. So, I found that the ancestor did not die of old age, but suddenly disappeared. Chapter 1019. You are like this too, right? Disappeared suddenly? Luo Shi's words made Xian frown. Although he had guessed the identity of the princess, Xian still had no idea why she had come to this point and became like this. And looking at Luo Shi's appearance, she seemed to have kept this matter in mind after the battle of the capital, and did a lot of research for it. Therefore, Xian turned to Luo Shi. Why did the brave man's wife suddenly disappear? Xian asked. However, Luo Shi shook her head. As for the reason, the royal family members and the high-level officials of the kingdom at that time still could not find it after a long period of investigation and search. Luo Shi said regretfully, I only know that the ancestor was in the sacrifice ceremony of the ancestor Mitra, and dedicated his life and existence completely to the holy sword. After his death, he disappeared completely. The death of Mitra? Xian muttered. That's right. Luo Shi nodded and said, the mainstream view at that time was that the ancestor died with the ancestor Mitra. And some people believe that the ancestor returned to his hometown, the ruins of Alay, and spent the rest of his life there. Unfortunately, it now seems that there are inside stories that others don't know about this matter. What do you think? Xian had some ideas of his own, but he didn't rashly put them forward, but asked Luo Shi's opinion. Luo Shi was silent for a while, then sighed. According to the investigation, the ancestor seemed to have an extraordinary feeling for the ancestor Mitra, so this possibility cannot be ruled out. No wonder Luo Shi said that. After the coup in the imperial capital, Xian also learned a little about the relationship between the brave Mitra and the survivors of Alay. It is said that in order to stop the conspiracy of the demons, the hero Mitra went to the territory of Alay alone before taking action to conduct preliminary investigations. The person who accepted Mitra at that time was the princess of Alay, Lini Alay, who met him by chance. Lini Alay has been a princess who grew up listening to the stories of heroes since she was a child, so she has always had a longing for heroes. When Mitra entered the kingdom of Alay to investigate, Princess Lini, who happened to come across this matter, chose to assist him without hesitation based on this longing. In this process, the two spent a long time together. After the powerful hero and the beautiful princess met and got along, there was only one result left. That is the growth of love. Later, in order to stop the conspiracy of the demons, the hero Mitra resolutely took action, which indirectly led to the destruction of the kingdom of Alay. But even so, Princess Lini still believed that it was not the fault of the brave Mitra. Although she was sad, she still had love for the brave man. So, in order to make up for his mistakes, the brave Mithras has been taking care of the princess and her maid who survived by chance until the end of the final battle. The demon king was defeated, and Mithras established a kingdom. The princess and her maid were taken back to the palace of the Mithras kingdom as maids to serve Mithras personally. Finally, the two walked into the palace of marriage together, tied the knot, and became the first king and queen in the history of the Mithras kingdom. This is the story between the brave Mithras and the princess of Alay. This story has even been written into a fairy tale, which has been widely spread in the Mithras kingdom and even in several surrounding countries. The ending of the story is perfect, which can be said to be gratifying. If all this is true, then when the brave Mithras decided to sacrifice himself and leave his holy sword in the world, Princess Lini would choose to commit suicide with him, or return to the ruins of Alay and spend the rest of her life there. It is indeed not impossible, as Rosie said, but fairy tales are still fairy tales. Reality is definitely far more cruel than fairy tales. The hero Mitra's heart belongs to the elf queen. Xian reminded him, after being rejected by the elf queen, the hero married his maid, the princess Lini of Alay, in despair. In other words, there may not be a beautiful love between the hero Mitra and the princess of Alay. This may just be the unrequited love of the princess of Alay, the princess Lini. Moreover, if you want to achieve the great spirit of death, the necessary condition is to have boundless negative emotions before death. Xian considered the words for a while, and finally chose to speak out and spoke to Roxy. If the necromancer is really what we guessed, it proves that she did not have a good experience before becoming the great spirit of death. This is definitely inconsistent with the mainstream saying. At least, she doesn't think that Princess Lini would have such amazing negative emotions if she committed suicide for love and ended her life in the ruins of her hometown. There must be another story. Moreover, although the necromancer doesn't hate the heroes and things related to heroes as much as Moro, she obviously doesn't want the Mitrak kingdom to have an easy time by joining the new original demon. Xian said so, being able to sit back and watched the Mitrok kingdom being invaded and attacked by the original demon is enough to prove that the princess no longer has much affection for the current kingdom. In addition, Moro, who is likely to be her maid, has excessive hatred for heroes and things related to heroes. All of this tells others that the princess must have had some sad experiences in her life, which led to irreconcilable conflicts between her and the hero Mitra and even this kingdom. Otherwise, the other party would not resolutely choose to take this path and become a necromancer with great spirit of death. In other words, the other party is here with ill intentions. She sighed and said, even though she is your ancestor, the first princess of the kingdom. Hearing this, Luoshi was completely speechless. Xian did not say anything else, but just silently held Luoshi's hand and slowly exerted force with his palm. Luoshi's strength was getting stronger and stronger, and it was obvious that her heart was not calm. Xian thought about it and broke the silence. Do your father and sister know about this? Xian asked. A little bit. Luoshi hesitated for a moment, and then said, maybe not as detailed as I know, but they should have some ideas. There is no way. The things that Moro caused at that time were too big, and he also exposed the truth that he was a remnant of the Ile. The two who were the king and the next queen of the Mitrok kingdom could not have done nothing to understand. In the process of understanding, combined with the various events that have happened so far, it would not be too difficult to infer the identity of the necromancer. Even if it is not easy, it is natural to have some ideas. What do you want to do? When Xian asked this question, he already knew how Rosie would answer. Sure enough, I want to meet her and talk to her. Rosie made such an answer. This answer was not at all confused, but full of determination. Obviously, Rosie had this idea a long time ago and had made a decision. On the battlefield? Xian was helpless. In addition, where else could it be? Rosie also smiled bitterly. At this point, what Rosie wanted to express was already very clear. I have already asked the goddess Litas and her goddesses to let them hand over the necromancer to me. Rosie made such a decision. Are you sure? Even though Xian had guessed it long ago, he couldn't help but say, the opponent is a transcendental existence, and has stored countless dead energy, which can exert power comparable to that of a demon. Such an opponent is undoubtedly impossible to defeat for Luoshi, who has not yet transcended. Even if Luoshi has become the successor of the goddess of fate, and has obtained the power to control fate, if she bursts out with all her strength, she can even be comparable to the goddess of fate, Litas. But this power is not complete. If Luoshi chooses to burst out with power comparable to that of the goddess of fate, she will only have the power of one strike. After one strike, Luoshi will not only lose power, but also fall into a weak state and cannot fight again. Even if Luoshi does not try her best, if she wants to fight with the princess, she also needs to burst out with power equivalent to that of a demon. If it explodes to that extent, I'm afraid that Roxas' goddess transformation will rise at a very fast speed, and will eventually reach the highest peak, then fall down, fall into a weak state, and be unable to fight again. She can only fight with the princess for a few minutes at most. A few minutes is not even enough to deal with her. Even if Roxy bursts out with all her strength and launches a full-strength attack comparable to the goddess of fate, it is a pipe dream to defeat a demon-level super strongman with just one attack. In Xian's opinion, Rox's chance of winning is probably less than 1%. This is too dangerous. Xian undoubtedly wants to stop Roxy, but Roxy seems to have made up her mind. Compared with your opponent, the opponent I am facing can already be regarded as harmless. Luoshi smiled fearlessly and said, besides, don't forget that although I am not a hero, I am a descendant of a hero like you. I have inherited the holy sword of the hero. Facing a necromancer, the advantage is still quite obvious. Indeed, with the holy sword in hand, Luoshi can still play a certain restraining role on the princess. Even if the holy sword has not transcended and transformed, it is still more than enough to deal with taboo evil things such as death and necromancy. Xian wanted to say something. However, Luoshi took the lead in extending her jade-like slender fingers and pressed on Xian's lips to stop him. My choice may be wrong, but this is what I want to do. Luoshi looked straight at Xian and said this. You are the same, right? As soon as these words came out, Xian's eyes could not help but fluctuate. Immediately, he was speechless. Chapter 1020 Another Story. At this time, Xian had already seen it. Roxy would tell him about Leni Mitra not only to tell him her decision, but also to calm his confused emotions. My choice may be wrong, but this is what I want to do. In fact, This is all the words that Her Royal Highness wants to say to her sweetheart. Really? You have seen through it completely. Xian didn't know whether to laugh or sigh. How long do you think we have been together? Luo Shi smiled suddenly, and seemed inexplicably proud. How long can it be? Xian rolled his eyes, and said unhappily, It's not even a year. After Xian said this, Luo Shi was also stunned, and then smiled and sighed. If you didn't say it, I would have forgotten that you have only been in this world for about a year. It's incredible. Not only is the progress in strength incredible, but also the progress in emotion is incredible. At least, if someone had told Luo Shi a year ago that she would fall in love with a man in less than a year, not only was she eager to marry him, but she even entrusted him with her true seal, then Luo Shi would definitely think that the other party was making fun of her. I believe that this matter is also very incredible in the minds of many people. Right? The kingdom's treasure. The most beautiful woman of the human race. The princess who is loved by the goddesses of the gods. Was captured by a man in less than a year. And even gave away everything she has. It is simply an absurd thing that cannot be described as a miracle. Looking at the two people holding hands tightly together, Luo Shi raised her tears and looked directly at Xian. You must win. Luo Shi said with an unprecedented serious expression. I have given you everything. But you haven't married me yet. If you die like this, I will definitely hate you. Hearing this, all the disordered emotions and thoughts in Xian's heart disappeared at this moment. Then, after this incident is over, let's get married. Xian smiled and promised. Yes. Luo Shi nodded heavily and smiled beautifully. On the noisy and bustling street, the hero and the princess looked at each other. Immediately, the two heads tacitly approached each other until their lips touched, reducing the distance between them to zero. Such a scene, among the countless people coming and going. No one saw it. Only in the dim sky. A petite girl spread a pair of dragon wings and floated here. Seeing that scene, it seems that I don't need to appear. Ai looked at the lovers kissing on the street and whispered in the night sky. Behind him, a chuckle sounded. Someone else got there first. Little Ai. Xia Funi appeared here without knowing when. Just like Ai. Floating in the air. Standing against the wind. Her devilish figure looked so hot and fiery in the wind. The most beautiful succubus glanced at the man and woman kissing below, and came to Ai with a smile. Why don't you go down and have a good chat with him? And tell him that you are also worried about him. Xia Funi said this to Ai in a teasing way. Ai's expression didn't change even for a moment. That's good. Ai said lightly. After all, I'm not good at comforting others. It's just the right role for that princess to play. Really? Xia Funi raised her eyebrows and said with a smile. Don't you feel unwilling? Don't you think the position next to him should be yours? This sentence was exchanged for a natural answer. The seat next to him is indeed mine. Ai said without any emotion, but there will not be only one seat next to him. You are not jealous? Xia Funi was speechless and said, You are still my sister. You should win over that guy at this time. Let him know your charm and love you. There is no need. Ai glanced at Xia Funi and said, After all this is over, I will marry him. Xia Funi was a little surprised to hear this. But then, she also restrained her joking attitude and laughed. This is not bad. Xia Funi sincerely believes so. It is a good thing for her, the most favored youngest sister, to have a home. No, it should be said that for demons like her and the other 6 sisters, as long as they can find a home, it is a happy thing. It has been more than 10,000 years since the birth of the world. But the 6 sisters have always been alone and have never had a place worthy of calling home. Although they are high up, they are also sitting alone in the clouds. That state, if it continues for a long time, is not a solution after all. But there is no way, no matter in which era, there has never been an existence that can make them commit themselves. Even if they are as strong as brave men and as excellent as various famous heroes, they are not qualified to make them fall in love at all costs. The same is true for Xia Funi, the most beautiful woman in the 3 realms. Countless heroes, and even the king of a country cannot make her look sideways. And she disdains all the opposite sex, and even the same sex in the world. This sounds like a very extraordinary flower of jailing. But who can think that this also means that the succubus, who is the most beautiful in the world, has never found a person who suits her heart and makes her no longer lonely? Being high up often means loneliness and solitude. Until this year. Thinking of this, Xia Funi lowered her head and looked at the brave man who doted on her fiancé. A touch of tenderness appeared in her eyes. I finally found someone I can rely on and get close to. Mother. Xiaofuni muttered to herself in her heart like this. Of course, Xiaofuni still had the same idea. That is, she didn't want to marry Xian, and she would not announce her feelings to the world, but would quietly cheat on him behind his back. The reason was nothing else, just because it was more interesting. Sister Xiaofuni. At this time, Ai suddenly spoke. Tomorrow, will you go to your mother? After this sentence was spoken from Ai's mouth, it immediately broke her previous indifference and calmness. At this moment, Ai's tone was only apprehensive and uneasy. Xiaofuni did not answer, but her expression was extremely complicated. She knew what her sister was thinking, because she was the same. I wanted to run to her side immediately. For the first time, Xiaofuni whispered in a timid voice, but I always feel that I don't have the qualifications. Yes, Ai also muttered, with a bitter face, who made us the closest people to her, and should be the closest people to her. But we didn't find out the pain in her heart. Perhaps, among the 6 of us, only the eldest sister vaguely noticed the mother's sad wish. Xiaofuni said sadly, although I know that my mother has a lot of worries, and has always been depressed when she was alive. I really never thought that my mother's wish would be suicide. Who would have thought? Ai lowered her head and said, if I had noticed this earlier, I would never let my mother bear such pain alone for tens of thousands of years. When it comes to this, whether it is Ai or Xiaofuni, the tone is full of regret. They were really shocked. They had never thought that the mother whom they had always respected, loved and admired from the bottom of their hearts was so painful and desperate that she wanted to be killed and sleep forever. Looking back on the past 10,000 years, they were really the closest and most accessible people to her. However, they failed to notice all this in time and reach out to their beloved mother to save her from despair. How could they, as daughters, not regret it? But on the other hand, they had to admit that they alone might not be able to save their beloved mother. The Demon King did not hesitate to start a war between the gods and demons, causing unrest on the earth for tens of thousands of years, and causing great suffering to all living beings. In order to kill himself, he did this. This shows how painful and desperate he was in his heart. Such pain and despair could not be resolved by them alone. Otherwise, their eldest sister, who was vaguely aware of it and very smart, would never sit idly by. This is the sad wish that can make the moon demon helpless. Now think about it carefully. 1,000 years ago, the eldest sister should have also wanted to fulfill her mother's wish. Right? Xiaofuni said helplessly. Otherwise, with her intelligence, she would definitely not fail to think that if the gods and humans wanted to launch a decisive battle, they would definitely choose the daytime when Misty Moon Tour could not be launched. Yes. Ai nodded and agreed. At that time, the gods and humans were making a lot of noise. Sister Sarah must have guessed that they wanted to launch a final decisive battle. Then, before they acted, launch a general attack at night and catch the enemy off guard. That is Sister Sarah's style. As a result, Sarah sat back and watched, allowing the gods and humans to prepare everything and attack during the day. If there was no trick, Ai and Xiaofuni would never believe it. Not to mention, after the final battle, Sarah chose to reconcile with the gods and humans, surrendered directly, and concluded a peace treaty, regardless of the demons who were angry about the death of the Demon King. That move was also full of purpose. It was clear that she had made all preparations, knew that the Demon King's long-cherished wish had been achieved, and felt that the war did not need to continue. So she took action just now. Right? Otherwise, even if the Demon King was dead, the demons, with the 6 demon sisters still alive, wanted to defeat the gods and humans, which was not impossible at the time. After all, the Supreme God only cared about the Demon King. Once the Demon King passed away, she would definitely leave everything behind. And the brave Mitra suffered a fatal injury that was difficult to heal, and could no longer gallop on the battlefield. The demons were actually not at a disadvantage at the time, but were still the strong side. It was very simple to insist on the war, but Sarah gave up, even suppressed the sisters who were running wild at that time, stubbornly led the demons to surrender, and chose a peaceful future, which is enough to explain everything. It is precisely because of this that there were so many dissatisfied and ambitious people in the demons at that time, which led to the emergence of forces such as the old demon faction, and also led to the fact that there are still so many betrayers in the demons today. They just don't want to stop the war, thinking that there is no need to stop the war at all, and the demons will never lose to the gods and humans. But they are forced to surrender and become the losers of the war. And then they will become unstable factors, and finally choose to betray and choose to lead the demons under Sarah's rule. Helimus is the biggest representative among them. Of course, that person's selfishness and ambition are heavier, and he is not good at doing things, but more at doing things. If he didn't have a special identity and special power, he would never be the source of chaos. Now, the Demon King has resurrected, and the war has started again. However, after dawn tomorrow, the century-long decisive battle after 1,000 years will start again. What will their mother do then? It's very simple. She will definitely wait for Xian to come over in the deepest part of the battlefield. Right? Ai is so sure. Yes. Xiaofu and I nodded in agreement, just like 1,000 years ago. For a woman like her, she only wants to see a brave man. And only a brave man. If Ai and Xiaofu and I went there, I am afraid that not only would they not be able to do anything, but it might also affect Xian. So, tomorrow, we can't go there. Ai said this with some loneliness. Xiaofu and I couldn't help but stretch out her hand and put it on Ai's shoulder. Believe him. Xiaofu and I whispered. Believe that the brave man who is special to us can truly redeem our mother. Ai nodded heavily. They can only pin their hopes on Xian. My beloved and respected mother will be handed over to you. My brave man. Ai offered a plea and blessing to her lover on the ground. Xiaofu and I also looked at her lover on the ground and talked to herself. If you can do it, I will develop all my sisters into your lovers. I owe such a big favor, and I can only do this to repay it. Ai seemed to hear Xiaofu Nia's muttering, and turned her head and looked at Xiaofu Nia with a sense of feeling. Did you just say something? Sister Xiaofu Nia? Ai felt a little unhappy for some reason, seeing Ai's frown, as if she was a little confused, and a little unhappy. Xiaofu Nia was happy. Nothing. Xiaofu Nia said happily, I just want to say that the six of us sisters should share happiness and difficulties together, and share good things together. Right? Ai heard a malicious tone in this sentence, but the words were indeed like this, and she felt it made sense. Therefore, Ai nodded. Of course. Ai didn't see Shav's malicious smile when she said this. When she realized it later, and had a big fight with her sisters, that was another story. Chapter 1021. As if back in time. Royal Capital. Cemetery. In the noisy and bustling royal capital, only the cemetery can still maintain some silence, and no one can be seen. During the battle of the royal capital, the entire royal capital was ravaged by the army of demons and suffered large-scale destruction, resulting in many places being rebuilt and no longer able to see the past appearance. Only this cemetery. I don't know if it's because no one is wandering here. The army of demons did not attack here, resulting in this place becoming a rare surviving area in the royal capital, miraculously not being destroyed. And in the dead of night, a girl in black actually appeared here. She stood in front of a cemetery, standing here quietly, wondering if she was talking to the dead. The girl was Tyr. Tyr had successfully recovered the dwarves with Vivian and others, and returned to the royal capital. However, tomorrow, a more difficult battle will be ushered in again. In this battle, TL will also go to the battlefield and fight on the front line. After all, the girl has now reached level 89, and is only one step away from the legendary level of level 90. If this matter spreads in peacetime, it will definitely cause a huge sensation around the world. Right? You know, TL is only 17 years old now. A 17-year-old who has reached level 89, and is only one step away from the legendary level of level 90, can no longer be described as a genius. If Luo Shi had not become the successor of the goddess of fate, and had a significant leap in level, perhaps TL would have officially surpassed Luo Shi and become the first genius of the kingdom. And this also means that during this period of time, TL has gone through a lot of efforts and experienced many life and death battles to reach the current level. Of course, it's not enough. The girl stood in front of her mother's grave, whispering in a low voice, I must become stronger. This is the girl's wish and obsession. In the past, she was a genius and the strongest person in the team, but she was still taken care of by Roxy, Vivian, and even Xian. Now, in this turbulent era, the people around her have all kinds of experiences, so she is no longer the strongest genius. For example, Melika is now an extreme magician. Looking at the entire human race, she is one of the strongest beings. She is no longer the weak elf girl who needed her protection. For example, Vivian. Her importance as the guardian of the kingdom has been fully demonstrated during this war. Not only did she defend countless friendly forces with a single shield in the battle to recapture the dwarves, resulting in a near miraculous 0 casualties record. But she will also become the commander on the front line in tomorrow's decisive battle, with the right to command the strong men of the gods and demons. And her status is extraordinary. In addition, with the successive joining of super-powerful people such as Lilith and Yulin, as well as those powerful criminals brought out from the underground prison of the palace, Tira was no longer outstanding in the Bostat family, let alone looking at the 3 major races. Under such circumstances, Tira would not allow herself to be satisfied with the status quo. She still has a goal that must be defeated. She still has a back that she wants to chase and follow. When she thought that in tomorrow's decisive battle, Xian would face the demon king who had once caused the world's creatures to suffer and fear for tens of thousands of years, Tira felt a sense of urgency. That is to become stronger. So strong that he would not be left behind by that person, and even be able to help him and protect him. Just as Tira secretly made up her mind like this, she keenly felt that a familiar breath was approaching. Tira's expression moved slightly, but she did not turn around, but continued to look at the grave in front of her and fell into silence. The existence that gradually came behind Tira was silent, just standing there quietly. 2 figures, one big and one small, appeared in this deserted cemetery. No one spoke or took any action at the first time. This scene lasted for an unknown period of time, until a certain moment, Thyr turned around, brushed past the man, and prepared to leave. Seeing Thyr like this, the visitor finally spoke. "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Aradia spoke lightly. Thyr stopped. She still didn't turn around and look at her father. However, she didn't remain silent anymore. "What do you want me to say?" Thyr's tone was surprisingly cold. Aradia didn't care about this. He just looked at the cemetery in front of him, looking at the place where his wife should be sleeping. But like Thyr, his face was extremely cold. "Do you still hate me?" Aradia said lightly. "Do you hate me for killing her?" The person Aradia was referring to was naturally his wife, Thyr's mother, the deceased lying in the graveyard in front of him. That was the sinful woman he had killed and buried here with his own hands. Thyr did not answer Aradia's question. Aradia still didn't care, staring at the graveyard in front of him, and spoke indifferently. "If there was another chance, I would still kill her." What Aradia said was extremely cold and ruthless. There was no way. She was a traitor to the kingdom, a spy sent by the Lephilet family. If it weren't for her, the bloodshed 10 years ago would not have happened. So many people would not have died. The king would not have been in chaos, and you would not have lost an important role, resulting in the inability to control your own power and frequent rampages. Aradia said so. "I never regretted killing this woman, because she was indeed guilty." These words did not cause Thyr to lose his composure. Thyr just listened to these words quietly, and then replied, "I have never denied her guilt." Thyr said expressionlessly, "I have never thought you did anything wrong. This is the fact." Thyr knew very well that her mother not only had no feelings for her, but also had no feelings for Aradia. She was just a prop sent by the Lephilet family for their own ulterior motives to form a marriage alliance. And she was a spy who was secretly plotting against the kingdom. She was indeed an unforgivable villain for the Mitra kingdom. So, Thyr really did not hate Aradia because of her. In this regard, Aradia frowned. "In this case, you should come back. Back to the Elbian family." Aradia finally turned around and looked at Thyr. "You came here just to say this?" Teal was silent for a long time, then spoke lightly. She had already guessed the purpose of Aradia's visit. In the decisive battle tomorrow, not only will the transcendental beings appear, but even the demon king will appear on the battlefield. The degree of danger is comparable to the final battle of the 3 races of gods, humans, and demons 1,000 years ago. As expected, Aradia said what Teal expected. "This war will be the largest and most dangerous war in 1,000 years. With your strength and talent, you should not enter such a dangerous battlefield before you are fully grown up." What Aradia wanted to say is actually very simple. You still have a future. Aradia stared at Teal's back and said, "If you return to the Elbian family, you will be the next generation of the Elbian family master. And the battlefield is where I should go." That's right. Aradia has already decided to fight to the death. In this battle, even if he was once the strongest person in the human race and a top legendary existence with a level of 99, there is a great possibility that he will perish. In this case, Aradia would naturally want to make arrangements for his afterlife, and would also want to stop his only bloodline from going to the battlefield. Just stay in the capital. That's what Aradia wanted to say. However, just as he finished speaking, Tyr interrupted him. "You're wrong. Tyr said in the most direct tone, if we lose the war, who will have a future? As soon as this was said, Aradia was choked. Tyr still didn't turn around, but spoke his mind. My companions, my friends, and even my lover will go to the battlefield tomorrow to fight for their own future and the future of this world. They are all ready. In this situation, you want me to stay alone in the capital? Is it possible? This simple question left Aradia speechless. Tyr said this. In addition, I want to correct your idea. Tyr said indifferently, I really don't hate you because of my mother's death. But I still don't like you. In your eyes, there is only the kingdom, the royal family, and the Albion family. Now, you have come to persuade me. But you still persuade me to return to the Albion family. I am afraid you are worried that the Albion family will be cut off in my generation. Although I will not change my decision. I really think that it is not too much for you to say that you are worried about my safety. Isn't it? In the face of Tyr's words, Aradia only gave one answer. I have long vowed to live for the Albion family, the kingdom, and the royal family. This is the fate of being a member of the Albion family. Aradia made this answer calmly. In response, Till's reaction was not intense, but his tone became increasingly cold. Unfortunately, I don't think this is my fate. Till said so. You are flowing with the blood of Albion. You can't deny that. Aradia frowned again. Till was unmoved. I am still flowing with the blood of the Leffolet family. Should I atone for my sins in front of you? The sharp and cold words made Aradia unable to say a word. It was not until then that Till spoke again. Whether it is you or your mother, you are living for your family and your country. So you have given up your personal feelings. Even if you become husband and wife and live under the same roof, you can't see each other, but only see the interests of yourself and even the forces behind you. So you go in opposite directions. You are hostile to each other. And finally you fall into this situation. From your perspective, everything you did was right. But from her perspective, was everything she did wrong? You are essentially the same, just in different positions and different ways. Till's voice slowly reached Aradia's ears. I am tired of your actions, and even more tired of your life. I don't want to be like you. That's why I left the Albion family. And I am also very lucky to have met a group of friends and even lovers who have blood and tears, who can give everything for each other, and walk on the same road together. Till's voice became cold again. I will surpass you, and tell you that what you insist on is not as indestructible as you think. I will also defeat you, and let you know that I did nothing wrong in taking this path. This war is certainly dangerous, but I will survive because we have a brave man. As for you, if you really die on the battlefield, it proves that you are just this level. Aradia heard all of Tyr's words clearly. He was silent for a long time, and then he murmured to himself. Is this what you really think? The man seemed to understand what his daughter was thinking until now. That's right. Tyr said lightly, I will change everything. Whether it's me or the Albion family. After leaving these words, Tyr left without looking back. Aradia looked at Tyr in a daze. And after a long time, she showed a bitter smile for the first time. It seems that I can't die before being defeated by my daughter. This murmur echoed in the moonlight. No one could hear it. Noble district. Bostut's house. When Tyr returned to this house, she found that her friends were all in the courtyard. Tyr, you're back? Melika and Lumia stood up. Is everything done? Vivian was also here, showing Tyr her usual gentle smile. Looking at these three longtime friends, Tyr was also a little surprised. Are you the only three? Tyr asked. There were only Vivian, Melika and Lumia here. No one else. In the past, at this time, either Xian was here, or Yulin or even Lilith, or someone else. Tyr hadn't seen a scene like this with only Vivian and the other two for a long time. And this seemed to be something the three of them did deliberately. Occasionally, it's not bad to have only the original team members like us here. Right? Vivian rarely showed a mischievous smile. Melika and Lumia also smiled slightly. I don't know why, but I just want to talk to you guys before tomorrow. Melika smiled shyly. Me too. Lumia also became shy. Looking at the three people like this, Tyrell felt that the days of adventure together in the past seemed to be vivid in her mind. Come over. Tyrell. Come on. Just chat casually. The three invited. Yes. Tyrell agreed and walked towards Vivian and the other two. The four of them gathered together, as if they had returned to the past. Chapter 1022, the beginning of the final act. Many people spent this night in their own way, either leisurely, nostalgic, emotional, or nervous. When Sean returned to Boztut's house, the people in Vivian's team even prepared a small banquet to announce the victory. Not only Sean attended the banquet, but Roxy also came along, and even AI and Shaft entered in the middle, making the banquet a bit lively. In the end, I don't know where the news came from, but all of Sean's acquaintances came. Iris brought Oz and Mafi and came first. Havis and Capelin, the royal siblings of the Ragnar Empire, also came quietly, without even bringing Rokt and Tilly. Yulin brought Lilith, the only one who slept heartlessly, and didn't take tomorrow's decisive battle seriously at all. In the second half of the night, even Sophie, Leia, and Nia, the three giants of the elves, came to visit, and brought Jia Lure and Janorm with them, which made Melika overjoyed. Of course, Sophie's visit was not specifically to attend the banquet, but to ask Sheen to help her remove the curse on her body. At this point, even I want to fight in my prime. Sophie said this helplessly. The Elf Queen finally put aside her reserve in front of such an important decisive battle, and asked Sheen to help her remove the curse. Once the curse is lifted, Sophie's unique skills that have been unusable for a long time will be fully released. In addition, Sophie can also accept Najula's blessing and become the second blesser of the goddess of nature after Melika. In this way, Sophie's combat power will be greatly increased, reaching the level comparable to that of an extreme strongman. After all, Sophie is a member of the royal family of the elves, and her natural talent is much higher than that of the general elves. Even after the transformation, Melika is definitely not as good as Sophie in terms of talent. At that time, who will be the first magician of the elves, or even the first magician of the human race between Sophie and Melika is still up for discussion. Sheen finally agreed to Sophie's request. Even though the curse in Sophie's body was very difficult to deal with, it was still easily removed in front of Sheen, who had achieved transcendence. Sheen did not even summon the Holy Sword, but directly called out the Holy Sword's sacred power, gathered it on his fingers, and pointed a finger at Sophie's heart. The endless and powerful sacred power instantly broke the curse in Sophie's body. After that, Sophie and others simply stayed at Boztut's house for the night, and the rest of the people who came to attend this small banquet did the same. After the banquet, Sheen was surprised to find that even Anshi and Leah appeared here silently. In this way, except for the three goddesses and the goddess of justice, the important figures of other forces, who were still in the human world, almost all gathered here. It must be said that this unknown banquet, in terms of level and grade, has reached an unprecedented dimension. Under such circumstances, the sky gradually brightened. Early morning, when the day just dawned, the noisy capital of the king became surprisingly quiet. All those who were wearing armor, wearing robes, holding weapons or staffs, and about to step onto the battlefield had gloomy faces, and in the oppressive silence, gradually moved towards the main gate on the east side of the capital. Among these people, there were human knights, orc warriors, dwarf cavalry, elf magicians, and even powerful demons and goddesses of the gods. Even the figures of monsters were everywhere, driven by people, either growling or roaring and moving in one direction. In the sky, flying monsters flew over with cavalrymen. The long-famous flying dragon army of the Mitra kingdom was fully deployed at this moment, carrying dragon knights and flying in the sky. All the top-ranked strongmen and legions of the three major races, the human race, the demon race, and the god race, appeared on the streets of the royal capital and gathered at the east gate. Not long after, at the city gate, rows of black troops were lined up, forming an unprecedentedly huge army. They silently boosted their morale and burned their fighting spirit. They looked into the distance. Even though they were afraid, uneasy and worried in their hearts, they all stood here without hesitation, and no one retreated. Gradually, at the forefront of this unprecedentedly large army, important figures of various forces appeared. Anchi rarely took off his royal robe, dressed like a court magician, and appeared in front of the army of the Mitra kingdom with Arya. Havis and Capelin had also arrived, both wearing armor, and came to the survivors of the Ragnar Empire. Iris, Oz, and Mafi led the orc priests and stood at the forefront of the orc army. Sophie, Leia, Nia, Jailur and even Jinnim appeared in front of the elf division, with the queen's palace floating above their heads. The top and strong men of various tribes and forces came quietly. Even Yule, Yulin, Vivian, Tyr, and Melika appeared silently. People gathered silently, without cheers or applause, just quietly like a member of the army, joining the gathering army. Of course, The people who gathered here are not only those who are about to go to the battlefield. The citizens of the capital also got up early and gathered on the city wall, making a large crowd of people appear on the city wall. Leah and Sinai were in the center of the crowd, accompanied by Riley. Obviously, they were not going to participate in the battle. Leah was bitter about this. The future queen looked in the direction of the army of the kingdom of Mitra, and looked at Anchi, who was leading the army in the front, and murmured, "I really want to go with them." This is Leah's only wish now. There is no way. It is really uncomfortable to watch her relatives and citizens go to the battlefield while she can only stay in the base camp. The same is true for Sinai. She is also a knight, a glorious guard knight, and a famous heir of the family. Logically, she should go to the battlefield. Unfortunately, my father didn't let me go to the battlefield, but only let me defend his country and his highness. Sinai seemed very unwilling. Layli looked at the two people like this and sighed. "Forgive them," Layli said. "They also want to leave the last bit of fire for the family and the country." Leah is the next queen, and Anchi will not allow her to go to the battlefield and sacrifice in vain. Shania is also the heir of the family, and her level is less than 80, so she is not very useful on the battlefield. It is understandable that her father, who is the deputy leader of the guard knights, and is only one step away from the legendary level, wants her to stay. Even Layli herself was left behind, and her father is now leading the knights of the Lazahad family and all the high-level adventurers of the Adventurer Guild to join the Mitrak Kingdom Legion. In this battle, all major forces and races have fought with all their strength, like the Mitrak Kingdom. Not only the elite guard knights and the kingdom knights are all out, but also the Flying Dragon Legion and the private knights under the command of the major nobles are called up. Some adventurers choose to live, but more are determined to step onto the battlefield. Even the legendary adventurer, who has always been homeless, is now in the Mitrak Kingdom Legion, paying respects to Ansi, Arita, Yul and others. However, those who should go out have gone out, and those who should not go out will still be left behind. Leah and others are the ones who are left behind. Of course, there are many people on the city wall who are left behind, like Leah and the other two. For example, Lumia, with her 7 sisters, stood at a corner of the city wall, looking at Vivian, Tara and Melika, who were at the forefront of each legion, with tears in her eyes. After all, her strength is too weak. If she goes to the battlefield, the possibility of her death is almost 100%. Therefore, last night, Lumia accepted the advice of Vivian and others and chose to stay. Sister, don't cry. Yes, everyone is watching. Sister Vivian and the others will definitely win the battle. Right? Sister Tara is also very strong. And Sister Melika. Sister Long is there too. And the most powerful brother Xian. The Demon King will definitely be defeated. The 7 little guys were chattering beside Lumia. Not only did they not show any anxiety, but they also comforted Lumia cheerfully and confidently. Lumia wiped her eyes and smiled. Yes, everyone will triumph successfully, defeat the Demon King, and come back together. As she said that, Lumia hugged her sisters and continued to look at the front of the city wall. Just like that, when the sun rose to the middle of the sky, figures appeared in the sky one after another. The highest goddesses such as Letas, Anima, Nadura, and Artemis came down. Demon-level beings such as Ai, Shaf, and Lilith also appeared with great momentum. Luoshi accompanied them and stood in the wind. As for the front of the crowd, there was naturally only one person. He was a hero in the eyes of everyone. He is a recognized hero. He is the most dazzling existence of this era. He is also the hope of everyone and the greatest reliance of this trip. Xian stood at the highest point of the void, looking down at the army below. Then, set off. Without a word of nonsense, Xian gave a faint order. Oh! The warriors who had been silent for a long time finally let go of their throats and shouted loudly that shook the world and the sky. Immediately, the army set off in a mighty manner, rolling up smoke and dust, and rushed to the battlefield with bursts of rumbling sounds. Everyone on the city wall watched the warriors leave. Must come back. Leah represented everyone and silently offered blessings. Chapter 1023: The Key to Victory or Defeat. Human World. Canyon of God. On the outskirts of the canyon, on the top of a cliff, Donna stood here holding his magic book, looking at the other end of the distant horizon, with an inexplicable look. The previous gentleness and ease have disappeared from this demon, making him lose his composure for the first time in his life. Standing under the sky, his eyes frequently flashed with a look that others did not understand. The princess who came here saw Donna's like this, and she was also full of emotion. Since yesterday, after the conversation with the Demon King, this shrewd collaborator has become like this. Not only has he been standing here, not knowing what he is thinking, but he also seems to no longer care about everything, and feels that he has become out of tune with the world. The princess also knew that it was inevitable that Donna's would become like this. After hearing the truth and knowing his own secrets, I am afraid that no one can remain calm. Donna's was smart, but he obviously couldn't ignore it. After all, the dream he had always kept and the goal he had always imagined turned out to be a false excuse. A huge lie that he himself hadn't even discovered. It was a cruel reality that would not be surprising for a mental breakdown. It was already a good thing that Donna's could still remain calm. At least, the princess believed that if it were her, she would definitely not be able to do it. Thinking of this, the princess shook her head and walked forward slowly. She came here for only one purpose, which was to report the current situation to Donna's. There was news from below that they had already set off and were coming here. The princess conveyed it like this. Is that so? Donna's didn't turn around. Nor did he turn around. He just turned his back to the princess and said lightly, "How long will it take for them to reach here?" "It shouldn't take long," the princess said truthfully, "with the three goddesses over there. Even if the army gathered all the combat power of the three races in the human world, it would only take half a day to reach us." Originally, the Mitrok kingdom was quite far away from the location of the Valley of the Gods. If calculated at the normal marching speed of a large army, even if they did not eat or drink, and did not sleep, it would probably take more than 10 days to arrive. Under such circumstances, the combined army of the three races of gods, humans, and demons, which gathered all the combat power of the three races in the human world, has easily exceeded millions. The march of millions of troops, although magnificent, is undoubtedly a very troublesome matter. If calculated at the normal marching speed, it would take at least a month to successfully reach the Valley of the Gods. However, marching with the assistance of the power of the three goddesses is another matter. According to the intelligence from the front line, the three goddesses seem to have used their own powers to help the army march. The princess reported one by one. The goddess of fate manipulated the concept of distance through her power, greatly increasing the speed of the army. The goddess of life gave all life races endless physical strength through her power, so that everyone would never get tired and lack energy. The goddess of nature used her power to change the terrain all the way, separating the mountains, forests and even the oceans, making way for the army to march in the shortest straight line. In addition to the power of the goddesses of the gods and the assistance of magic, as well as the help of domesticated monsters and magic props, they might not even need half a day to reach the front line of the Valley of Gods. The princess reported such an extremely amazing thing. Donna's was not surprised at all. As expected of the gods, they are still good at performing miracles as always. The general war theory is really useless on them, and people have to be on guard. Although he said this, Donna's did not set up any countermeasures or traps that were difficult to crack as he did in the past. He just stood there, looking at the other end of the horizon with a cold look, as if he was going to personally welcome the arrival of the enemy. And before that, he did not intend to do anything. The princess could not help but say something. Although half a day is short, we have barely mobilized the combat forces scattered all over the world. Those guys you have persuaded are also willing to fight in person at this critical moment, including those evil gods and demons. They are now waiting for you to give orders. The princess's implication is very simple. That is, to let Donna's come up with a plan quickly. The most terrifying thing about this man is not his strength, but his mind. Even Sheen and others have a deep understanding of this. Not to mention the princess, who has been staying at the closest distance, watching Donna's schemes and tricking all the people of the three major races. Therefore, the princess has been waiting for this demon to deploy troops and respond. Who would have thought? That kind of thing is not needed. Donna said calmly, "This time, let's just face it head on." Princess Sher was immediately moved. This can't be pretended not to have heard. Is this okay? The princess frowned and said, "Let's not talk about the basic and middle-level combat power. Just talk about the high-level combat power. We have always been at a disadvantage. Right? The news that AI and Xiaofu and I have returned has been heard here a long time ago. There is no way. Many demons have gone to the capital because of AI and Xiaofu's call. And this matter can't be concealed at all. This is undoubtedly a big trouble for the new original demon. Originally, there were more super-transcendent strongmen on the three major races than here. Even if Anima and Najula are a bit lame, The deterrent power of Letas, the strongest super transcendent, is also a very incredible thing. The goddess of fate who can fight at least 2 demon-level beings alone. In the new original demon side, except Donna's, no one can stop her. In addition to the 2 highest-ranking goddesses who can rival demons, Artemis, the goddess of justice, and Lilith, the evil god, the new original demon has long lost its advantage in high-end combat power. If AI and Shaft had not joined, the new original demon could still deal with it head-on. As long as Donna's can hold back the goddess of fate, Letas, and the 2 demon-level brave undead spirits can hold back the 2 goddesses of justice and evil, then he can directly fight against Anima and Nadura, and take the opportunity to defeat the 2 super-level goddesses, who are not good at fighting. At that time, he will turn around to help Donna's and defeat the goddess of fate, or help the 2 dead knights to defeat the 2 goddesses, and the victory will basically belong to the new original demon. As for the extremely terrifying brave, he will naturally go to the side of the Demon King, and there is no need to worry about it. This is the princess's idea. As long as there is a victory or defeat in the battle of the transcendent level, no matter how fiercely the people below the transcendent level fight, they cannot determine the final direction of the war. The gap between transcendence and non-transcendence is so big. To put it bluntly, if there is no transcendent existence on the opposite side, the princess is confident that she can destroy all 3 races by herself. Therefore, the victory or defeat between the transcendent existences is the key to determining the final victory or defeat. The war of those people below is just a prelude to the war that swept across the entire omnipotency. And the newborn original demon has a great chance of winning this war. Apart from anything else, just the Demon King sitting in the deepest part of the Valley of God is a dose of heart-strengthening medicine that makes everyone feel at ease. When knowing that the Supreme God will not come out, I am afraid that most people have already thought that the winner of this war will only be the newborn original demon. Right? Even if there is a hero on the other side. Can a hero alone pierce the holy sword into the heart of the Demon King? This is why those evil gods and the demons who join the new original demons are willing to contribute their strength in this war. A war that must be won. Why not come to make trouble and participate? If there is no super killer like the Demon King, it is unknown whether those guys with unknown intentions will be willing to contribute willingly. But now, the appearance of the 2 demons has made the victory or defeat of the high level unpredictable. If it weren't for the power of the Demon King, those guys below would have run away long ago. On the side of the high level combat power, the new original demon is really at a disadvantage, and the chances of winning are beginning to become slim. Therefore, the princess hopes that Donna's can make suggestions and come up with a solution. Who would have thought that Donna's would not only not care about it, but also plan to abandon his greatest advantage and confront the opponent head-on? This is not a decision you would make at all. The princess frowned and said this. Hearing this, Donna's laughed at himself. Then what kind of decision would I make? When I decided to revive the Demon King before? This sentence made the princess speechless instantly. Donna's continued to laugh at himself. If I make some more decisions, are they still what I intend to make? Can you guarantee that those decisions will not be the same as the decision to revive the Demon King, which are all absurd decisions made by my instinct? I can't guarantee that if I do something else, it will be what I want to do. Donna's laughed out loud. As a result, I escaped from my father's control and thought I was finally free. But I was always controlled by my mother. It was really funny. Donna's smile gave people a feeling that he was not happy at all, but also very bitter. You? The princess had a complicated look in her eyes. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. Donna's restrained his self-deprecating laughter. Just do as I say. Donna said lightly, it has come to this point. There is no need to do any more tricks. Is the victory or defeat of the super level the factor that determines the final victory or defeat? No. That's wrong. Only the victory or defeat between the brave and the Demon King is the key factor that determines the final victory or defeat. In other words, the victory or defeat of the super level will also become unimportant. In this case, a head-on battle may be a good choice. I understand. The princess agreed, turned around, and retreated. Only Donna's was left standing here, looking into the distance with a cold look in his eyes. Chapter 1024. What are you going to do? Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. When the sun was hanging high in the sky, suspended at the top of the sky, and shining the sun from above, a loud noise appeared on the horizon in front of the Valley of God. Smoke and dust rolled in. The ground shook slightly. A huge army gradually appeared at the other end of the horizon, either driving iron cavalry or riding monsters. and entered the battlefield with a burst of charging horns that resounded through the sky. Roar! Ah! In the sky, a group of flying monsters led by flying dragons were also roaring, either carrying people or rushing to the front, leading the army behind them. Behind this group of flying monsters was a floating palace, which was full of elf magicians, and looked extremely conspicuous. And the one leading these beings was none other than a black dragon. Roar! Yulin appeared in the form of a dragon, leading the army of flying monsters and rushing into the battlefield first. Under such circumstances, the enemy army also appeared. Rumble. Accompanied by another rumble, countless monsters rushed out from the direction of the Valley of God. The familiar army of monsters, such as demons, undead, young demons and magical creatures, once again appeared in front of people. They roared, as if they knew that this battle was their only glory and glorious moment. They rushed forward with ferocious anger. Here they come! On Yulin's back, Vivian held a shield full of spirit, and her armor was completely changed, becoming more extraordinary and more brilliant. It was obvious that she was not an ordinary thing. As the chief commander of the Legion, Vivian now has only one mission. That is, charge. He gave the order to his own warriors to start the war. Oh! In the army, the shouts that resounded through the sky appeared again. No need for too many words. No need for any more considerations. Everyone at this moment ignited the fighting spirit in their chests, and rushed forward without hesitation towards the monster army in front of them. This is war. This is the battlefield. The enemy is not someone who can be communicated with. Peace can no longer be pleaded with words, but must be cultivated and developed with weapons in hand. Therefore, only at this moment, any hypocrisy, consideration, and scruples are not needed. Whether it is a legion formed by the three major races, or an army formed by almost all monsters. At this moment, there is only one thing to do. That is to kill the enemy. So, under Vivian's command, the strong and top warriors of various tribes and forces began to charge. Teal and Arida had already rushed out as if they were competing with each other. Oz and Mafi also led the orcs to charge with a roar. Sophie, Leia, Nia, Melika, Jailur, Jenim and other elf magicians have already chanted spells in the Queen's palace. Havis, Kaplan and others also all rushed to the front line without fear at this moment, responding to the army of monsters. Of course, the strong men of the demons and gods also began to use their magical powers one by one. On the wilderness-like land, the two dark legions roared and quickly approached each other. And finally, the distance was reduced to 0. The war started here. A fight between humans and monsters was completely launched. At the moment when the war on the ground was completely started, the figures of transcendent beings also appeared above the clouds. The goddess of fate, Lidas, the goddess of life, Anima, the goddess of nature, Nadura, the goddess of justice, Artemis, the evil god, Lilith, the dragon demon, Ai, the succubus, Shafn. The 7 transcendent beings flew through the sky like a square formation, flying at high speed on the clouds. Not long after, the 7-member transcendent team suddenly stopped, because, in front of them, the vortex of death began to roll. Has it appeared? The leader, Lidas, spoke in a deep voice, and the aura emanating from her body instantly shook the entire sky. That breath almost overwhelmed the demon-level existence at once, showing an unparalleled and amazing fluctuation. However, the vortex of death is still lingering, with no sign of retreating. Not long after, several figures emerged from it. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Everyone, with a gentle and elegant voice with a little bit of rebelliousness. Donnas appeared with a magic book in his hand. Beside him was the princess. Behind him were 2 dead knights like guards. The leader of the new original demon and all the transcendent beings also appeared here. Are you the new demon? Shafn looked at the other party immediately. The son of Helamis? Ai's eyes flashed coldly. Both demons saw Donnas for the first time. When they saw this rumored new demon for the first time, they naturally had to examine it. Donnas was unshakable, and even ignored Ai and Shafn. He just looked at Lidas, who was in the lead. His attitude was gentle, and his tone was also very elegant. But he could not hide his arrogant mind. Where is the hero? Donnas asked as if nothing had happened under everyone's gaze. Obviously, Donnas only cares about Sheen now, and the others are no longer of special concern to him. Under such circumstances, a faint voice also rang out. I have been here all the time. When the voice fell, Donas felt a flash in front of his eyes. And then he found that there was already a figure ahead of the 7-member super-level team led by Litas. Who else could it be except Xian? When? The princess' pupil shrank. And she felt shocked. Although the princess had already experienced Xian's extraordinariness last time, and knew that Xian had achieved transcendence and was now stronger than the goddess of fate Litas, she was still inevitably shocked when she saw Xian's ability to appear and disappear again. Xian just glanced at the princess, and then his eyes fell on Donas. The two looked at each other, and the smell of gunpowder instantly filled the air. What about her? Xian didn't waste any words and asked bluntly. Donas naturally knew who Xian was asking about. In the deepest part of the Canyon of Gods. Donas did not hide it, and told him openly. Xian did not hesitate, took a step, and planned to go to the deepest part of the Canyon of Gods. Just as Donas did not take anyone other than Xian seriously. Now Xian also no longer took Donas seriously. The person he wanted to see this time was not Donas. As for Donas's opponent, there will naturally be someone to do it. However, although Xian thought so, the other party did not let him go so easily. Before you go to see her, there is one thing I want to ask you first. Donas said so. Brave man, what is your purpose? As soon as these words came out, Xian stopped his steps. He looked at Donas with deep eyes, as if judging what Donas was thinking. Donas didn't hide or make any small movements, and looked directly at Xian. You seem to want to see that person very much. In this case, let me ask you, what do you want to do after seeing her? What do you plan to do? Donas asked such a question. Xian then keenly discovered that Donas seemed to be a little different from what he was 3 days ago. At that time, Donas was full of vigor and energy, and he looked like he had everything in his hands. Although he was not arrogant, he was very confident. Although he was not blind, he had a sense of winning. It can be said that he showed the temperament of the leader of the new original demon to the fullest. However, now, 3 days later, Xian was surprised to find that Donas's confidence and ambition to win had disappeared. Although Donas is not arrogant now, he has a sense of blind persistence. This told Xian that something seemed to have happened to the other party. Xian, who was somewhat concerned about this, did not continue to ignore Donas. What am I going to do? What can you do after you know it? Xian asked this question for the time being. Donas answered without hesitation. I can stop you. Donas stared at Xian closely and said, even if it costs my life. The words were so direct that Xian was slightly stunned. You? Xian looked at Donas in a bit of astonishment. From Donas, Xian felt nothing but the emotion of self-abandonment. Yes, self-abandonment. At this time, Donas gave Xian the feeling that he was self-abandonment. This not only shocked Xian, but also made Litas and others a little surprised and suspicious. Obviously, everyone found something strange. On the contrary, Donas himself seemed to not care about what he had revealed, and he was talking nonsense there alone. I know that you want to revive the Demon King, so you must want to do something. What is that thing? Before, I might have been a little interested, but now, I don't care about it. Now, I only know that you are a brave man, and you are a threat to that person. In this case, I must stop you here and prevent you from getting close to her. Donas said this while speaking sarcastically. Is this the purpose of my birth into the world? Is it something I want to do myself? Or is it that damn incarnation instinct at work again? I don't understand. I really don't understand. I didn't expect that there are such puzzling and painful things in this world. Is this the retribution for being so smart all the time? Ha ha ha. Donas laughed loudly, but his laughter was full of negative emotions, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Donas. The princess frowned, as if trying to stop Donas. Donas ignored her. You want to see her, right? Donas sneered at Xian. Then kill me here first. The oppressive atmosphere instantly spread. Chapter 1025 The Glory of the Crowd. Donas's declaration undoubtedly completely ignited the already unfriendly atmosphere. Xian stared at Donas, and after a while, a somewhat cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Do you really think I won't kill you? When this sentence came out of Xian's mouth, everyone present couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Obviously Xian did not emit any murderous aura or hostility, but when they heard his words, even if they were not directed at themselves, they still seemed to feel a chill in their hearts, and their whole bodies were full of warning signs. Danger? Very dangerous. This was the first feeling that everyone present had at the same time. Everyone looked at Xian in doubt, especially Ai and Xiaofuni. They were shocked. They knew that Xian was no longer the same as before. Not only had he achieved transcendence, But he had also awakened some hidden power. His strength might be much stronger than that of the goddess of fate, Lita's. But before that, Ai and Shafn could not see how strong Xian had become. Xian was now shrouded in an inexplicable sense of mystery and presence, making it impossible to tell whether he was real or fake. If it was Sarah, who had a keen eye, she might be able to see something. But Ai and Shafn could not. This was an incredible thing. Let's not talk about Ai. Shafn had the ability of Ripple Heart Demon, and had been connected to Xian through a spiritual relationship, so she could feel Xian's state almost all the time. In the past, Shafn could even see through Xian's mind to a certain extent. Logically speaking, it should be impossible for her to not see through Xian completely. But when they met again this time, Xiaofuni was shocked to find that her Ripple Heart Demon seemed to have lost its effect. Although she could still connect with Xian through the spiritual relationship, she could no longer see through Xian's mind as before, or even see through Xian's true and false. From that time on, Xiaofuni knew that Xian had transformed, and became much stronger than herself. Until this moment, Xiaofuni knew that Xian had become stronger than she and others had imagined. This sense of crisis caused by the other party's declaration was the best proof. On the other hand, Donna's was surprisingly calm. Come on. Donna's no longer said too much, and directly burst out all his strength at this moment. Boom! It was a roar like thunder. The amazing magic power rose from Donna's body like a volcanic eruption, setting off a storm. Donna's! The princess, who was closest to Donna's, only had time to let out a scream before she was blown away by the storm. The two guard-like death knights were also violently blown away, and their figures were almost invisible in an instant. The vortex of death dissipated, and Donna's magic power spread out like a darkness covering the sky and the sun. That magic power completely enveloped this world, making Lita's and others horrified. Impossible. Artemis's face suddenly changed and she screamed. He has become stronger again? Nadura was also shocked. Anima, Lilith, Ai, Shafn and others all had gloomy faces because of Donna's outburst. Even Lita's felt a pressure that made her feel difficult to breathe, which made her face full of disbelief. Xian's eyes also condensed. He also found that Donna's had become stronger than before, and much stronger. Before, Donna's could only be compared with Sarah at night, and could barely match Lita's. In the eyes of Xian, who had already achieved transcendence and completely surpassed Lita's, he was not a big threat. But now, Donna's power has surpassed Lita's in all aspects. That's right. Donna's has become stronger than Lita's. What does this show? It shows that if we don't count Xian, the Demon King and the Supreme God, then Donna's at this moment is the strongest existence in the entire omnipotent forest. Is he really just a new demon? How can there be a demon stronger than the eldest sister? Ai and Shafn were shocked by the storm of magic. Xian stared at Donna's, who was constantly improving his power, and seemed to understand a little. Is this your unique skill? Xian said this. Donna's had no intention of hiding anything. Yes. This is the unique skill that I suddenly awakened after becoming a demon. Unlike the last time in the Land of Elves. Donna's admitted it without any fear or roundabout way. To this, Lita's on the side was the first to respond. Isn't your unique skill the same type of ability as Hellemis's shadow and form? Lita's questioned. Before, the new original demon was like the former original demon, completely avoiding Nadura's prying eyes, and no one could detect its location and traces. This made everyone think that after Donna's swallowed Hellemis and became a demon, he either obtained Hellemis's unique skills or awakened abilities similar to Hellemis's unique skills. But now, Donna said that he was able to burst out such power because of his unique skills. How could this not make people suspicious? Only Xian said something that people couldn't believe. You have two unique skills? There was no reason for the speculation, but everyone took a breath. Two unique skills? Donna's has two unique skills? How is this possible? Don't be ridiculous. All life in this world can only awaken one unique skill. It is impossible for one person to have multiple unique skills. This is the rule of reason. Everyone must abide by it except the devil and the supreme god. Artemis denied it without hesitation. However, her words made Anima look at Xian. The goddess of life vaguely remembered that once, after Xian entered the inner hall, he asked himself whether a person could have multiple unique skills. At that time, Anima gave a negative statement. But she saw something from Xian's attitude. She suspected that Xian had multiple unique skills, and awakened another unique skill after entering the inner hall. Although this was incredible and unprecedented, Xian's attitude at the time forced Anima to think so. Now, Donna's actually showed the possibility of having multiple unique skills. This was shocking. But Anima couldn't help but look at Sheen. In fact, Sheen didn't know what was going on. But he was sure that Donna's did have 2 unique skills. This was intuition and revelation. And it was something he could see now. Even though it was a little incredible, Sheen still believed that Donna's did have 2 unique skills. His first unique skill should be the ability of the opponent's shadow destruction that he took after devouring Helimus. Therefore, Donna's could eliminate the traces of his people, so that Nadura, the goddess of nature, could not see their existence. Donna's second unique skill is similar to Sarah's pilgrimage of the moon and Ai's dragonization, and is the same type of ability as his own reincarnation destiny. In other words, it is a unique skill that increases strength. This is not the power of my useless father, but a unique skill that was awakened completely from my own possibilities after becoming a demon. An ability that belongs only to me. Donna's voice sounded faintly. Perhaps it is because I originally have, or only have the ability to create magical life. When I awakened the unique skill, the ability of this unique skill was related to the magical life I created. Donna's unique skill is the ability to increase strength according to the amount of magical life I created. As long as the magical life created by me is on the same battlefield with me, I can gain a power increase. The more magical lives there are, the stronger the boost I get. Even if they die in battle. As long as my battle is not over, this boost will not disappear. In view of this, Donna's, a new demon, can suddenly possess such amazing power. In the first debut battle, he was not able to fully master and get used to this power, so he was unable to use the power of this unique skill. In other words, Donna's normal power is actually similar to that of a demon, belonging to the level of an ordinary demon. It was not until the last battle in the elf land that Donna's was completely accustomed to the power of the demon, and was able to use his unique skills that his power suddenly soared to the same level as the moon demon at night, and was not far from the level of the goddess of fate, Lita's. And that time, the magical lives that Donna's summoned were only the part that was active in the Tagore forest and the surrounding area. In other words, the boost that Donna's got at that time was not yet at its limit. This time, on the battlefield of this decisive battle, Donna's directly recalled all the magical lives scattered in the human world and let them enter this battlefield. Therefore, relying on his own unique skills, Donna's finally reached the real limit, and his strength broke through everyone's imagination and reached a realm stronger than Lita's. This is my unique skill, the brilliance of the crowd. Donna's declared war on Sheen with a momentum that shook the world. With all I have, I challenge you here. Let me see your true strength. Brave man, Sheen. As he said, Donna's unfolded the magic book in his hand, and countless magic circles suddenly appeared behind him. The magic circles were densely packed, layered, countless, and each one was huge, covering the entire sky. Sheen immediately felt like he was being aimed at by the muzzles of countless giant ships. So, Sheen turned his palm. The dazzling holy sword suddenly appeared. Chapter 1026, All-Out Battle. Boom! This was the roar that completely dispersed the dense dark clouds in the sky. On the ground, there was a fierce battle, and the fighting continued, causing shouts and roars to ring constantly. The people on the battlefield were startled by the sudden loud noise. Then, they found out. In the sky, a big hole was broken in the clouds that covered the sky. In the big hole, countless streams of light formed a barrage of bullets, flying over the clouds. That was magic. Countless magic. The powerful, huge, and terrifying magic was released one after another, forming an impenetrable barrage, turning into dense streams of light, moving at a high speed above the clouds, almost covering the entire sky. Deafening roars and breathtaking magic surged out of the big hole, overwhelming and unreasonably pressing on the entire battlefield, making everyone on the battlefield feel heavy in their hearts and almost kneeling down. Don't stop. Keep attacking. Vivian supported the entire front line, giving orders to everyone while looking up into the sky. Has the battle over there started? Vivian's face was solemn. As the highest commander on the battlefield, although Vivian supported the entire front line, she knew very well that the outcome of this war would not be determined by the situation on the ground. What determined the outcome of this war was not the large-scale chaos on the ground, but the fierce battle between the transcendent beings in the sky. They are the key to determining the outcome of this war. The chaos on the ground is just a prelude to the war, and it cannot play a role in determining the outcome, even if Vivian leads all the warriors of the 3 races to win the war on the ground. In the end, if the transcendent beings on this side are defeated, they will also be destroyed by the transcendent beings on the opposite side. The same is true in reverse. Therefore, Vivian's mission is not to lead the army to victory, but to kill the enemy as much as possible and ensure that there are no major casualties on her side. In this way, once the transcendent beings on her side win, the enemy army will not be able to escape and continue to endanger the peace of the world in the future. The enemy is a group of monsters and must be killed. Otherwise, even if the war is won, if the world is still threatened by so many monsters that are out of control, it cannot be said that peace has been completely restored. Vivian and others fought hard for this reason. Therefore, now that the transcendent beings are fighting a decisive battle, Vivian must also stabilize the battlefield and strive to gain an advantage at the same time. Release. Vivian let her clear voice echo throughout the battlefield, reaching everyone's ears and dispelling the fear and timidity in their hearts. Under the voices of the commanders and guardians, who were also at the forefront of the final battle 1,000 years ago, people can easily cheer themselves up and burst out incredible strength and courage. This is the power of the goddess who once guarded. So, under Vivian's instructions, countless magicians who had already chanted the spell directly released magic, allowing the overwhelming magic to appear on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The roar on the ground was endless and lasted for a long time. The fighting has not stopped, making the earth full of blood. At the same time, in the sky, because of the battle between Sheen and Donnas, a group of transcendent beings were forced to stay away from the center of the battle. Isn't this too exaggerated? Is that the power of those two people? TSK, Shaft, Artemis and AI were either surprised or shocked, and took advantage of the storm of magic and retreated involuntarily. Anima! Nadura! Be careful. Litas did withstand the impact of the magic storm, but had to turn around to take care of Anima and Nadura. Thank you, Litas. You helped a lot. Anima and Nadura looked a little pale. Obviously, as two goddesses who were notoriously bad at fighting in the transcendent level, and whose strength is weaker than others. Anima and Nadura can't bear the aftermath. The battle between Sheen and Donnas has reached an unimaginable realm. No matter which one of the two sides, they have become an existence above Litas. Now when they fight, even the demon-level beings have to retreat, let alone Anima and Nadura, who are at the bottom of the transcendent level. From this, it can be seen that the power of the two sides in the fierce battle has been raised to what level? Originally, as both transcendent beings, even if they could not defeat them, Anima and Nadura would not be killed by opponents of the same level. But now, the battle between Sheen and Donnas has threatened these two goddesses with the aftermath alone, which is really unbelievable. Even Litas looked heavy. The power of the two of them has completely surpassed mine. Even I can hardly intervene in this battle now. How could Litas not feel heavy? Woo! On the side, Lilith saw that Sheen was trapped in the center of the fierce battle. She tried to rush over several times, but failed. She was very anxious. In this situation, a new abnormality appeared. Boom! I saw that in another roar. Endless death energy expanded. It was like a swamp, swallowing everything in an instant. It was like an abyss, making the world dark and lightless in an instant. The death energy like a tsunami and avalanche invaded the entire sky, so that above the clouds, except for the area where the fierce battle was taking place, everything was filled with fog transformed from the death energy. The first person to react to this was not the strongest Litas, but Artemis. Are you trying to sneak attack again? Necromancer. Artemis spread out her 12 white wings, exercised the power of justice, and dispersed the death energy around her. She knew very well that this death energy was not ordinary death energy, but high concentration death energy refined by the princess herself, which could even corrode the body of a transcendent being, which was very dangerous. The other transcendent beings also showed their magical powers, either using power, spewing dragon breath, shining, or manipulating fate to block the death energy around them. In this situation, the princess's voice slowly resounded in the world of death energy. This is all the death energy reserves I have now, all of which have been released by me, and have been specially refined, just to deal with you. The princess used her unique skill colorless and odorless to eliminate the traces of her breath, and she seemed to blend into the dead air and completely disappeared, letting the sound echo from all directions. I am not like those heroes who will fight you openly, and I will not lose my composure like Donnas and fight desperately. Rather, I know very well the fighting style of you powerful people who have existed since ancient times, and I also know very well the threats you can bring. I will never pay attention to means and methods when I am at a disadvantage. Let me trap you in this world of dead air and entangle you until you are exhausted. With such words, All the transcendent beings trapped in the world of dead air were alarmed. Especially Lita's. Almost without thinking, stretched out her slender hands, and summoned a large area of light and shadow. Boom! Boom! At the same time, two figures suddenly appeared from the dead air. One slashed down with a heavy sword, allowing the invisible wave to penetrate all obstacles and hit Lita's. The other turned into a ball of black flames and rushed towards Lita's in an instant, hitting her hard. Boom! The light and shadow collided with the two figures, causing a shock wave like a big explosion, which made Lita's feel like being struck by lightning and was shocked back a long distance. Lita's, Anima and Najula were startled at the same time. Just as they were about to make a move, they were entangled by a large number of vengeful spirits rushing out of the dead air around them. For the two of you, it should be enough to use the vengeful spirit of the Grand Duke of Terror to deal with you. The princess abandoned Anima and Najula as if looking down on people, and her voice reached Lita's ears. The goddess of fate, the strongest person who is closest to omnipotence, has always been the third person after the devil and the supreme god. Apart from the brave man, you are the most threatening here. I will concentrate my strength to deal with you first. After the words fell, not only did the vengeful spirits in the dead air suddenly rush out and attack Lita's, but the two figures that attacked Lita's also rushed over again. One of them turned into clouds and mist. Lita saw the true form of the two figures. Are they the dead spirits of the brave Reinhardt and the brave Philip? A trace of grief flashed across Lita's face, seeing the two brave men who had fought side by side in the past, and made great sacrifices and contributions to the world become evil and help the evil. Lita's couldn't help but feel sad. But? I'm sorry. We must win this battle. Lita's exuded an amazing aura, just as Lita's was about to fight the two dead knights. Four figures appeared in front of Lita's at the same time. Boom! A burst of scorching dragon breath swept over, causing a large number of resentful spirits to evaporate. Awakened heroes? How about letting us be your opponents? A burst of laughter sounded, and the phantoms of heroes and heroes took shape, intercepting the two dead knights who were coming. Two of the four figures were AI and Shaf. AI had already transformed into a giant red dragon, staring at this dead world with cold and violent eyes. And the dragon breath it spewed was like the eruption of volcanic magma, instantly burning countless resentful spirits. Shaf, like the queen who enchanted the world, was supported by countless heroes' phantoms at some point, and under her command, killed the two heroes, Dragon, Demon, and Succubus. Lita's was stunned. As for the other two figures, Lita's also recognized them. They were Artemis and Lilith. Leave this to us. Artemis spoke coldly. Yes. Lilith was also full of evil spirits. Lita's hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and agreed. The reason was that this was something that was originally planned. Chapter 1027, Intergenerational Vision. Early before arriving at the battlefield, a group of super-level beings had already discussed how to deal with the enemy this time. Although the number of super-level beings of the newly born original demons is much less than that of the three major races, it is only a disadvantage, because they are all super-level beings. Even if they can suppress the opponent in terms of strength, it is extremely difficult to successfully kill the opponent. This decisive battle is also not easy for Lita's and others. Otherwise, no matter how self-destructive Donna's is, he will not want to fight head-on, because if he can't beat him, he can at least deal with and delay. And at worst, he can escape, and there will be no easy loss of personnel, especially for an opponent like the brave Philip, who is almost immortal. A monster who can survive in the hands of multiple demons when he is at the legendary level. If he ignores his own injuries and just wants to disrupt the battlefield, then I am afraid no one can do anything to him. However, this decisive battle is different from the final battle 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, in order to send the hero Mitra to the devil, the gods and humans all preferred to delay the tactics, only delaying the 6 demons, and did not want to defeat or even kill them. This time is different. Apart from anything else, the two awakened heroes must be completely defeated. In this way, they can be liberated. But facing the existence of the demon level, it is undoubtedly extremely difficult to defeat them or even kill them. At least, it is absolutely impossible to fight alone. Even if Lita's took action, it might be possible to fight against the hero Reinhardt, but it would be almost impossible to fight against the hero Philip, who is almost immortal. In this case, if the two heroes want to be liberated, everyone can only adopt the siege tactics. In other words, there must be 2 or more demon-level beings to besiege before it is possible to completely defeat or even kill a hero. So, after discussion, Everyone developed several plans. Among them, the most likely plan is for Litas to fight Donnas, Anima and Nadura to work together to hold the princess. And the remaining 4 people, Ai, Shaf, Lilith and Artemis, will work together in pairs to first solve the hero Reinhardt. And then the 4 of them will attack together to besiege the hero Philip and try to defeat or kill him. As for Sheen, everyone thought that he should go directly to the Demon King to face him. Now, although the situation was a little unexpected, causing Sheen to confront the powerful Donnas before going to the Demon King. And Anima and Najula were also entangled by the world of resentful spirits, formed by the full-scale outbreak of death energy by the princess. But since the 2 brave undead spirits have appeared here, Ai, Shaf, Lilith and Artemis naturally want to follow the original plan and keep these 2 people completely. As for Litas, go and rescue Anima and Nadura first. Find a way to find the necromancer, Ai and Shaf, who were fighting with the heroes Reinhardt and Philip, shouted at Litas. Good. Litas naturally had no objection, and she flashed and rushed into the world of death and disappeared. Only Lilith and Artemis were left. One spread out 12 black wings, and the other spread out 12 white wings, like twin sisters, looking at each other. I didn't expect that there would be a day to join forces with you, Lilith. Artemis first looked straight at Lilith, then sighed and said, "Let's go." Yeah. Lilith didn't have any extra reaction, but nodded heavily. The next second, the goddess of justice and the goddess of evil also rushed out and joined the battle of the demons and heroes. Boom! A deafening sound, like a big explosion, reappeared in the dead world. So that's it. You want to overwhelm my death knights with numbers and completely eliminate them? In the dead world, the princess's figure was like an erratic undead, ready to move in the darkness. And she also took in everything that happened in this world and sneered. Unfortunately, I won't let you get what you want. Admittedly, the opponents this time are very strong, and there are many of them. Just based on the princess' words, if they face them head-on, they are likely to be at risk of falling. But the premise is to face them head-on. As she just declared, the princess will not face those super-level goddesses and demons head-on. Her unique skill, Colorless and Tasteless, is the most powerful latent skill in the world. Unlike the stealth skills like Shadow and Formless, it cannot be used on others, but it can make the princess the most terrifying assassin in the world. Even though the princess herself should be a magician, her magic ability is only auxiliary. The most powerful thing about this princess is her assassination ability that can be completely hidden under the enemy's nose and take the opportunity to launch a fatal attack. This point has been proved by the 2 previous actions in the Land of Elves. Artemis fell into the princess's sneak attack twice, which shows how strong her assassination ability is. Now, the princess only wants to rely on the ability of Colorless and Tasteless, combined with her own necromancy, to disrupt the enemy's actions first, and then take the opportunity to launch an attack. As long as she fights in this field, even if she faces 7 transcendent beings, the princess is confident that she can make them suffer. Thinking of this, the princess couldn't help but think of the past. That was a long time ago. I remember that I was still an innocent little princess at that time, even though I had awakened the strongest unique skill of the lurking system, Colorless and Odorless. The most thing I did every day was to use this ability to play hide and seek, because I felt bored staying in the palace. I often used the ability of Colorless and Tasteless to sneak out of the palace and play outside. Of course, every time I did this, the palace would be in chaos, and my father was so anxious that he lost a lot of hair. But he could do nothing about me. Send knights out to search and chase? Can they find her? Have people guard the bedroom heavily? Didn't they still not find a trace of my princess and let her slip away? As a result, over time, sneaking out of the palace and going out to play has become a kind of fun and habit for me. In addition, it is also difficult for people outside to detect the lurking of Colorless and Tasteless, and no one can harm me. At that time, I was fearless and never worried about anything happening. In this situation, I met him during a routine outing. Met him who sneaked into LA to investigate the conspiracy of the demons. Everything that happened afterwards was so logical, yet so cruel and ruthless. That is, from that day on, the trajectory of my life completely changed. The princess fell silent, but her fists were tightly clenched, causing the death energy around her to fluctuate extremely unstably. Thinking of everything that had happened and the scene she had experienced, the princess took a deep breath, and her expression became even colder. Did you see it? Now I am no longer the naive princess, nor the substitute who silently guarded you but never got any return. The elf queen you care about is not even worthy of entering my eyes now. The goddesses you respect are now being played around by me. Even the demon king you fought to kill was resurrected by me. Everything you care about and insist on has become worthless in front of me. Right? Seeing this, I wonder what you think. Mitra. The princess sneered as she muttered to herself. Wait. I will prove to you that even you are not qualified to ignore me. Before she finished speaking, a voice answered. Is this the reason why you have fallen into this state? When such a voice reached the princess's ears, her pupils shrank. Who? The princess turned around suddenly, waved her hand, and immediately released a wave of deadly spirits, causing the spirits to howl and roar in the direction of the sound. However, facing the wave of spirits that were rushing towards her, the visitor only swung a sword. Yes, a sword. The light slash passed by like a willow. Puff! The next moment, the seemingly powerless slash actually cut off the vengeful spirits that were rushing towards him with their fangs and claws. The vengeful spirits just dispersed and were purified by a sacred wave, completely disappearing into thin air. Holy sword. Such a scene shocked the princess and made her look terrified. Obviously, the princess thought it was Xian who came. But soon, the princess found that the person who came was not Xian at all. The person who slowly emerged from the gradually purified deathly aura was not even a man, but a beautiful woman. She was dressed in a court costume, like a fairy descending to the earth. Her graceful figure and extraordinary beauty were like a treasure in the world. She held a dazzling holy sword in her hand, like an ancient female sword fairy. Her wine-red eyes looked at this side, with some complicated emotions, and a gloomy look appeared on her beautiful face. The princess naturally knew this overly beautiful girl. Is it you? The princess also had complicated emotions on her face. The girl holding the holy sword looked at the princess and took a deep breath. The daughter of the royal family, Rosie Mitra, greet you here. Rosie bowed her head to the princess in front of her. Meet the first princess. Meet the ancestor. Lini Mitra. Chapter 1028 Priceless Devotion. Under Luoshi's greeting, the dark and dead world suddenly ushered in a depressing silence. The princess fell silent, and only spoke faintly after a long time. Have you guessed my identity? Upon hearing this, Luoshi did not respond, but her eyes fluctuated and a trace of bitterness appeared. There is no way. You are indeed Lord Lini. Luoshi finally confirmed this. Before this, although Luoshi and Xian had initially guessed the identity of the princess, guesses were just guesses after all. Until this moment. With the princess's response, the guess became a reality. Luoshi also had to accept that her ancestor, the wife of the brave Mitra, the first princess of the Mitra kingdom, had not only survived for 1,000 years, but also became the owner of the so-called Great Spirit of Death. By calculating the empire, calculating the human race, and even calculating the world, she finally became an incredible transcendental existence. This ancestor has now become the enemy of the kingdom, and even the enemy of the 3 major races. Not only did he help the demon Donnas to do evil, but he also blasphemed 2 heroes, turning them into dead spirits and manipulating them at will. The wife of the brave has become an evil person who manipulates forbidden magic. It has to be said that this is a very ironic thing. Although Luoshi was mentally prepared for this, she still bit her lip. Why? Luoshi asked in a deep voice. Why would someone like you fall to such a point? When this sentence sounded from Luoshi's mouth, it was nothing but the sneer of the princess. That was a laugh that mocked others. Mock myself, and also mock the descendants in front of me. Someone like me, the princess said sarcastically. Then let me ask you, what kind of person should I be? This Luoshi was speechless for a moment. Seeing this, the princess seemed even more sarcastic. Have you ever understood me? Do you know my thoughts and feelings? The princess said coldly. Since you don't know, what qualifications do you have to say such things? Luoshi fell into silence. Instead, the princess opened the conversation box and spoke to Luoshi. I know what you are thinking. It's nothing more than thinking that I am the wife of the brave Mitra, the first princess of the kingdom. And I should not be an enemy of the kingdom. Nor should I be an enemy of the world. That is something that is not allowed to be done. And it is also a shame for the kingdom. And it is simply unforgivable. It's not your fault. After all, I used to think so. The princess looked nostalgic, but her eyes became more and more cold. In the past, I always felt that I was the partner chosen by that man and his lover. As the wife of a brave man, I should set an example and show others my justice, kindness, excellence and virtuous side. This way, I won't embarrass him. And I won't let others laugh at me, thinking that I'm just a woman who got lucky to be favored by the hero. I even fought for this for almost my whole life. After the war ended, the wedding ended, and I became the princess of the Mitra kingdom. I immediately set an example, and tried my best to help him build a country and a new order. Unfortunately, what did I get in return for all this? Do you know? At this point, the princess' tone already showed hatred. All I got in return was that person's hypocritical praise, hypocritical satisfaction, and even hypocritical love. No matter how well I did, he would only show a very reluctant smile. No matter how hard I tried, he looked at me with only guilt. It was not until later that I realized that everything I did was just self-deception in front of him. The princess spoke her heart out word by word. That person, that hero, never loved me from beginning to end. Even if I try my best for him, even if I give everything for him. These words made Rosie even more silent. If it were the past, Rosie would probably find it difficult to understand the princess's feelings at this moment. But now Rosie can understand, because she already knows what it feels like to love someone. But the princess's love seemed so heavy and so sympathetic. After all, the person that the brave Mitra really loved at the beginning was not this Princess Lenny, but the current elf queen. He was obsessed with the beauty of the elf queen and once proposed to her, but was rejected. Thanks to this, the brave Mitra failed to propose. And in despair, he married the maid who had always been by his side. That maid was Princess Lenny of Alay, the survivor of Alay destroyed by Mitra. She was brought by the brave and finally became the brave's wife and the first princess of the kingdom. In other words, the feelings that the brave Mithras had for his wife were not love, but guilt, as the princess said, because he had to destroy someone's country. The brave man had to feel guilty, because the other person clearly helped him, but he made the other person homeless. The brave man had to feel guilty. As a result, the brave man probably let the other person stay by his side as a maid to compensate her. But because he failed to court her, he was discouraged and married her, which led to another layer of guilt. It can be said that the feelings that the brave Mithras had for Princess Lenny were only extremely strong guilt, without any love. In this case, the more selflessly Princess Lenny devoted to him, the more desperately she helped him, the more she advised him, and the more she tried her best, the more guilty the brave man felt. But Princess Lenny truly loves the hero, and even admires him since childhood. For him, Princess Lenny helped him complete the task regardless of the safety of her motherland. For him, even if her motherland was destroyed, Princess Lenny still had no regrets, and was willing to become a maid to follow him. For him, after becoming a princess, she tried her best to help him build the kingdom. All this was not to make the hero feel guilty, but just to make him happy and let him truly fall in love with her. But the more she did this, the more guilty the hero would feel. The dead loop was formed here. I don't need his guilt. I don't need his compensation. I just want him to love me as a woman. Is this a high requirement? The princess has already lost her temper, even if he loves the elf queen. So what? Isn't it normal for a capable man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? I didn't ask him to be devoted to me. I just hope he can give me a little love. But he didn't. He felt guilty from beginning to end. He kept saying sorry. He said he would make it up to me every day, even if I hated him. But I don't need these at all. As he said this, the whole dead world became riotous. This world controlled by the princess became unstable because the mentality of its controller was out of control. The princess was unaware and just kept shouting. 40 years. 40 whole years. In order to make him stop looking at me with guilty eyes. I worked hard for 40 years. But in the end, even if he was dying because of a serious injury that could not be cured, he still wanted to make it up to me. Make it up to me. And feel sorry for me. When he was dying, he also wanted to sacrifice himself to the holy sword, leaving a legacy and a treasure that could protect the kingdom. Instead of accompanying me, even if I cried out at the top of my lungs, kneeled down and begged him not to die, but to come back to the ruins of Alay with me, so that I could take care of him until the last second, accompany him until death, or even die with him. He looked at me with more and more guilt. The princess waved her hand violently, and the whole dead world trembled. In order to stop him from sacrificing, I had already risked everything and even injured him. But what was the result? He pushed me away in front of me, and then jumped into the magic circle of the ritual without hesitation and became a sacrifice. At that moment, my heart died, but as he wished, I hated him more than ever before. He gave everything, gave up everything, even dignity, But in the end, he got such an ending. It was natural that he hated me. It was not until this moment that Luoshi understood why this ancestor was so painful, so desperate, and died with negative emotions, which led to his becoming a death spirit. It's just the pain of being rejected because of the love I've been seeking. For 1,000 years, I've been thinking that since I've given everything, but this is the ending I got. It would be better if nothing happened in the first place. The motherland was indirectly destroyed because of me, and I was also indirectly destroyed because of him. Everything was destined from the day LA was destroyed. You asked me why I joined the new original demon and became the enemy of the kingdom and the world. Of course, it's because I gave everything for the kingdom and the world, but got nothing in return, the princess said with hatred. Since this world can't give me any love, I'll hate everything in this world. The country and order that I've given everything to build. Since they can't help me get that person's love, then destroy them. I'll let everything return to its original state. Nothing exists. In this way, he shouldn't feel guilty about me anymore. Right? The princess pointed at Roxy. No. To be more precise, it should be said that it was pointing at the holy sword in Rox's hand. The princess was so familiar with that holy sword that she couldn't be more familiar with it. So, the princess made such a declaration to it. Now you see it. Right? Mitra. I won't sacrifice for others anymore. Do you hate me? Hate me. Because I hate you too. Chapter 1029, Fateful Duel. Luoshi, who had been quietly listening to the princess's venting cry, was completely speechless at this moment. She just silently clenched the holy sword in her hand. Although she didn't say anything, her heart was surging. Even if she didn't experience it personally. As long as she listened to the princess's cry and her hatred that was deeper than crying, she could feel how painful this ancestor was. Hate because of love. That's not enough to describe her. She was in pain because of love. And hate because of love. Although her love was extremely heavy, it was also unforgettable. Perhaps, in the eyes of others, her fall to this point was completely the result of going to extremes. But Luoshi could understand it. It was because she understood love. Knew love. And understood love that she knew how desperate it would be for a woman's love to reach a point where it could not be realized no matter what. 40 years of all-out struggle. 1,000 years of deep love filled with hatred. This ancestor who lost his homeland, lost his family, and only had the hero he longed for, finally faced such a sympathetic experience. Luoshi will not comment on this. It's not that I feel I can't comment, but I feel I am not qualified. If you are not the person involved, then you are not qualified to stand on your own position and point fingers at other people's affairs. That's not called advice. Just heartless mouth cannon. But you should let it go. Lord Lenny. Luoshi's voice floated gently in the air. It's been 1,000 years. Enough. Please let yourself go. Don't force yourself to continue on this dead end. This is the only thing Luoshi can say. The princess obviously didn't expect that in the end. Luoshi actually made such a statement. This made her face look a little distorted. You want me to let it go? The princess shouted angrily. How can I let it go? Yes. How could she let it go? It was because it had been 1,000 years. Because she had worked hard for 40 years and paid so much that she could not let it go. Otherwise, wouldn't her 1,040 years have been in vain? Wasn't all her efforts, as well as the pain and despair when she transformed into the great spirit of death, in vain? After finally getting to this point, she had stepped into a realm that others could not imagine, and reached the same realm as that man. And now she was asked to let it go? Can't let it go. If you dare to hinder me, I will kill you. The princess uttered such cold words, letting a lot of death energy entangle her body, completely covering her figure. At this moment, the princess seemed to have turned into a dark shadow, a devil crawling out of HL, so evil and terrifying. Luoshi could also feel a suffocating killing intent shrouding her. This told Xian that the princess was serious. She really intended to kill him. Even if he was her descendant, her offspring, it would be the same. After understanding this, Luoshi was not afraid, but just took a deep breath. I will let you let it go. Luoshi looked directly at the devil-like figure and strengthened her determination. She knew that she had little chance of winning this battle, as she had analyzed before. With only half-baked transcendental power, the possibility that she could defeat this ancestor who officially entered the transcendental level was probably less than 1%. But Luoshi had to take this battle. Not for anything else, but for this ancestor to let her go and let herself be free. It was not just the brave who were awakened as undead, entangled by the death aura. falling into the abyss. Your attitude is also nothing more than a dead soul whose heart is occupied by resentment and hatred. I will liberate you. Luo, she slowly raised the holy sword in her hand and pointed it at the princess. As the heir of this holy sword, as the descendant of the brave, I have this mission. When such a sentence fell from Luo Shi's mouth, an incredible scene happened. Buzz! I saw that the holy sword in Luo Shi's hand suddenly trembled. And it actually bloomed with an unprecedented brilliant brilliance. The sacred wave was like a tide, constantly overflowing from the holy sword. The amazing power was like a tsunami, constantly emerging from the holy sword, dispersing the death aura from all directions. This is the princess, who turned into a devilish black shadow, shouted in shock and disbelief. Even Luo Shi couldn't help but be stunned and was shocked. At this moment, an extremely powerful force emerged from the holy sword and poured into Luo Shi's body. Compared with the power provided by the holy sword before, this force is simply a world of difference. The princess lost her voice. A holy sword that has transcended and transformed. How is this possible? Yes, the holy sword in Luo Shi's hand is transformed. Like the holy swords of the heroes who have successfully broken through the limits of life and reached the transcendent level. Luo Shi's holy sword actually transformed itself at this moment. Moreover, it only took a moment for the transformation to be completed. In other words, the holy sword in Luo Shi's hand, like the holy swords of those heroes who have achieved transcendence, has transformed into the power crystallization that is closest to the concept of the Demon King and the Supreme God. Such a holy sword can even defeat and kill the Demon King, and is the real enemy of the Demon King. However, although Luo Shi has not yet truly transcended, the holy sword has transformed on its own. This is simply an incredible thing. Luo Shi couldn't believe her eyes. And then she thought of it. Ancestor Mitra. Luo Shi couldn't help but murmur. The princess also heard it. And, the moment she heard it, the princess was struck by lightning. She knew what Luo Shi meant. Mitra's holy sword. Mitra's holy sword. That's right. It's the holy sword of the brave Mitra. Luo Shi is just its successor, not its exclusive master. The real owner of this sword is the brave Mitra, who was once hailed as the strongest brave of all generations, and could be on the same level as the goddess of fate, Litas. Such Mitra has long transcended and achieved transcendence, and is the strongest in the transcendent level. Of course, Mitra, who has long achieved transcendence, has a real transformation of his holy sword. His holy sword is no longer a restricted holy sword, but an enemy of the Demon King who has liberated his true posture and true power. However, when Mitra sacrificed himself as a living sacrifice through the ritual and left the holy sword in this world, and it was inherited by Roxy, the holy sword lost its true posture and power. Roxy, who inherited the holy sword, had never been able to awaken its true power and restore its true posture until this moment. In order to respond to Rox's will and resonate with Rox's determination, the holy sword liberated its true posture and awakened its true power. This is the true appearance of the treasure that Mitra left to future generations. The strongest sword that can protect the kingdom and order in any disaster. After understanding this, Roxy couldn't help but smile. You also want to liberate her, right, Ancestor Mitra? Roxy tightly grasped the holy sword that glowed with true posture and power. In addition to determination, she suddenly had a sense of confidence in her heart. That was the confidence that came from holding the strongest weapon and being recognized by the ancestors. In this case, please join me. Together, we will defeat the misguided great-grandmother, Roxy declared to the holy sword in her hand. As if responding to Rox's declaration, the holy sword's light became brighter and brighter, and the sacred fluctuations became stronger and stronger, causing a small, dazzling, scorching golden sun to light up in the dead world. The princess watched that scene from beginning to end. She trembled. She was angry. She resented. She cried bitterly. It has come to this. Are you still going to stop me? Mitra. From this scene, the princess glimpsed the will of the brave man who had missed and resented for 1,000 years. Although he had passed away, his strength and will remained, and he embarked on a different path from the princess. He was determined to protect everything, to help future generations, and to leave everyone with the power to open up the future. The princess was determined to destroy everything, reset everything back to its original state, and become an enemy of future generations. The two of them went their separate ways once again, even after 1,000 years. Their hearts, thoughts, and will still had no intersection. This drove the princess crazy. Ah! With this hateful cry, the entire dead world turned into a whirlpool of riots and began to fluctuate wildly. Wraiths kept appearing in the dead air. Painful wails and roars were heard. Kill you! Kill you! I will kill you all! There was only an astonishing negative emotion in the princess' voice. That is the essence of the existence of the great spirit of death. If Sheen were here, he would definitely be able to see that the current princess is the same as Rimjo, who was transformed into the great spirit of death. At the beginning, after Limjo achieved the great spirit of death, before he was on the verge of extinction, he was also like crazy, mad, lost himself, and only had pure negative emotions and negative power. The current princess is the same. This only shows one thing. That is, she lost control, occupied by the negative power, and full of negative emotions unique to the existence of the great spirit of death. She became a violent ghost. Mitra's holy sword showed its true posture, echoing with Roxy. And that scene became the last straw that overwhelmed her inner despair. Now, she will never show mercy to Roxy. However, facing the entire dead world that was rioting like a whirlpool tsunami, Roxy was not afraid. She was bathed in the golden light, while raising the transformed holy sword. A pair of wine-red eyes also turned into noble gold. At this moment, Roxy is the treasure of the human race that combines the power of the two most powerful beings in the past. The most powerful demon king of all time. The most powerful goddess of the gods. The transformed holy sword. The power of destiny. Roxy awakened all her powers. Come on! With such a shout, Roxy faced the dark and evil world. The fateful duel began here. Chapter 1030 Undoubted Suspense. Xian and Donna's were naturally unaware of the fierce battles on other battlefields. Their attention was completely focused on each other, and they no longer paid attention to the battles in other directions. Whether it was the large-scale war on the ground or the fateful duel between the transcendent beings, they could no longer attract the attention of these two people. At least, Donna's had no spare energy to pay attention to the battles in other directions. Ha! With a low shout, Donna's tried his best to squander magic power, unfolding countless overlapping magic arrays, letting them rotate and bite each other, forming an extremely large and complex magic array, allowing countless magic to blast out from the array. These magics not only include various elements such as wind, water, fire, earth, light, and darkness, but also magic of various other systems mixed in. There is binding magic specifically used to restrain others. There is sealing magic that can seal super ancient giant monsters. There are poisonous magics that can corrode everything in the world. There are even curses, hypnosis, blindness, weakness, paralysis, petrification, and other magics mixed in. Just like poisonous snakes hidden in the grass. When the opponent thinks that he is facing only ordinary magic, he accidentally touches these magics. What will happen? You can imagine. Donna's used all the magic systems that can be used in the battle at this moment, forming them into an airtight magic feast, forming a dense barrage, and bombarding his opponent. This is undoubtedly a very messy thing. At least, Donna's concentration, mental strength, and control power, which manipulated these magics, were overloaded, causing his head to not only have a burning pain, but also blood flowing out of his mouth and nose. This shows how messy Donna's is. But there is no way. If he doesn't mess around, Donna's can't defeat the powerful enemy in front of him. Choke. This is the sound of sword flashing. In front of the magic feast that covered the sky, a tiny figure holding a golden holy sword turned into a dazzling light and shadow. While waving the holy sword, pulling up sword lights, he shuttled through the magic barrage at an astonishing speed. His slash was like the wind, and it flashed by in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that the sword body and the tip of the sword could not be seen at all. His slash was like fire. Wherever he passed, no matter what kind of magic, it seemed to be evaporated. In a flash of slash, it all dissipated, whether it was a visible attack or an invisible curse. In front of the slash of the holy sword, it seemed to turn into insignificant sewage, and was intercepted and purified in an instant. The magic feast that could burn a continent or even the entire surface of the earth. In front of the opponent's magical slash and the holy sword with amazing sacred fluctuations, not even one of them could touch the opponent and cause damage to the opponent. So, the warrior of the holy sword was like riding the wind and waves in the sea of magic, breaking through the blockade and attack of magic, and rushed to the direction where Donna's was. He approached at such a high speed, and the pressure he brought to Donna's was simply unimaginable. It's not over yet, Donna's roared, ignoring the blood flowing from his ears and eyes. and threw the magic book in his hand into the air. Bang! The magic book exploded and turned into countless pages, flying messily in the wind. However, the next second, these pages were all stuck in the air, wrapped by Donna's magic power that gushed out like a volcanic eruption. Expand! Donna's opened his hand, and all the pages of the magic book wrapped in magic power burned on the spot. Not long after, mysterious patterns appeared in the burning pages. They intertwined and outlined each other, and finally covered the entire world and the entire space. Did they build the world around them into a magic ritual site? Seeing this scene, Sheen, who swung countless sword lights and cut off countless magic, immediately understood what Donna's was doing. Donna's refined the space in this area into a magic ritual site and became the controller of this world. Try this trick. Brave. Donna's desperately injected magic power into the magic lines that formed the ritual site, making all the magic lines light up. Boom! With a roar, the world that turned into the ritual site burned with raging flames. That was not a fiery red flame, but a golden flame as bright as gold. The flame of the demon god that can burn everything in the world, devour everything, and regard everything as a sacrifice. You come and try its power. As Donna said this, one of his hands exploded on the spot, and turned into a burst of blood, which merged into the flames. Obviously, even if such an amazing large-scale ritual destruction magic can be used, the user must pay a price. This is the most dangerous and taboo destruction magic that can only be used by offering a part of one's body as a price. This guy, Sheen, didn't expect Donna's to go to this extent, and couldn't help but be amazed. But it must be said that Donna's is really courageous. If he hadn't done this, even if he used a unique skill like the brilliance of the crowd, all the magical lives born from his hands were concentrated on this battlefield, and he exerted an unprecedented and largest scale of power. It would be unknown whether he could defeat the current Sheen. The current power of Sheen has reached a realm that no one can understand. The only people who can overwhelm him are probably the two outside the specification. What's more, Donna's also doubted whether Sheen had become the first existence in history to slightly touch the field of outside the specification. Even the goddess of fate, Lida's, could only approach but not touch the realm. But Sheen might have touched it. Thinking of this, how could Donna's relax his vigilance? I said, I will risk everything I have to fight you. Donna's voice resounded throughout the world. Let me see your true power. Brave Sheen. As soon as the voice fell, the flame of the demon god, which could burn everything in the world, devour everything, and regard everything as a sacrifice, rioted. Boom, 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 all around Sheen. Pillars of fire suddenly rose up and turned into fire dragons, roaring and biting Sheen. Sheen did not feel any high temperature in the flames, but it is precisely such flames that may be the most terrifying thing. Sheen, who was unsure of the threat of these flames of the demon god, naturally did not want to test the law and bear the power of the flames of the demon god head-on. But when Sheen was about to use teleportation to transfer, he found that the surrounding space had been blocked and could not teleport at all. No, not blocked, but burned. The space itself was burned by the flames of the demon god, allowing Sheen to clearly see that the space was twisting and breaking in the golden flames. Such a terrifying power made Sheen give up the idea of using dispelling magic to deal with it. The magic that can dispel magic, facing such a golden flame, made Sheen have to wonder whether it would also be burned to ashes. Therefore, Sheen gave up magic and teleportation, and his whole body burned with brilliant flames. That was not a special skill called reincarnation destiny. After achieving transcendence, all of Sheen's skills have been completely integrated into himself and become abilities that he can use naturally. For example, magic, teleportation. These no longer have the form and concept of skills, but have become pure abilities or knowledge, and are used by Sheen as if they were his own arms. Among these abilities, some do not even need to be used deliberately, and directly become the power of Sheen's own characteristics. For example, Vado Destiny can improve the performance and use skills of weapons, and can improve physical ability and combat ability when unarmed. Such skills do not even need to be used, and have completely become Sheen's physical characteristics. Orcs are born with sharp 5 senses, right? Dwarves are born with strong physiques, right? Sheen is also like that, with a physique that seems to be a natural racial characteristic. In this case, as long as Sheen holds a weapon, its performance will naturally increase, and its physical ability will also be permanently improved, rather than being improved only when it is unarmed. As for the perfect combat skills triggered when using Vado Destiny, They have all become things like knowledge and instinct. The same is true for reincarnation destiny. It is integrated into Shin's concept of existence, allowing Shin's power to increase tenfold permanently after he achieves transcendence. It is precisely because of this that Shin can become so strong after transcendence, to a terrifying degree. This brilliant light and flame has become the scene that will definitely appear when Shin releases his magic power. In other words, these brilliant light and flames are the magic power that Shin has completely released. Shin is like a god in the brilliant flames, holding up the holy sword. Choke! The sword light flashed, and the whistling sound of the holy sword passing through the space spread out. The brilliant light and flame were injected into the holy sword, fused with the holy sword's sacred power, and transformed into a huge slash. Suddenly, it was as if a huge and dazzling sword of golden light had slashed through the sky and earth, cutting off everything around it. The fierce attack of the demon god's flame was slashed open. The twisted and shattered space was also cut open, turning into a dark wormhole. Even the mysterious lines that turned this world into a ritual site were cut into countless pieces by this slash. With just one sword, Shin broke the forbidden destruction magic that Donna's was willing to sacrifice an arm to use. There was no way to hurt him even a little bit. The desperate scene made Donna's face twisted. Pound! Shin's figure turned into light and shadow again, shaking up the exploding wind and waves while rushing in front of Donna's. The golden slash fell suddenly. Donna's pupils shrank instantly. Chapter 1031 The Power of the Demon King. Time seemed to have completely stopped at this moment. Shin's slash, which was as fast as light, was frozen in space, or delayed hundreds of thousands of times. In Donna's eyes, it suddenly slowed down, but it was slashing towards him unwaveringly. That was a fatal blow. Not to mention that this holy sword can now cut off large-scale ritual destruction magic, such as the flame of the demon god. And even the space was almost cut off together. How much damage would such power bring to a person? Just say that its own sacred power is extremely deadly and poisonous to Donna's. Don't forget that Donna's has become a real demon, and even the incarnation of the demon king once left in the world. For such a person, facing the holy sword that can be called the natural enemy, he only needs to be slashed once, and he will be instantly purified by the sacred power on it, turning into dust and disappearing. Therefore, this is indeed a fatal blow. The premise is that it must hit. Donna's pupil shrank to the size of a needle tip, and when his skin was stung by the sacred wave of the holy sword, the corner of his mouth suddenly raised a very small arc. Shin, who was slashing at Donna's with a sword, suddenly felt something. However, before Shin was ready to react, the strange phenomenon happened first. Buzz! I saw that on Donna's body, there were also mysterious lines emerging. Those lines seemed to come alive, suddenly bursting up, like a thorn in the bone, one by one separated from Donna's and entangled with Shin's body. Shin felt as if his whole body was stuck by an amazing force. This time, it was really like time stopped, and he was frozen in front of Donna's, unable to move. The holy sword, shining with brilliant light, stopped just less than 5 centimeters away from Donna's forehead. Shin was frozen there, and even his face was covered with lines. This is... Shin frowned tightly. Donna's voice came into Shin's ears. This is a forbidden magic that uses the large-scale ritual destruction magic itself as a sacrifice. It can only be activated when the flame of the demon god is destroyed by the enemy, and the demon god is in a fatal crisis. Donna's raised his hand while keeping a distance from Shin, and countless mysterious lines emerged. The danger of this magic is that the magic pattern must be engraved on the user's body in advance, and the activation conditions must be completed within 1 day. Otherwise, the magic pattern will devour the user in turn, causing the user to die on the spot. Therefore, this magic is listed as a taboo, probably because it is so dangerous, harming others and not benefiting oneself. But Donna's prepared such magic on himself without hesitation. In other words, although the flame of the demon god is very powerful, I still can't imagine that it can defeat you in the future. Donna's said so. Therefore, Donna's would not hesitate to take such a big risk to prepare such magic. If you want to know a person best, you should not become his friend, but his enemy. Donna's perfectly interpreted this point, overestimating Shin as much as possible, and using amazing courage to estimate and prepare, and finally successfully created such a situation. Even Shin had to admit it. You are really amazing. You even know such magic. Shin gave a sincere compliment. Donna sneered. The so-called magic was originally created by the Demon King, the most powerful existence. The original magic can even be said to be designed after analyzing the Demon King's power itself. This power itself is destined to be extraordinary. Like the flame of the devil just now. The destructive magic that can burn even space. That already has a trace of the nature of the devil's power. The power of the devil that can destroy everything, even the world, is reproduced as magic, which is the flame of the devil just now. Even though the flame of the devil is far from being comparable to the power of the devil itself, it at least contains a trace of the essence of destruction. And in the long years, with the assistance of UU Mozilla, the devil has continuously created a variety of magic systems. Those magics are actually weakened versions of the power of the devil that have been analyzed and popularized. In other words, the so-called magic can be traced back to its origin, and it can be traced back to the power of the devil that can destroy the world. It was not until the Supreme God compiled the sacred system, recovery system, auxiliary system and other systems according to the concept of magic that the power system of magic became more complicated and turbid. It is well known that magic can be divided into 3 levels: low level, medium level, and high level. Only when the magic skills of the relevant system are improved to a certain level can you gradually learn high-level magic. Magic skills of levels 1 to 3 can learn low-level magic. Magic skills of levels 4 to 6 can learn medium-level magic. Magic skills of levels 7 to 9 can learn high-level magic. But the highest skill can reach level 10. And if you can achieve transcendence and are no longer restricted by magic skills, you can actually learn and use higher-level magic. Therefore, the upper limit of magic is not just to the upper level. There are also top-level magic that can only be learned when magic skills reach the full level, and special-level magic that can only be learned when transcendence is achieved. Thousands of years ago, after the war ended, in order to prevent the demons from starting a war again, and to prevent the large-scale war that could affect the entire omnipotency from happening again, both the gods and the humans asked the demons to limit the excessive development of magic. As a result, some magic and magic systems that are too dangerous are listed as taboos. And top-level magic and special-level magic are no longer advocated for popularization. Thanks to this, after 1,000 years, people in the world thought that magic was only at the upper level. But they had no idea about the existence of top-level magic and special-level magic. Donna's words reminded Sheen of the past, when he once wondered that since magic skills can only be raised to level 9 to learn the highest level of magic, what if magic skills are raised to the maximum level? Now, the answer to this question has just been revealed. I will start a war and collect ancient books from all over the world. In addition to the purpose of collecting media and ritual materials for resurrecting the Demon King, I just want to take a peek at the field of top-level magic and special-level magic, especially special-level magic, as the original and oldest magic that can only be learned and used by beings who have achieved transcendence, and the closest to the power of the Demon King himself. I am very interested in it. It is said that among all transcendent beings, only Moon Demon Sarah can use this kind of special-level magic. Now, I can also use magic in this field. Donna's told Sheen what kind of magic and what level of power he had faced since the beginning. Whether it was the flame of the demon god or the magic that froze him, they were probably the super ancient magic that was originally created and analyzed and constructed based on the power of the Demon King. Magic that can partially reproduce the essence of the Demon King's power. Special magic. This is the magic that froze Sheen now, and the true face of the flame of the demon god just now. It's over. Donna stretched out his hand in the direction of Sheen. The second stage of the flame of the demon god that can destroy, crush, and devour all existence. The magic is called Destruction Final Punishment. I won. Brave man. After speaking, Donna stretched out his hand and clenched it tightly. The lines wrapped around Sheen's body shone with a dazzling light. Paw. 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 This is the sound of space breaking apart. The space around Sheen broke apart directly under the radiance of the magic spell. Not long after, a huge space wormhole appeared behind Sheen. Sheen was sucked in and disappeared. Bang! There was a blast. At this moment, the only hand left by Donna's followed the path of the hand in front and exploded. Cough! Donna's couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Sure enough, special magic can't be used just by saying it. How can the magic that can reproduce part of the essence of the Demon King's power be a power that we can use casually without touching her field? Even with such harsh activation conditions and such great risks, it is still necessary to pay a price to use this level of magic. Otherwise, how could the result of the great apostle of the moon successfully integrating the power of the Demon King into himself cause so many people, including Donna's, to be amazed? Because all those who know, including Donna's, can imagine how much torture and pain it takes to successfully reach this step. Do you think that the great apostle of the moon looks intact? But the nature of her unique skills has changed. I don't know how many times her body has been repaired. And I don't know how damaged her body is inside. If not, Helemus would have integrated the power of the Demon King himself. So how could he leave it to others? It's all because of this reason. As the highest level of magic and essence, special magic can even reproduce part of the essence of the Demon King's power. It is powerful. And even if a super-level existence is targeted, it will be very dangerous. But these magics, each use requires a price. Because of this, even Moon Devil Sarah only used special magic as a trump card when he had no choice. And usually used top magic as a means to fight the enemy. As for the rest of the demons, none of them learned special magic, because it was too dangerous. In this battle, Donna's paid a big price to defeat Sheen. Fortunately, I won in the end, Donna's whispered. At this moment, clang! In the constantly shattering space wormhole, a burst of crimson light suddenly lit up and shone through it. What? Donna's face changed drastically. Buzz! In the dark space wormhole, the crimson light gradually trembled and gathered into a beam of light. No, that's not a beam of light. That's a sword. A huge lightsaber made of crimson power, filled with magic and destructive power, emerged from the wormhole in space. Immediately, the huge lightsaber was raised high and then dropped heavily. Puff! With a sharp and clean sound of severing, the mysterious lines covering the space, the cracks in the broken space, and the expanding wormhole were all cut in half by the lightsaber. The scene was as if the world itself was cut apart. Extremely terrifying. Impossible. Donis couldn't believe his eyes at all. But, facts are facts. You are indeed an amazing guy. The voice came from the world that was split in two. Not only did he take away everything from Helemus, and became a complete demon with a weak body, he also adapted to the demon body better than your good-for-nothing father, and mastered the power of the demon at the fastest speed. But in the end, he awakened two unique skills, and learned special magic that I have never heard of. Everything you have done can be called a great deed and a legend. I am afraid that for thousands and tens of thousands of years to come, your great deeds and legends will be passed down in the future. With that said, the brave warrior holding the holy sword slowly walked out of the world that was split into two. If I were just an ordinary transcendent, an ordinary brave warrior, even if I was stronger than Mitra, it would be difficult for me to remain intact under your desperate attack. Right? Unfortunately, you really chose the wrong opponent. The power to reproduce part of the essence of the power of the Demon King? That kind of power is completely ineffective for me now. Sheen separated the world, the space, the magic and the vision, as if he was independent of all concepts, and walked in front of Donna's as if walking on flat ground. You? Donna's couldn't help but step back and found a shocking scene. His sight moved slightly downward and moved to the holy sword in Sheen's hand. The sword, at some point, had completely changed. The original holy sword was dazzling, and was filled with divine power and fluctuations at all times, making it easy to tell at a glance that it was a sacred object that purified all evil. However, the holy sword at this moment was not only a deep red, but also emitted no divine power or fluctuations. The power emitted by the holy sword at this moment was dark and deep. The nature of that power, the fluctuation of that power, it was exactly the same as the nature of the special magic that Donna's had just used. No, it should be said that it was deeper, darker, and more destructive than the special magic that Donna's had just used. Yes, that was the power of the Demon King. The complete, perfect, and perfect power of the Demon King. No! Impossible! Donna screamed. Chapter 1032 Great Existence. At this moment, even Donna's, who was resourceful and calculating, was completely out of control. The power of the devil displayed by Sheen completely defeated his calmness and his determination. How is it possible? How is it possible? Donna's couldn't believe his eyes at all, staring at the red holy sword in Sheen's hand. No, it can no longer be called a holy sword. The sword that Sheen held at this moment no longer had any of the sacred power and sacred fluctuations that a holy sword should have. Instead, it was completely transformed into a broken magic sword. It was not the magic sword skill that could be called a close combat skill, but a demonic attribute that was opposite to the holy. A genuine demon sword. No matter how you look at it, Donna's must admit that the magic sword carried the power of the Demon King. The complete power of the Demon King. Sheen was not as confused as Donna's. Instead, he walked in the void, glancing at the surroundings that were constantly shattering. Because of the two special magics destruction final punishment and demon god's flame, the space was already severely damaged. Not to mention that it was cut open by Sheen slash containing the power of the Demon King. And the damage would only be more serious if it were replaced with ordinary means, even if it was magic that directly involved the space itself and caused damage to the space. It would not be able to keep the space shattering and damaged. The world has the function of self-repair. So even if the space is destroyed, it can be repaired within a certain period of time. Only when it is destroyed by the power of the Demon King. That kind of destruction can truly bring irreparable damage to the world and space. Even if it is a special magic that only reproduces part of the essence of the Demon King's power. The damage caused to the space, once formed, will be irreparable. Otherwise, how could this highest level of magic be listed as forbidden magic? That's why it's so dangerous. With the sword that Sheen slashed with the power of the devil. The fate of this area of space is the same as the crack in the world of cosmos, becoming an incurable world wound. Thinking of this, Sheen's mind changed. In his hand, the crimson magic sword suddenly shone with light. It was no longer the crimson power of the devil, but the dazzling holy light. In the light, the crimson on the magic sword was gradually replaced by gorgeous white, restoring its original appearance as a holy sword. Sheen raised the restored holy sword and swept it casually. Boom! With a tremor. The power of the devil that permeated the entire space was swept away by the holy wave and completely purified. The broken space stopped cracking. Then, Sheen's hand holding the sword turned again. And the holy light on the holy sword immediately changed again. It turned into a blue light like the sky and the ocean, emitting a supernatural aura. At this point, the holy sword turned into a divine sword again. Go back. Holding the divine sword, Sheen only uttered a short word that sounded like the words of a true god. And an incredible scene happened. I saw that the originally cracked and broken space was like time going backwards. And it actually absorbed countless fallen space fragments from all directions, returning these fragments to their original positions. Under such circumstances, the broken space was gradually filled back, and the cracks disappeared one by one. Not long after, under the shining of the blue light, the entire world that was broken like the end of the world quietly returned to its original state. Everything seemed to have never happened, and became both calm and peaceful. Donna's widened his eyes, and a pair of eyeballs almost burst out of his eye sockets because of astonishment and disbelief. Donna's could only scream wildly in his heart. That is the almighty power. That is the almighty power. What is the almighty power? The power of the supreme goddess. The creator god who is known as the omniscient and omnipotent existence is the almighty power. In other words, that is the real power of the goddess. The symbol of true omniscience and omnipotence. Not like the goddess of the gods, who only achieves miracles in one or two fields. It is omnipotent. It is the power of the true gods, who can do everything. This power, which is only restrained by the power of the devil, can even create the universe, create the world, and create everything in this world. Seeing this power, for Donna's, the impact and shock caused is greater than seeing the power of the devil. At least, the power of the devil can still find some remnants in this world, and can also be used to a certain extent through various methods. But the real power of the omnipotent goddess is that even if you search the entire omnipotence in, there is no trace of it. Isn't the radiant branch precious? But it is just the crystallization of the remaining power after the supreme god created the world with his own power. It only has the characteristic of not being restricted by reason. But people cannot peek into the power of the supreme god through it. Unlike the power of the Demon King, which is not accepted and allowed by the world and can therefore find the remaining power in this world. The almighty power of the supreme god belongs only to himself, and will not leave even the slightest legacy in the world. Because the world itself is the creation of the supreme god. The power left by the supreme god in this world will be absorbed by the world itself, and eventually become the magic power that fills the whole world. Endlessly. But now, the holy sword in Sheen's hand is changed into a divine sword containing almighty power. How can Donna's not scream madly in his heart? Donna's was trembling. The power of the brave, symbolizing holiness and miracles. The power of the Demon King, symbolizing destruction and the end. The power of the goddess, symbolizing omniscience and almightiness. The power of the three supreme concepts. All appeared in Sheen, gathered on a sword. Right? Realizing this, even Donna's felt his head buzzing at this moment. And the whole person fell into a state of confusion and stagnation. After restoring everything to its original state, Sheen came to a position only a few meters away from Donna's. Someone gave this power a name, called Supreme Authority. Sheen's voice sounded clearly. Originally, it should have been my unique skill. But I don't know if it was because its power and nature had completely exceeded the scope that reason could regulate, or because it was originally a hidden power sleeping in my body, and it was completely integrated with me after I achieved transcendence. It actually disappeared with other skills, and can no longer be viewed in the form of a unique skill. Not only that, because Sheen completely integrated the relationship of supreme authority as the embodiment of the power of the three supreme concepts. Their properties and abilities are also fed back to the holy sword that is one with Sheen. Therefore, after the holy sword achieved transcendence, underwent a transformation, and radiated true sacred power, it underwent a second transformation while integrating supreme authority. When it shows the holy attribute, it is a holy sword that can purify all evil and punish all evil existence. When it shows the demon attribute, it is a demon sword that can destroy everything and bring the end of the world. And when it shows the divine attribute, it is an omnipotent divine sword that can create everything. This level of power may really be beyond the scope of reason. So Sheen's supreme authority has even lost the concept and form of unique skills, and is completely integrated into itself. Now Sheen, all the power and ability in his body are his own. Transcendent beings all have at least unique skills, and the core strength and ability are concentrated on unique skills. But Sheen has completely absorbed unique skills, like ordinary skills, and turned them into his own strength. Donna's understood this, and trembled even more. Because, as far as he knew, there were only two beings in the history of omnipotence who were not limited to the levels and skills stipulated by reason. And even the concept of unique skills could be surpassed and surpassed. Extraordinary existence. The only two supreme life forms born in the void. The Demon King and the Supreme God. Has she already stepped into the realm that has only two places in the past and present? Donna's had thought before that she might have become the closest to that realm, or even touched that realm. But he could never have imagined that Sheen was not close to or touched, but had actually stepped into it. It seems that you have understood. Sheen looked at Donna's quietly, and made a declaration. For me now, you can no longer be my opponent. Do you understand? He is not just an ordinary transcendent, nor is he a hero stronger than the goddess of fate, as everyone speculates. He has already gathered the power of the three supreme concepts in one body, and completely integrated and awakened them, becoming the third extraordinary existence that is truly equal to the Demon King and the goddess. Now Sheen is the supreme life form with the concept of a hero. A great existence at the same level as the Demon King and the Supreme God. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. After understanding all this, Donna's laughed. He laughed a little crazy and self-deprecatingly. So this battle that I risked everything to deal with, in your opinion, is just a clown stage play? Donna's understood that no matter how strong he became or how much he paid, he could not defeat the current Sheen. This is a perfect ending for me. A perfect result for me. Ha ha ha. Donna seemed to have completely abandoned his own life and death, holding his forehead, and laughed in ecstasy. That laughter was full of a sad atmosphere. Sheen still just looked at Donna's quietly. He did not do anything, and he had no intention of doing anything else. Holding the omniscient and omnipotent sword, Sheen also relied on his omniscience to glimpse some of what happened to Donna's. Until this moment, Sheen knew why Donna's became so abnormal. The reason was simply because he knew the truth of his own existence. The incarnation of the devil. Because of his subconscious desire and instinctive pursuit, he resurrected the devil at all costs. But he always thought that it was the path he had to take to achieve his ideals and dreams. The poor dreamer. This is the true face of Donna's. After understanding this, Sheen could not help but feel a little sympathy for this man. Such a man with courage, strategy, brains, ideas, the ability to plan everything, and the ambition to disrupt the world, actually walked on a path that he thought was reasonable, but in fact was just a puppet, because of an unfounded incarnation identity and instinctive desire. No wonder he became so self-destructive. He had been trembling with fear, treading on thin ice, and calculating all the time, just to get rid of the predetermined fate, no longer being controlled by the devilish father and being used as a sacrifice. Until he finally succeeded in overthrowing the other party and taking away everything from the other party. He thought that the next step would be his own path, his own life, and he would have absolute freedom and would no longer bow to the predetermined fate. In the end, he found that it was nothing. It is conceivable how much impact Donna's will endure after completing everything and discovering everything after finding out that he has just jumped out of one fate and entered another. A powerful and ambitious hero, whose end is still a puppet of fate. How shaken will this man be when he learns all this? As long as he thinks about it for a while, Sheen can't help but feel a little sympathy. So, Sheen glanced at Donna's, who had lost both arms, was covered in blood, and was laughing like a madman. After shaking his head, he took the sword in his hand back into his body. He left Donna's behind, brushed past him, and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Donna's self-deprecating voice sounded again. Do you think that I am not even qualified to let you make up the last blow now? Donna's has completely fallen into a vortex of self-abandonment. Sheen didn't look at Donna's again, and said without turning his head, I just feel that I suddenly don't have the interest to cut you. The reason given by Sheen is so simple. Is it? Donna sneered, if you let me go? Are you sure you won't regret it in the future? Hearing this, Sheen raised his eyebrows. Do you think I still need to worry about your threat now? Sheen said lightly, even if you have the slightest idea of making trouble in the future, with the power of omniscience, I will immediately detect it, find you in advance, and solve it directly. The so-called unique skill of shadow and form is just a joke in front of the power of omniscience. Donna's has long lost his deterrent power here with Sheen. I don't kill you. I want you to take a good look at what the world will become in the future. Sheen spoke calmly. I will watch all this, and then decide how to deal with you. Leaving these words, Sheen flashed and disappeared. Only Donna's was left, staying in this sky. Days for a long time. For a long time. Chapter 1033 Demon King. The war between the sky and the earth is still going on. Whether it is the fierce battle between the transcendent beings or the fight between the two armies, it is impossible to end in a short time. Originally, the battle between Sheen and Donna's, two beings who are extraordinary in their respective fields, above the common sense of the world, and reach a field that others cannot reach, should be the same. Unfortunately, compared with Donna's transformation, Sheen's transformation is more thorough, complete, and even terrifying. Therefore, when the fierce battle on the battlefield is far from over, Sheen has been able to leave Donna's, who has lost the threat, and leave the battlefield. He flashed a distance with the ability of teleportation. He stopped teleporting until he entered the Canyon of Gods and felt the familiar and unfamiliar breath. A little silence permeated Sheen, who was stagnant in midair for some reason and no longer moved forward. Sheen looked at the ruins below silently, and after a long time, he slowly flew down. Not long after, Sheen landed on the ground. He was like suddenly breaking into this abandoned world, placed in the ruins, and restrained all his breath. At this moment, Sheen looked like an ordinary young nobleman. Then, Sheen raised his steps and slowly walked into the depths of the ruins. Snap, 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 snap. The sound of his feet landing on the rubble was clearly heard all around. Sheen walked forward and looked around the ruins. For Sheen, who already had omniscience, he naturally knew what the origin of this ruin called the Canyon of God was. It was the residence of the supreme god Omnis after creating the world. Before the gods, demons, and humans were separated, it existed as the center of the entire omnipotent sin. Sheen was not unfamiliar with this place. After all, he had seen this place several times in his dreams. That's right. This is the flower sea that Sheen had seen several times in his dreams. At the beginning, the supreme god Omnis summoned the first generation of heroes and Sheen's mother on this flower sea. When the demon king wanted to die, he also came here and fought a decisive battle with the supreme god Omnis. Here, he was pierced through the heart by the holy sword of the first generation of heroes, and finally ran away and crushed the first generation of heroes. The supreme god Omnis cried for the death of the first generation of heroes here. The demon king also worked with the supreme god here, each sacrificing half of his own power to resurrect the first generation of heroes. Even the first generation of heroes, who had a mental breakdown after resurrection, were also sent back to their original world by the supreme god here. In other words, this is the beginning of everything and the end of everything. Now, I don't know whether it's because of the fierce battle between the demon king and the supreme god, or because of the demon king's out-of-control rampage, or because of the prehistoric torrential rain caused by the supreme god's crying. This place has become a ruin. Even the supreme god abandoned this place and created a holy land in the god realm, where he created an identical sea of flowers, making this place a dead place that no one cares about. Until today, this place has become the beginning of everything again. Of course, Sheen also hopes that, this time, he can also end everything here. With this idea in mind, Sheen suddenly had an idea in his heart, and opened his hand. letting the holy sword flash in his hand. The holy sword shining with dazzling golden light. In a blink of an eye, turned into a blue sword like the sky and the sea. Holding the holy sword, Sheen walked in the ruins while muttering softly. Backtracking. As soon as the voice fell, the entire ruins trembled suddenly. Rumble. The next second, the ruins began to change dramatically with a tremor. I saw that the barren land gradually regained its vitality. Countless rubble seemed to be flowing backwards in time, making the world look like a replaying image. First slowly floating up, and then flying back in one direction after another. Some of them filled the cracks and holes on the ground. Some formed forests and mountains. Some turned into rocks and caves. And some filled the entire terrain, making this area no longer dilapidated. Then, colorful flowers grew rapidly from the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wherever Sheen took a step, these flowers grew. When Sheen stopped, the entire dilapidated Canyon of Gods had changed greatly. The breeze blew here. The air became fresher. The ruins turned into a beautiful sea of flowers. Yes, everything has returned to the original appearance of the Valley of God. The familiar beauty is exactly the same as the one that Sheen saw in his dream. This is something that only Sheen can do, because this place has been directly or indirectly destroyed by the power of the Demon King. Even the Supreme God cannot restore this area to its original state. But as the only one who has the three supreme powers in one, Sheen can do this. The Holy Sword can purify the remaining power of the Demon King here, so that the power of the Demon King will no longer affect this place. In this way, with the almighty power that Sheen has, it is easy to restore this place to its original state. But, why do you do this? A voice with a strong sense of sadness came into Sheen's ears. Sheen held the sword in his hand, and looked steadily in front of him. There, the girl stood in the middle of the sea of flowers with her back to him. The breeze blew through the girl's black and beautiful hair, causing it to swing in circles of beautiful trajectories. The girl was isolated and independent, like a beautiful lady living in a paradise, and like a beautiful goddess who managed an ideal hometown. With this sea of flowers, her back alone was heartwarming. It was a pity that such an isolated and independent beautiful girl exuded an atmosphere that was too sad and too gloomy. For a moment, Sheen even thought that he should not disturb the other party, and should leave as soon as possible. Not for anything else, just to stop the girl from making a sad sound. The atmosphere exuded by the girl made people feel so heartbroken that they couldn't breathe. And the words she said made people feel a surge of pain in their hearts. Things that have passed away should be allowed to sleep forever in history. Neither me nor this sea of flowers should return to this world. Don't you think so? The girl's overly gloomy voice touched Sheen's heartstrings. Sheen could only look at the back that seemed out of tune with the world for a long time before he spoke. Some things should not be forced after they are gone. But some things should not be left to pass away. Right? For some reason, Sheen's voice became much calmer and gentler than usual. The girl's voice was still full of sadness. But that didn't include me. The girl's pessimistic statement should have been annoying. But at this moment, it could only make people feel heartbroken. From this sentence, Sheen could see how dead the heart of this king who truly stood on the strongest throne was. As the saying goes, there is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. And this is the feeling the girl gives people now. But who can blame her? Considering her experience, who can guarantee that they will not become like this? Even though he used to be merciless to anyone, anything, and could still be sarcastic when he should be, and would mock when he should be, and would not let his values follow his appearance. He could not accuse and scold the girl when he knew her life. There was only one thing he could do. That was to speak out all his true thoughts. So, how can you be so sure that you are not included in this? Heen said casually as if chatting. Because I can feel it. The girl said so. What do you feel? Heen asked. I feel that the world is rejecting me. The girl's voice spread like a lonely orchid in the valley, sad and mournful. But Sheen shook his head. If the world is rejecting you, how can you be born? Sheen said slowly, although I won't say that existence is reasonable. Your existence is indispensable for omnipotence and to develop into what it is now. Is that so? The girl said self-deprecatingly, what I have brought to this world. Haven't I always brought destruction? Destruction? Terror and war. The girl resisted Sheen's statement. In her opinion, omnipotence has become what it is now. And she is indeed indispensable. But is that a good thing? Haven't the demons born because of her been threatening the gods and humans? She even started a war that lasted tens of thousands of years, causing great suffering to all living beings, and even cutting the world into 3 parts. Are all these good things? It is not necessarily a good thing that omnipotence will develop into what it is now. If there is no her, no demon king, then this world will only be better. This should be the common view of everyone in the world. Right? The girl's tone has become extremely depressed. On the contrary, Xian has not been affected from beginning to end. I can't make an evaluation of the past era, Xian said calmly, but from my current feelings, I think that everything you bring is not all bad. Isn't it? Although the demons once threatened the gods and humans, in the millennium of peace, there are not a few gods and humans who have established friendly relations with the demons. Although I haven't seen it, there should be a lot of humans who intermarry with the demons. Omnipotence is also divided into 3 worlds. But because of this, the gods, humans, and demons have their own territories and buffer zones. And there is no need for competition, even if it was a war that lasted for tens of thousands of years. Who can assert that its existence must be bad? She'd expounded his argument. In this world, there is life and there is death. There is spring and there is winter. Everything exists relatively. And it is because of evil that the importance of good is understood, pursued, and desired by the world. There is no place without darkness. People also hope to enter utopia. But the ideal world will also take away diligence, hard work, and dreams from the hands of the world. Xian cast his eyes on the girl who is regarded as the devil. Only by building on the relative binary of good and evil can the world be complete. In the distant past, the devil and the goddess were born from the void at the same time. And there was definitely a reason for them to appear from the void. God will create the world. But if there is no threat from the devil, this world may become the back garden of the truly omnipotent goddess, allowing her to control it at will. Would such a world be beautiful? Obviously, that is not necessarily the case. In my world, in various myths, there are disasters caused by the arrogance and superiority of the gods. If there is no demon king, the gods will lose their natural enemies and do not need the power of humans. In their eyes, humans may not be children worthy of pity, but may be ants like labor and lambs who sacrifice everything for them. Only with the existence of evil can the importance of good be highlighted. Therefore, I can tell you very clearly, Xian spoke word by word, this world may be rejecting you, but it definitely does not need you. It is because of your existence that the existence called the Demon King was born, and this world was established. I will not say that everything you have done is a merit, but if your sin is to be denied as a conclusion, it is a bit too early. Right? Xian's extremely firm statement silenced the demon girl. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and her head slowly raised up. However, she still did not turn around and face Xian. She just said softly, "This is the first time I have seen someone say such a thing," the girl said with a complicated tone, not knowing whether she was happy or sad. "Even your mother has never said such a thing to me." After this, Xian was slightly startled, but not surprised. His origins might be hidden from others, but not from the Demon King in front of him. After all, this is a good friend who has been close to his mother for a long time. Half of her power was given to Xian, and now it is in Xian's body. Others cannot perceive this power, but the one in front of him will definitely not be unaware of it. In this case, it is not surprising that the other party can guess his identity. However, the other party's next words made Xian's heart sink. "I can feel that you are a good child. Just like that person. You are very kind and gentle." The devil slowed down his voice and made it quiet. "The only person who can recognize my existence like this, besides your mother, is you. So, I have a request. A request that only you can do." The devil said the decisive words lightly. "Please kill me." This sentence made Xian's face completely sink. Chapter 1034 The Truth. Silence. Deathly silence. At this moment, both Xian and the Demon King himself fell into an extremely oppressive silence. The Demon King was silently waiting for Xian to make a move. Xian could clearly feel a determination to die from the Demon King's words and atmosphere. That determination to die was quite strong. So strong that it did not allow others to question it. Xian was sure that if he did not make a move, this person would definitely make a move, forcing him to fight and stab the holy sword into her chest and pierce her heart. Just like what happened to the first generation of heroes. His mother. Understanding this, Xian did not speak, letting the oppressive silence continue to permeate. It was not until the Demon King raised his head slightly, as if he was about to do something, that Xian spoke. "I want to ask you 3 questions." Xian suddenly said this. The Demon King stopped the action he was about to execute and nodded after a while. "You said, as long as I can answer it, I will definitely answer it." This is also the maximum response. Xian did not hesitate and asked the first question first. In history, in addition to Mitra, there were several brave men who reached the transcendent state who challenged you. But they all died? Right? Xian asked abruptly, judging from your situation. You should not want to kill them. And you would even be willing to stand there, and not resist at all. Why did it turn out like this? This is a question that has been mentioned before. Now, Xian asked it out, just to get a definite answer. The demon girl was silent for a long time for this. And then she spoke faintly. I really didn't want to kill them. And I didn't even think about resisting under their swords. Just like when I wanted Nian to kill me. The girl lamented. It's a pity that my cursed power doesn't allow it at all. Xian understood this sentence. Is it your own power that went out of control and ran wild again, causing the hero, who was about to kill you, to be crushed to death? This is the possibility that Xian can think of. After all, the first generation of heroes died in this way. In fact, although there are some differences, the situation is indeed similar to that. After that time, Nian, I have completely controlled my power, and will not go out of control again. But if the holy sword of the hero, who has reached the transcendent realm, is about to pierce my body, then even if I try my best to control it and feel the danger, my power will still instinctively launch a counterattack. The Demon King's mournful voice. I don't know whether he is sad for the heroes who have passed away, or feels guilty and painful for what he has done. And Xian also understood why the heroes, who have reached the transcendent realm and challenged the Demon King in the past generations, will eventually fail. It is precisely because they already have the power to threaten the life of the Demon King that the Demon King's sense of crisis is stimulated, causing the power to instinctively counterattack. And finally, the Demon King easily kills them before they can kill the Demon King. Super level. That can be called an invincible existence in the world. But in front of this Demon King, it is naturally not qualified to be an opponent. This also made Xian understand why Mitra needed to join forces with the Supreme God in the final battle 1,000 years ago. In that battle 1,000 years ago, you were worried that you would repeat the same mistake and kill the strongest and most likely to kill you. So you deliberately fought a big battle with the Supreme God first, squandering your power to the maximum, so that Mitra would have the opportunity to give you a fatal blow with the holy sword? Xian revealed such a secret. The demon girl nodded silently. I took the initiative to ask the goddess to help. The girl murmured quietly, otherwise, after what happened with Nian, she would not want to cooperate with the hero to kill me. This is another reason why the Supreme God attacked the Demon King thousands of years ago. In tens of thousands of years, a total of 108 heroes appeared, including 7 super-level beings. However, the Supreme God only took action once, when Mitra was preparing to challenge the Demon King thousands of years ago. He never intervened in the war between the gods and demons at any other time. This is obviously a hidden story. Everyone thinks that the Supreme God wanted to eliminate the Demon King and took the initiative to attack after the birth of the strongest hero of all generations. However, according to the Demon King, the holy sword in the hands of the super-level hero has undergone a transformation, and as long as it hits the vital point, it can kill her. If the Supreme God really wanted to kill the Demon King, she would definitely not be indifferent when the previous super-level heroes appeared. According to the feeling of Xian when he saw the goddess several times, Xian can be sure that the goddess does not want to kill the Demon King at all. At least, after the incident with the first generation of heroes, the Supreme God gave up his wish to kill the Demon King. Therefore, after that, no matter what the war situation was like or what the heroes were like, the Supreme God watched indifferently, just like his detached personality, until the Demon King himself could no longer wait and was eager to die. The girl took the initiative to find the goddess and asked her to help. Just like this time, the Demon King girl also asked Xian to help. So, the Supreme God took action once in the final battle 1,000 years ago, and after a shocking battle with the Demon King, he consumed his power to the minimum. And then the hero Mitra found an opportunity to give the Demon King a fatal blow. Unfortunately, the counterattack of power before death still caused an incurable trauma to the hero, which is the only thing I feel sorry about. The Demon King whispered. Then Omnipotenthan will be destroyed, causing the world to be divided into 3 parts. Is this also unintentional? Xian looked at the Demon King. The Demon King shook his head. It was not unintentional, but I did it on purpose. The Demon King said, because of my selfish and willful thoughts. The demons have become evil in the eyes of the world, and tens of thousands of years of war have led to constant conflicts among the 3 major races. That's why I want to do something at the very end. If the world is not divided into 3 parts, the conflicts between the gods, demons and humans will definitely be very serious. under the same sky and on the same land. It is very likely that the war will continue after the Demon King passes away, and even become more miserable. Considering this, the Demon King cut Omnipotensen into 3 worlds in his last moments. Before I died, the last order I gave to Sarah was to let her quell the war. Take the demons into one of the worlds, and not invade again. The Demon King told Sheen about this. In this way, with the fact of being in different worlds as a buffer, the demons completely disappeared from the vision of the gods and humans, and the conflict was gone. This is the real reason why Omnipotensen became 3 worlds. Otherwise, if it is true as the legend says, Omnipotensen will be cut into 3 worlds, all because of the attack made by the Demon King at all costs before his death. Then it does not make sense. If that is the case, the world will not be cut into 3, but will completely become debris and disappear. It did not become like that. All because the Demon King himself did it on purpose. Then, the second question, Sheen asked suddenly. The hero who appeared after the first generation of heroes. Was it summoned by the gods or you? As soon as this was said, the Demon King trembled slightly. Sheen spoke to himself as if he did not see all this. According to the world, the heroes of all generations were summoned to this world because the Supreme God wanted to destroy you. The gods wanted to destroy the demons, save the world, and quell the war. But the facts prove that after the first generation of heroes, the Supreme God had given up the idea of killing you. But you yourself were determined to die and wish someone could kill you. This is completely inconsistent with the historical records. Sheen also thought that it might be that the gods took the initiative to destroy the Demon King without the Supreme God's statement, and thus started the great mystery of hero summoning by themselves. But if this is the case, one thing seems very strange. I have seen the story of the 3 of you in my dreams, and I have also seen the records left by the first generation of heroes. Sheen looked directly at the Demon King and said, I found that unlike the heroes who were summoned to this world in previous generations, the first generation of heroes, that is, my mother, obviously did not lose the memory of the world she originally lived in. Yes, this is what Sheen realized very clearly after seeing the records left by his mother. After being summoned to this world as the first generation of heroes, his mother not only remembered her original name, but also missed her life in her original world, her family, and a peaceful world. She even wanted to return to her original world and didn't want to stay in this empty world where there were no life races, and there were only 2 deadly enemies besides herself, the Demon King and the Supreme God. This is enough to show that the memory of his mother's original world was completely not lost. I even suspect that my mother didn't die when she was summoned to this world. Sheen pointed this out. The heroes of all generations died once in another world, and their souls were summoned to this world and given a second life in life. In this case, coupled with the absence of memories, the heroes of all generations did not have any attachment to their former worlds, and could smoothly and naturally integrate into this world. But the mother of the first generation of heroes is different. She has always been out of tune with this world, and always wanted to return to her original world. What does this show? It shows the great mystery called hero summoning. At the beginning, the heroes who were not summoned were designed to have died once in the previous world. Of course, the initial hero summoning did not delete the memories of the summoned heroes. Those were added later. But after the incident with your mother, the Supreme God no longer wanted to attack you. So there was naturally no reason to tamper with the hero summoning ritual. And the gods have no ability to tamper with the great mystery of hero summoning. In summary, apart from the Supreme God, there is only one person who can tamper with the hero summoning ritual. That is the Demon King who created the power of magic, and is more powerful than the Supreme God. Sheen stared at the Demon King and spoke word by word. In other words, all the heroes after the first generation of heroes were summoned by you. You tampered with the hero summoning technique and hid behind the scenes, presiding over the function of hero summoning. Even the goddess of the gods did not discover your existence. And even the goddess of hero summoning did not notice this. Am I right? This is the only answer. The Demon King who wanted to die had a reason to do so. Otherwise, if the hero never appeared, how could she die? Therefore, the Demon King is the summoner of the heroes of all generations. Presumably, in order to cultivate a hero who can kill himself, you can even take the initiative to start a war. And you will preside over hero summoning and even tamper with its technique. Right? Sheen said with a feeling of not knowing what he meant. And the reason why the heroes who joined the summoning must have died once in the other world, and the memory other than common sense of the heroes must be deleted after the summoning is successful. It should be because you can't bear it? Xian's words made the Demon King speechless for a long time. It was not until a long time later that the Demon King spoke quietly. After all, I want to use them as props to kill myself. Which is also a bit of self-consolation that does not help. If the summoned heroes are like the first-generation hero Nian, living well in the original world, but are suddenly pulled into this world, have to fight and kill, and finally have to take a huge risk to kill the Demon King, it would be too pitiful. The collapse of her best friend is right in front of her, and the Demon King naturally cannot ignore this point. In the end, she decided that the heroes she summoned must be people who have died once and deleted their original memories. In this way, they have lived their original lives. And being summoned again is equivalent to having a second life. If something unexpected happens in the second life, it is not too cruel. Of course, as the Demon King said, this is just a useless self-consolation. To some extent, using the dead is even more excessive. But the heroes of all generations have indeed obtained a very wonderful second life. There is no doubt about that. I believe that there are many people who are satisfied with this. Right? Didn't she always think that it was a very lucky thing to have a second life? Compared with eating and waiting to die like in the previous life. Getting a second life in another world. Enjoying glory and singing praises to youth. It will definitely make many people feel satisfied. Even if the final outcome is not good. Then, the last question. Xian cast his eyes on the Demon King. In his tone, in the calmness, there was a hint of uneasiness and tension. How are Lexia and Laxia doing now? That's right. This is the question that Xian is most concerned about. Chapter 1035. She must be saved. The girl could not help but fall into a state of silence. Even if she did not turn around, she could feel the uneasiness and nervousness in Xian's words. He had asked the two important questions before calmly. But when he asked this question, he could not help but feel nervous and uneasy, which was really surprising. After all, the importance of the previous two questions was undoubtedly much greater than this one. On one side was the secret that had existed in the deepest part of Omnipotence for a long time. And on the other side was the safety of two insignificant magical lives. I believe anyone can easily judge which one is more important. But Xian was indifferent to the former and extremely nervous about the latter, which made the girl, who was regarded as the devil by the world, almost unable to react. The devil naturally did not know that for Xian. This was the more important thing. Although Xian did not care about those past mysteries and secrets, he was not too obsessed with them. In other words, even if those mysteries were not solved, he felt that it did not matter. On the other hand, Xian really could not ignore the safety of Lixia and Laxia. The Demon King, who did not know this, finally answered the question. They are fine, the Demon King said softly. Although the control of the body and power has returned to my hands, leaving the two children with only a weak consciousness. I did not erase the two consciousnesses. To erase the consciousness of Lixia and Laxia. For this Demon King, it is just a blink of an eye. But she did not do it, because she did not intend to continue living, let alone take away the control of the body and power. In the eyes of this Demon King, he will face death again. And at that time, Lixia and Laxia will naturally regain the control of the body and power, and return to this world. Now, they are probably equivalent to the existence of the Demon King's secondary personality. As long as I don't erase them, they can coexist with me forever, and even let their consciousness float to the surface when I actively enter a sleeping state, and act in this world as the Demon King. The Demon King explained to Xian. If you want them to return, just kill me here. The words of the Demon King made Xian completely relieved. What he was most worried about was that Lexia and Laxia would disappear directly after the Demon King was resurrected, and would no longer exist in this world. Fortunately, the Demon King himself did not intend to be resurrected in the true sense. He just wanted to die and return his body and power to Lexia and Laxia. So he did not erase the consciousness of Lexia and Laxia. Otherwise, the twin sister-like master and servant would disappear completely and cease to exist. In that case, Xian had to find a way to resurrect them. Now, the situation has not reached the worst point, and Xian is naturally relieved. But, don't you know what they have experienced in this world? Xian couldn't help but say such a sentence, and his eyes seemed a little unnatural. Unfortunately, the Demon King still didn't find this. I didn't absorb their memories, nor did I mean to peek into their memories. I just wanted to regain eternal sleep. The words spoken by the Demon King made Xian feel relieved. Of course, Xian didn't expect that the things between him and the master and servant would not be exposed. But at least, at this moment, he can be at ease. Moreover, He also knew that because of this reason, the Demon King had not discovered a rather cruel fact. And this matter, for Xian, will become a big trump card in the future. So, Xian spoke. In this case, I have finished asking questions. Xian suddenly spoke to the Demon King in front of him. Now, it's my turn to respond to your previous request. These words finally made the Demon King raise his head. Are you willing to kill me? The Demon King was happy and relieved. To be honest, she didn't want to attack Xian from the bottom of her heart. Not for anything else. Just because Xian was that person's child. She didn't want to hurt that person's child. But except Xian, no one in this world can kill her. Even if there is, it must go through the twists and turns like the final battle 1,000 years ago to lead to the ending of her own death. In that case, how long will it take to fulfill the wish? The girl couldn't wait any longer. She just wanted to regain eternal sleep as soon as possible. Xian is definitely the existence that can fulfill her wish. With the current strength of this brave man, even if his instinctive power counterattacks, he can resist it and remain intact. Right? In this way, she would not need to hurt anyone to die. This was undoubtedly the ending that the Demon King girl wanted to see the most. However, just when the girl was thinking this with joy, Xian spoke. No. Please allow me to refuse. Xian said this without hesitation. Oh! The girl was stunned. She turned around and finally faced Xian. Xian saw the other person's face clearly. Her face was exactly the same as Lixia and Laxia. But it carried a sadness that seemed to be unresolvable no matter what, giving people a feeling of pity, which was quite touching. Xian had reason to believe that any man who saw the sadness on this girl's face would not have the heart to refuse her request. However, Xian himself must refuse. Your resurrection also has my instructions. Xian said honestly, in this case, do you think I can kill you? The demon girl was silent. Then, a suffocating pressure emanated from her body. Xian's eyes suddenly condensed. The entire flower sea that had seen the light of day again seemed to feel the arrival of some devastating disaster, and suddenly trembled. The sky and the earth were eclipsed. The world itself seemed to be wailing and trembling frequently. At this moment, all the people fighting in the Canyon of God felt a terrifying pressure, which made their faces turn pale, including the transcendent beings. Their faces changed. This pressure, Lita's, who had found Anima and Najula and reunited with the two goddesses, looked solemn. Demon King. Anima and Nadura rushed to Lita's side and shook off the group of vengeful spirits formed by death energy, while their faces changed drastically. Wu, TSK, Lilith and Artemis, who were fighting fiercely with two death knights, groaned and smacked their lips. Especially Artemis, who felt as if she had returned to the day when she challenged the Demon King without knowing her own strength. And her heart was trembling. As for Ai and Shafn, they couldn't help but stop fighting. Mother! The two were excited and felt like they were about to cry. They looked like they wanted to rush out, but had to hold back. And their tears were rolling in their eyes. Everyone felt this sudden pressure. And together with the suddenly shaking heaven and earth, they offered their inner submission. Even the people from all over the world, who were not on this battlefield and far away from the war, felt the suffocating depression at this moment. There were varying degrees of noise, panic and chaos all over the world. The earth even had the sign of collapsing and cracking again, causing magma to erupt and volcanoes to erupt. And this was only because the Demon King was about to do something. In the deepest part of the Valley of Gods, in the center of the endless sea of flowers, the figure of the girl known as the Demon King floated up gently and flew into the air. I really don't want to attack you. The girl uttered words that sounded like crying. Then why don't you just not do it? Xian was under the greatest pressure, staring straight at the Demon King in the air, and said so. The girl shook her head first, and then her face turned cold. Don't blame me. This was the girl's last farewell speech. Rumble. For a moment, the sky and the earth changed color. The earth shook. The wind and the clouds surged. And thunder roared. Countless atmospheres were swirling, turning into black smoke and rolling in the direction of the Demon King. The girl's dress fluttered in the wind, and her figure had long been obscured by the surging black clouds. The world was wailing. The atmosphere was wailing. The sky and the earth were wailing. Everything in this world was in fear and wailing for the impending disaster at this moment. Xian witnessed all this, his eyes flickering slightly. Even now, facing this de facto world's strongest man, the world destroyer, he was not sure of winning. Although he had obtained half of the Demon King's power and half of the Supreme God's power, plus the power of the brave, The power of the three supreme concepts was combined in one body. In theory, he should be stronger than the Demon King, who only had half of his power left. But from the pressure emanating from the Demon King at this moment, she knew that facing this person, the conventional calculation formula was completely useless. The amount of power can no longer be used to calculate the strength of the other party's existence at this level. Losing half of his power does not mean that the Demon King will become twice as weak. Infinite power, even if it is reduced by half, is still infinite. Losing half of his power, for the Demon King, the only impact is probably that his endurance is only half of the original. For example, he could have exerted his full strength in an hour, but now he only has half an hour. Otherwise, the Demon King could have distributed all his power. In that case, even a weak civilian could easily kill him. Right? But the fact is that for tens of thousands of years, the Demon King has been seeking death but failed. Which is enough to prove that this method is not feasible. This is the Demon King, an existence that conventional theories and common sense of the world cannot restrain at all. Even if she gets half of his power, plus half of the power of the Supreme God and the power of a brave man, the best result against the Demon King is a 50-50 split. And the fierce battle between the two will inevitably bring unimaginable harm to the world. Therefore, not only the Demon King, but Sheen himself also sincerely did not want to attack her. Everyone in the world regards the Demon King as evil, and hopes that the hero can defeat the Demon King and save the world. But the world has been saved. Who can save this poor Demon King? Does it mean that the Demon King must be defeated to achieve a perfect ending? No, it is not. Sheen has already obtained the conditions for a perfect ending. In other words, the Demon King does not have to be defeated. Sheen stretched out his hand towards the sky with turbulent winds and clouds. She must be saved. As he spoke, Sheen issued a command. Stop. This is a simple and ordinary word without power or mystery. However, when these words came out of Sheen's mouth, the strange vision between heaven and earth disappeared. The world no longer wailed. The heaven and earth no longer trembled. The wind stopped, and the clouds did not surge. The figure of the demon girl reappeared under the sky, exposed in front of Sheen. All the pressure on her body disappeared. What? The demon girl opened her eyes wide, and for the first time showed a stunned and shaken expression. She found that she could not control her body, and responded to Sheen's orders subconsciously. This is a matter of course. You didn't get the memories of Lysia and Laxia, right? Sheen's voice sounded slowly. Then, you must not know that the ownership of those two girls is actually in my body. What ownership? Of course, it is the ownership of being a magical life. Magical life cannot disobey the orders of the master. This is absolute. Sheen smiled at the Demon King, who was shaken. Of course, such common sense may not work for you. So the two girls did something that even I didn't realize until this moment. On the last night in the elf town, Lasha, who was about to leave, dedicated everything to Sheen. In turn, Lisha dedicated everything to Sheen. By dedicating their whole body and soul, they raised the command, control and ownership of magical life to the maximum. Because they have already formed a substantial relationship, it is easy for them, as the Demon King's body, to establish a constraint that the Demon King cannot remove. After all, they are the Demon King's body and power itself. If it is the Supreme God who is omniscient and good at performing miracles, there is still a way to remove this constraint. But you are the Demon King, and it is absolutely impossible to remove the constraint established by your own power. Your power is absolute. Because of this absolute power will also affect you. In the past, the demon girl was cursed by this power and lost many things. This time, she encountered the same thing again. In other words, you no longer belong to yourself. You belong to me now. You are the Demon King who belongs only to me. Chapter 1036. Do you want to see her? The Demon King who belongs only to you? When such a declaration reached the ears of the Demon King girl, who involuntarily gathered the power that could destroy the world, the strongest shake so far appeared on this girl. Obviously her body was out of control, and she was once again unable to control herself because of her own power. This feeling that the Demon King girl hated the most, this time, brought her a different and new feeling. At the same time, she also clearly felt that the other two consciousnesses sleeping in her body suddenly reacted violently at this moment. The Demon King girl couldn't help but cover her chest, feeling extremely depressed. The strange feeling made the Demon King girl, who had lived in the world for who knows how many years, a little scared and a little resistant. So, the girl tried to gather her strength again. Suddenly, The world around the Demon King, who was suspended in the air again, made waves of wailing. There were signs of a more serious phenomenon between heaven and earth, causing the entire Valley of God to tremble. However, facing this situation, Xian, standing on the sea of flowers, still only uttered a simple word. Stop. The same order as before made the phenomenon disappear directly. The demon girl once again felt that she could not help but obey Xian's order, and gathered her power back into her body. You have been restraining me before. And now when I need you, you are like this? The Demon King felt all this with a very complicated mood, and even cursed the power in his body. No matter when and where, this power will only bother her, restrain her, and make her completely unable to give what she wants. This time, the strongest power once again betrayed her will, causing the Demon King to feel extremely painful. Why? The demon girl sobbed. Why don't you let me disappear forever? The feeling of not being able to die is really too painful for this Demon King, who is determined to die. Xian watched all this silently, and then took a step forward. It was this step that brought Xian to the demon girl. He looked straight at the girl and said this. I am not you, so I certainly cannot understand your pain and your feelings. Therefore, I will never say that it is wrong for you to be so determined to die like this. Xian told the Demon King his thoughts. However, I can tell you why I stop you. Don't let you die, and don't want to kill you. It is definitely not because of sympathy. Although the experience of this Demon King is indeed worthy of sympathy, Xian is not a brainless saint, nor does he let his three views follow the other party's five senses. When the other party insists on dying, with his character, he will never stop it for no reason and thankless. The reason why he stopped her was very simple. I recalled some of my past memories, and remembered a wish my mother had mentioned. Xian looked directly at the Demon King in front of him, and spoke resolutely. If there is a chance, I really want to see those two again. This is her wish. As soon as these words came out, the demon girl trembled all over. She raised her head, met Xian's eyes, and looked over. On her face, incredible emotions were revealed. She wants to see me. The demon girl murmured so. Yes. She didn't dare to believe what she heard at all. How could she want to see me? Impossible. I have heard her like that. The demon girl denied these words, but her voice became weaker and weaker. The reason is simple. Her eyes are already wet. Xian witnessed all this, but only gave a clear response. Perhaps, she also has some things that she has not been able to say in time, and she wants to say them to you too. Xian said to the demon girl, personally, I don't want to see the regrets of the three of you continue like this. It was originally a misunderstanding, an inadvertent entanglement, and it is not completely unsolvable. Since all the grievances are originally due to love for each other, there is no reason to let it become a regret. Not to mention, this regret has also caused a very serious impact on the world itself, because of the extraordinary identities and powers of these three people. Therefore, Xian wanted to say, if you really want to die, don't you have to do what you should do but haven't done? Xian's words stunned the demon girl. Things that should be done but haven't been done? The demon girl looked confused. Seeing this, Xian rolled his eyes and threw out a very blunt sentence. Since you consider my mother a close friend and have hurt her so badly, shouldn't you apologize to her? Xian went straight to the essence of the matter. You owe her this apology, and you have owed her for so many years. Hearing this, the demon girl seemed to be shocked and froze. At this moment, he was right. The voice of the third party finally appeared here. We do owe her an apology, whether it is you or me. With these words, two identical figures suddenly appeared between the world. They are goddesses. They are the most transcendent pair of existences in this world. On this, the demon girl turned her head and looked at the goddess in the lead, and couldn't help but call out the other's name. Nian? Xian also stood up in surprise. The visitors were the supreme god Omnis and Nian, who was her incarnation and had been imprisoned in the edge of the god realm. The two goddesses who looked exactly the same, with no other difference except for their temperament, finally came to the human world and appeared on this fateful sea of flowers. Nian, who had always hated the supreme god Omnis, followed behind her obediently. She first glanced at Xian and smiled bitterly, then looked at the Demon King. Her expression became complicated. Now, the goddess has also understood that the person who has always used her as a prop to summon the hero is not the supreme god Omnis, but the Demon King in front of her. Therefore, the person Nian should hate is not Omnis, but the resurrected Demon King girl. However, knowing all the causes and consequences, even Nian, at this moment, does not know whether she should continue to resent the other party. Under such circumstances, Nian could only look at the Demon King with a complicated expression, without saying a word. On the other hand, the Supreme God Omnis looked directly at the Demon King, as if she had not seen him for a long time. Long time no see. Claudius. Omnis spoke lightly, as if the past grudges no longer existed, and seemed so detached. Demon King Claudius also just looked at this old rival with complicated eyes. And for a moment, she didn't know what to say at all. Omnis was just the opposite. Today, she was unusually talkative. After so many years, we should really face the mistakes we have made. Omnis said softly to Claudius, you and I are the most special existences in this world. Stronger than anyone else. And higher than anyone else. But in front of the only close friend you care about, you have been escaping for so many years. It's time to feel ashamed. Right? The words of the old rival struck Claudius's heart. She could only remain silent. At a loss. Wavering. Confused. And had no idea what kind of reaction to give. But Omnis did not let her go. I only ask you one question. Omnis looked straight at Claudius, and asked in a serious tone for the first time. Do you want to see her? With one sentence, Claudius could no longer hold back, and clenched her hands. The answer to this question was simply beyond doubt. For countless years, in endless years, she didn't know how many times she missed her only friend under the moonlight, and missed the time she spent with each other. Do you want to see her? Is this question still necessary? But I did such an excessive thing to her. Claudius was about to cry. Omnis replied directly, because you did that to the child. You should accept all her scolding and complaints. Right? The Supreme Goddess said bluntly. Or do you plan to keep running away and seek relief by death? But let the child live in the other world with that terrible memory. Can you bear it? Can you bear to let her die in depression when she wants to see you again? These words are like a handful of sharp weapons, piercing through Claudius's body. Don't forget, she is just a human now. That is, she has no holy sword, and she has no power given to her. She is just an ordinary human. The lifespan of humans is very short. Less than 100 years. Although the time in the other world is not consistent with the time in Omnipotence. She will die one day. Omnis said very seriously. Do you want her to die with regrets? Or do you want to watch her die like that? Answer me. Demon King. One question after another made the strongest being in the world completely speechless. Silence fell. Xian and Nian looked at each other, knowing that they could not interrupt. So they stood aside silently. Omnis was also not in a hurry. Just looking at Claudius, waiting for her answer. Claudius was silent and struggling. After a long time, the Demon King shed a line of tears and gave an answer. Chapter 1037. Let's go back. Night finally came quietly on a day when the whole world could not calm down. When the sunset appeared in the sky and was about to set, making the earth covered with a layer of dusk. The war that lasted for almost a day finally came to an end. The first to welcome the result were none others, but the two heroes awakened by the necromancy. When Lidas found Anima and Najula, and together they broke free from the entanglement of the vengeful spirits. Joined Ai, Shaft, Lilith, and Artemis, and fought against the two demon-level dead knights with them. The fate of these two heroes, who should not have woken up, was already doomed. As planned at the beginning, the hero Reinhardt was the first to be solved, and fell under Ai's dragon breath that turned the whole sky into a sea of fire. The brave Philip relied on his amazing immortality to fight with 7 super-level masters until the evening. He was finally caught in the opportunity to transform into a physical body, and was attacked by the 7 super-level masters. He was evaporated on the spot without any suspense. When the two dead knights fell, the battle was basically determined. The same was true for the fight on the ground. With the strong participation of 7 super-level masters, there was no suspense. So, the army of the newly born original demons was directly defeated and collapsed on the spot. The demons, undead spirits, demon larvae, and even many magical lives were almost all wiped out under the joint suppression of the 7 super-level masters. After seeing the outcome of the battle beyond the level, Vivian immediately gave up maintaining the front line and changed the army of the 3 major races from charging to encircling. She relied on her powerful guardian power to maintain the encirclement tightly, so that all the monsters of the new original demon and even the terrorists who helped the evil could not escape, and all were punished. Those who betrayed the 3 major races and turned to the arms of the new original demon also almost could not escape. On the human side, the heads of several rebellious human national forces have been captured by Tyre, Melika, Sophie, Ansi, Aridia, Havis, Kaplan, Iris, Oz, Mafi and others, either killing them on the spot or capturing them all. As for the demons, many of those who betrayed were burned to ashes by Yulin's dragon breath on the spot. The rest either begged for mercy or tried to escape. As a result, without exception, they were mercilessly executed by Ai and Shafin. They showed no mercy at all, and didn't even give them the treatment of being captured alive. As for the gods, the evil gods who wanted to cause chaos in the world were basically captured by Litas, Anima, Nadura, Artemis and others. Considering the existence of the true seal, they were not executed, but they were sealed one after another. I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to see the light of day again in this life. In this way, the forces of the newly born original demons were completely wiped out, except for a very small number of beings who successfully escaped through various special means. The rest were all captured. And of course, those who successfully escaped would not be able to stay at large for long. After all, without Donna's shadow and form to hide, those people, even if they had great abilities, would not be able to escape the search of Nadura, the goddess of nature. After returning, Nadura will start searching, and the three major races will immediately send strong men to capture them. As for Donna's, who could provide them with a hiding place, he disappeared after the battle with Sheen. A group of transcendent beings were a little worried about this. After all, it was too dangerous to let a demon stronger than the goddess of fate, Litas, wander around outside. But they had no way to find Donna's, so they could only clean up the battlefield and the mess for the time being. It is worth mentioning that when all the battles ended, the fierce battle between Roxy and Princess Lenny finally came to an end. This combination of ancestors and descendants who span thousands of years, the intensity of their battle can be said to be comparable to the battle between Sheen and Donna's, which was so fierce that the sky was dark and the sun and moon were dim. Especially the princess herself. She had completely given up in the end, and she didn't even want to maintain the world of death. She directly dispatched all the death energy she had stored, transformed into the god of death that made the world pale, and attacked Roxy desperately. In order to fight such an ancestor, Roxy narrowly escaped death several times. Roxy, who was not in an advantageous position, could not use the power of destiny in the middle of the battle, and she also entered a weak state, and was almost killed on the spot by the princess. Fortunately, the Mithraic sword, which was in full form, gave Roxy the greatest protection, allowing her to survive the princess's several waves of all-out annihilation even when she was in a weak state. And she was still entangled with the princess until the end. It can be said that Roxy was completely exhausted at that point, and was only holding on with her willpower. In the end, Roxy's persistence brought her victory, under the power of the transformed holy sword. Since the princess could not take Roxy, the result was naturally that all the stored dead energy was purified completely. Therefore, the princess's combat power directly fell from being comparable to that of a demon, to a point where she could not even compare to the transcendental existences of Anima and Nadura. The power of a necromancer can almost be said to depend entirely on the amount of dead energy he can use. The more dead energy, the stronger the combat power. On the contrary, it is naturally possible to be killed by a weaker existence. In view of this, when the transcendent beings cleaned up the battlefield and joined forces to find Luoshi, she was already covered in wounds and slashed the princess with a sword, causing her to fall on the spot. Why? The princess fell in front of Roxy with such unwilling and nostalgic words. Roxy was in a rare state of disgrace. She was not only covered with wounds, but also panting. She fell to the ground with the holy sword shining with divine light. Roxy, seeing this, Anshi immediately rushed up in shock. Litas came to Roxy's side first and helped her up. She was nervous and almost cried. Don't worry. She is fine. She is just too tired and weak. She only suffered superficial injuries. As the goddess of life, Anima immediately diagnosed Roxy and finally gave everyone a statement that could be relieved. Your Majesty, how should this person be dealt with? Arida came to Anshi, who was also relieved, and asked Anshi. He was referring to Princess Lenny. The princess lying in a pool of blood could no longer stand up after being injured by the holy sword and lost consciousness on the spot. Her injury was fatal. As an extremely evil being like the great spirit of death, she would definitely not have a good fate after being injured by the holy sword that even the devil could defeat. Artemis looked at the necromancer who had attacked her twice and caused her serious injuries, and even prepared to kill him on the spot with a cold face. At the critical moment, it was still Rosie who begged for mercy. Please leave her to us to deal with. Rosie bowed to all the goddesses, demons, kings and strong men of various forces present, and said, "She has a deep connection with us, and we will be responsible for taking care of her." This request was finally allowed. Although the princess was deeply sinful, her situation was indeed special, and could be properly handled, because the princess was able to transcend with the help of the branch of radiance. After Anima used her power to manipulate her life, Nadira explored and found the location of the branch of radiance, and Letus took out the branch of radiance from her body. The first necromancer in history who achieved transcendence with her own calculations completely fell from transcendence. In addition, after being severely injured by the holy sword, the essence of the great spirit body itself was lost extremely seriously. Even if Anima finally saved her with the power of life, the princess also lost the special physique of the great spirit body of death and became a grandmother who aged to more than 70 years old in an instant. The princess was no longer a threat. Under such circumstances, everyone agreed to return the princess, who had been lingering for 1,000 years, to the kingdom of Mitra. After all, in order to defeat the demon king and stop the conspiracy of the demon clan, the princess sacrificed her country and her relatives. The Protoss and the human clan owed her an explanation. In this case, this treatment may be the most appropriate. Just like that, when night fell, the battle was completely over. The sky seemed to be just right, letting the dark clouds that had been dense for the past few days dissipate, and the long-lost beautiful night sky appeared above the sky. The sense of oppression that had been weighing on the hearts of all life races also disappeared unconsciously. Many people guessed what this meant. Could it be that the demon king had been defeated? With this idea, the armies of the three major races rushed into the Valley of Gods, especially Ai and Shaf, who rushed faster than anyone else. But when they rushed into the Valley of Gods together, the expected tragic battlefield did not appear, but an endless sea of flowers appeared in front of everyone. Everyone looked at each other and ran quickly, and finally found two figures in the center of the sea of flowers. Mother Goddess. The goddesses such as Letus, Anima, Nadira, Artemis, etc. were the first to change their expressions, excited and shocked. Their eyes were immediately attracted by one of the two figures. What a pity. Wait, I'm not your mother goddess. Don't yell. Nian, who was sticking to Sheen, rolled her eyes at the goddesses, making them stunned. Ai and Xiaofuni rushed to Sheen regardless of everything and asked hurriedly, "Where's your mother? How are you?" The two were nervous and worried. In response, Sheen, who had been looking at the sky and thinking about something, retracted his gaze. He looked at everyone present, looked at the dusty coalition of the three races, and suddenly laughed. "Don't worry," Sheen said. "So, it's over." "Yes, it's over." As for the demon king, he naturally went to the place she wanted to go most, with the supreme goddess. "Let's go back." Sheen said this to everyone present. No one reacted to this at all. But they may never forget the smile Sheen showed at this moment. It was a smile that seemed to have resolved all the worries and freed himself from all the situations. A smile that was relieved and relaxed. That smile was announcing the end of everything, and it also seemed to point to the future. Chapter 1038 Towards the Best Direction. Time flies by like a white horse, and it will slip through your fingers if you are not careful. But the final war between the three major races and the newly born original demon, even if it is over, is destined not to be easily forgotten. Not only will it not be forgotten, but the war also spread in just a few days and became a current event that everyone talked about with relish. And the darkness was expelled under such circumstances, allowing the world to usher in precious peace again. Afterwards, the top leaders of various forces have been discussing the treatment of the captives and betrayers, and have implemented them one by one. Naturally, various forces have also begun reconstruction work, bringing the entire human world into a very lively stage. Needless to say, the elves returned to Tagore Forest as soon as the battle ended and rebuilt the elf home. The orcs also walked out of the capital of the kingdom of Mitra, and migrated to different directions of the human world according to the different habits and customs of each tribe, preparing to find a new home and settle down. The dwarves returned to the underground dwarf kingdom and started a revolution vigorously. Not only did they need to re-elect the king and a group of high-ranking officials, but they also had to let the dwarf blacksmith business continue to develop vigorously. As for humans, it was after the war that they made great progress in the construction and creation of various aspects. There was no way. Too many countries in the human race were destroyed in this war. Now the army of demons, undead, demon larvae and magical life monsters has basically been wiped out, so that the land of the human world is no longer ravaged by monsters. the surviving heads of various countries, and strongmen naturally want to return to their old territories and start the work of revival. Even the Ragnar Empire needs to be rebuilt. Of course, some countries suffered heavy losses, and there are not many survivors left. So it is impossible to rebuild the country. These people naturally became the targets of the major human countries, especially those strong people. Even the Mitra kingdom personally went out to start wooing and snatching people. As the only country that survived this war, was relatively well preserved, and did not suffer such serious losses. The Mitra kingdom was not as short of talents as other countries, but it could not ignore some legendary strong people who lost their belonging. Strong people of that level are enough to become the pillars of a country, so they naturally have to fight for them. However, some strong people also would a group of people in turn, preparing to take advantage of the reshuffle of the human world to do a great cause that would go down in history and rebuild a new country. This caused the entire human world to be extremely lively during this period, and there was chaos everywhere. Either you can see the army heading in all directions, or you can see teams of caravans and refugees migrating to other cities, which feels like the earth is rejuvenated. Under such circumstances, news gradually came from the god realm and the demon realm. That's right. These two isolated worlds have finally reconnected with the human world. First is the demon world. About 7 days after the end of the war, the three unreliable little goddesses, who had traveled through time and space for a long time, finally arrived in the demon world and met with Sarah and other demons. With the help of the goddess of time and space, the demon world has successfully built a new channel with the human world. Although there is only one, it is enough for now. The demons led by Sarah returned to the human world as soon as the channel was built, reunited with AI and Shafn, and learned all the situations. Afterwards, Lidas, Anima, Nadura, Artemis and others all expressed their willingness to help the demons rebuild order, and led the goddesses of the gods to the demon world to eliminate the ambitious people and rebels who were still making trouble in various places in the demon world. Then, the three goddesses of time and space set out on their journey again, preparing to return to the god realm, rebuild the passage between the human world and the god realm, and let the god realm get in touch with the human world. However, this time, Xian didn't want to see these three pitfalls spend a long time looking for the way home, and wait until everything was settled before completing the task. So he directly took strong action, and used the almighty power of the sword to instantly restore the temple in the royal capital. So, the door to the god realm was reopened, and the gods also got in touch with the human world, and finally sent reinforcements. This incident caused Xian to be complained by Yulin and others. Since you can do such a thing, why don't you do it before the war? Everyone accused Xian in this way. After Xian successfully transcended, he had already obtained almighty power. So before the final war began, he could actually rebuild the passage between the demon world and the god realm, and let the two races send a large army to support him. In that case, wouldn't this war not be so hard? Especially Sarah, Lid, Camilla and others. After knowing this, they were so angry. We in the demon world are so worried about this. But you obviously have a way to solve this problem. But you just drag it out? Do you know how hard we are over there? Come here. Open your mouth. I will feed you something. I guarantee that you will be in ecstasy. The three demons were just about to fight with Sheen. Only Milu, who was mixed with Lilith, was having fun without paying attention to others. However, this matter really cannot be blamed on Sheen. At that time, I had only been transcended for less than a few days, and I was completely unfamiliar with the newly awakened power. If you asked me to build a cross-world channel, you should give me some time to think about it. Sheen refuted like this. Fortunately, his argument made some sense, so everyone let him go. Otherwise, Xian probably wouldn't have a very good time during this period. With the three realms having restored contact, the chaos in the demon realm was naturally suppressed. It should be said that after hearing that even the demon king was defeated by Xian, the demons who were making trouble had scared themselves half to death. Those who surrendered, and those who did not surrender did not think they could continue to make trouble. The result can be imagined. In this way, almost half a month later, everything was settled in the true sense. Whether it is the human world, the demon world or the god world, in the next period of time, they will enter the stage of reconstruction, reform, finishing, and aftermath. It can be predicted that all forces will not be too idle in the future. Peace has come again. Even if there are still some minor problems that need to be solved, the world is no longer worried, because they know that there are heroes in this era. A hero who surpasses Mitra and is better and stronger than his predecessors. His name is Sheen. He is the hero who redeems everything, and the last hero in Omnipotent Forest. Early morning. When the sun shone through the window and poured into the room, Sheen finally woke up. Hiss. When Sheen woke up, he took a breath of cold air. There was no way. A sour feeling that made him feel sore in his waist and back now attacked his whole body as soon as he woke up. Sheen subconsciously held his old waist and turned to his side with an ugly look. There, a goddess who was naked and showed a large area of white skin under the sun was entangled with him like an octopus. Woo woo. More. The goddess named Nian grumbled and rubbed against Sheen. I want you. A big-headed ghost. Sheen got up in a flash, lifted the quilt, and complained loudly under the other party's screams. How unsatisfied are you? This is the first time, right? You dare to play so crazy? I almost suspect that you are not in charge of summoning but fertility. While complaining, Sheen couldn't help but think of what happened last night, and his face darkened again. What a sin. What a sin. It was fine to be suddenly attacked at night, but he was forced to make a selfless dedication all night, which almost made him a tough guy. Weak. How many times? 17 times? Or 27 times? Damn. Did this guy learn this skill from Xiaofumi? Just when Sheen doubted his life like this. Nian hugged the quilt and complained with dissatisfaction. Who told you to hide every time you see me? I've been hanging around in front of you for a whole half-month. I almost put up a sign telling you that you can attack me. So why are you running? Nian accused Sheen of being worse than an animal. Sheen almost cursed. How dare you say that? Who is this guy who looks like he wants to eat me alive every time we meet? Why don't I run away? This goddess is so shameless that she is thinking about having sex with me every day. If this guy is not a beautiful woman, Sheen would have run away. I took it for granted. You are the hero I summoned. You should belong to me alone. But so many coquettish Bexes got there first. Tell me, how can I not be anxious? At this point, Nian was also angry. I was the first one to come here. So why am I the last one to come to the top? Nian was really worried that if it dragged on like this, she would really be dragged into a deep boudoir. It's not just the dragon demon and the kingdom's treasure who are staring at this guy. Even the succubus has an ambiguous relationship with this guy. In addition, the goddess of fate, the goddess of life, the goddess of nature, and even the goddess of justice are all blessing people around him. If Nian doesn't fight for the top position, she will go crazy. She had opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. He really couldn't complain. Should I say love to such a goddess who is given for free? What if I can't be cute, but want to kick her instead? Again, it's a sin. How about a way to lock her back in the sealed place of the god realm? Sheen is considering such an inhuman thing. It is conceivable that the experience last night left him with a psychological shadow. Nian was happy to see Sheen like this. You should be content. Everything is over, and is developing in the best direction. What else can you be dissatisfied with? Nian's words helped Sheen gradually calm down. Yes, everything is moving in the best direction. Chapter 1039. The Demon King does not need to be defeated in. The war is over. Peace has returned. The chaos between the human world and the demon world has ended, and the enemies have been almost completely eliminated. Even the old demon clan that once dominated the world has been almost completely exterminated in this battle. Although there are still many problems that need to be dealt with properly, they are just the aftermath and the end. There will be no more moths. Even the people around Sheen have all got what they want. In this war, Tyr naturally rose to level 90 and became a real legendary strongman. Even the horns have grown completely with the help of Sheen. At present, he can fully control his unique skills and develop all the abilities of demonization. Recently, he is receiving training from Milu to better master the power of ghosts. He will challenge Arita soon and get the victory he has always wanted. Melika is widely known as the blessing of the goddess of nature. In addition to being an extreme strongman, she is now regarded as the saint of the elves, worshipped by countless people, and is the goddess in the hearts of countless men. Although she returned to Tagore Forest with the elves this time to help the elves rebuild their homes, she said that she would be back soon and rejected Sophie's retention. It seems that she plans to follow her husband wherever he goes. After this major event, Lumia seems to feel that her potential is limited and she can't keep up with her companions. But she doesn't get too obsessed with it. In order to take better care of her sisters, she plans to become an orc priest next to Iris, no longer studying her strength, and preparing to learn recovery and auxiliary magic. Therefore, She has been in close contact with the people from the Orc Priest group recently, and has been regarded as a companion. Vivian has completely established her status as the patron saint of the kingdom. With the support of the gods, she plans to practice in the temple and become the patron saint of the entire gods and human race with the help of the resources of the gods and the temple. Her future status will not be any worse than that of the Popule. In addition, the other acquaintances that she knows are also changing bit by bit. Leah has officially inherited the throne of the Mitra kingdom, allowing Anshi to retire gloriously, drinking tea and playing chess with Eridia all day long. All the chores after the war are basically thrown to Leah, presumably intending to let Leah win the hearts of the people during this special period. After obtaining Sheen's permission, Yulin followed AI to the demon world. Obviously, she couldn't rest. She planned to practice with those demon traders who were still resisting stubbornly. Her life was quite comfortable. Even Lilith went back to the god realm with a group of goddesses. According to Litas, Anima, Najula and others, they wanted to hand over all the remains of the sealed evil gods in the god realm to Lilith, making Lilith the only recognized orthodox evil god in the world and developing her own faction in the god realm. In the future, she will not only have a group of lower-level gods following her, but also prepare to find someone to be her well-wisher. That is, Harvest, Capelin, Rocket, Tilly and others are rebuilding their empire hometown in full swing. The letters they sent recently are full of good news from all sides. Especially Capelin. The letters she sent are more ambiguous than the last. Harvest also said that he could marry her at any time, which made Sheen feel strongly that in the near future, there would be another beautiful woman in his family. By the way, Iris has moved into the Bostut family. Anyone who is not a fool can taste what this means. Anyway, she remembered that he was attacked by Oz a while ago. At that time, the werewolf's eyes were red. If it weren't for Muffy who stopped him, happily, Sheen had reason to believe that the werewolf would duel with him on the spot. In this way, everyone around Sheen is developing in the direction they most hope, desire and are happiest. Sheen even heard a few things. For example, Hegyadai found her sister some time ago and took her sister, who was wandering outside and living a miserable life, back to the Ice Maiden clan. For example, many forces claimed that their spies saw a demon who lost both arms wandering around the world. Sometimes he lived with others as an ordinary person, and sometimes he rescued some poor people. In the end, he met two people who seemed to be gray in heart. The two sides were like-minded and had formed a tour group to travel the entire Omnipotentinson. Even after a period of hard work, even Rosie was recognized by Princess Lenny, who had turned into an elderly person. Recently, she has been taking care of her and sent her to the temple to live with her mother, who has been ill for a long time. Obviously, the princess has also put down many things under Rosie's efforts, or finally accepted her fate. The princess also asked Rosie to make a request to Sheen through Rosie. That is, to revive her maid who has been with her for a whole 1,000 years. That is, the other party asked Sheen to revive Moro. Sheen thought about it for a long time, and sent letters to Havis and Capelin to ask for their opinions. Finally, he nodded and agreed to use the power of the sword to revive Moro. Of course, both Princess Lenny and Moro have lost all their powers, and have become more thoroughly old. Sheen has a way to restore their youth, but he doesn't intend to do so. There must be some punishment for doing something wrong. To forgive them to this extent, it is already for the sake of Alay who once sacrificed, for the sake of the brave Mitra, and for the sake of the Mitra royal family. It is absolutely impossible to get more. In summary, everything is getting better. The demons and goddesses learned from Sheen where their mothers and the mother goddess were, and now they are basically relieved and have returned to the demon world and the god world to do their own work. There is no regret left. Even Nian has gained freedom and has been recognized by the gods. What else is there to be dissatisfied about? But, are you really not going to go back to your original world? Nian asked Xian this question. Xian did not change his expression, but just shrugged. There is nothing worth staying in that world. Why should I go back? This is Xian's answer. Now he has basically recovered his memories of his previous life. In his memory, from childhood to adulthood, except for his mother, there is no one else he cares about, because of the power of supreme authority transferred to him. Xian has been regarded as a weirdo and a monster since he was a child, and has been rejected by the people around him. This caused his mother to resolutely take him away from home and live a single-parent family life outside. Therefore, except for his mother, Xian has no nostalgia in that world. As for his mother, I will go to see her after she has resolved all the disputes with those two. Sean said so. After possessing the omnipotent power, Sean wanted to return to the original world, which was just a thought. In this case, what is there to be anxious about? Of course, she will definitely come to this world for my wedding with Rosie and AI, and the wedding with Tyr, Melika and others in the future. When Sean said this, Nian's eyes suddenly lit up. Sean saw this scene, and her eyes jumped. When she was about to say something, she quickly said something. Okay, you continue to sleep. I'll go out for a walk. After that, Sean put on his clothes at the speed of light and rushed out of the room, like escaping. Nian was stunned for a moment. And then she was angry. You bastard. Don't think you can get away with it. The goddess's unrestrained cry resounded throughout the entire Boztut family. She had ran to the courtyard and sat in the pavilion, listening to the goddess cry. He couldn't help but wipe his sweat. We're still getting married. I don't know if you, a goddess who was given to me for free, will do anything weird. Xian enjoyed this goddess who came to him. But he was actually a little afraid. Not afraid of anything else, but afraid that she would do something big again. At least I have to let her go first, until she loses her temper, and then talk about these major events in life. No matter what, marrying a goddess is a big event that can shock the world. Although, I have caused many big events that shocked the world. While Xian was self-deprecating, he raised his head and looked at the sky. The blue sky was cloudless, telling everyone that it was a good day today. Sean recalled everything that happened when he came to this world. And finally, he murmured almost reflexively, in fact, I still have one regret. The last thing that flashed in his mind was the girl with black hair and red eyes. The girl is the Demon King, whose name is Claudius. However, while being the Demon King Claudius, she is also the eldest lady named Lisha, and the perfect maid named Lasha. Thinking of this, Sean couldn't help but smile bitterly. Just then, please have tea. The calm voice sounded from beside Sean. A cup of hot black tea was placed in front of Sean. Sean's pupils trembled. He didn't turn his head, let alone turn around. But he knew. This kind of elusive, completely undetectable, and always so plain, so calm voice. Who exactly belongs to it? So, Sean smiled. Didn't go to serve tea. Xian just stared at the tea in front of him and said, How long are you going to stay with me this time? The voice that responded to him was no longer calm and plain at this time, but like a playful young lady. But I am still wanted? Do you have a way to stop me from running away? What the implication is, there is no need to say it again. Xian smiled, picked up the tea in front of him, and began to drink it. From beginning to end, he did not turn his head. However, the only regret has quietly passed away.